Oh, hot cow, you had ads. I'm sorry. You know what? If you don't want those ads, you can go watch on the YouTube stream that I just went live on. And hello, why don't you say hi? No, wait, I gotta show YouTube the transitions now. I'm live on Twitch first. Okay, YouTube, are you ready for this? Gonna transition? We have the draft going on. Boom, here's the schedule for today. 15 GMT, Lixin Yo against Barles and Dogao. After that, Mihai and Sitaux against Hearttt Liereyy. And then finally, the Silver League semifinals to determine who faces VNA in the finals. We Fedex and Monoz against Dark and T90. Can T90 make it to the finals? Tune in to find out. You know how tournaments always put the most important game at the last set usually? It feels like T90's game might even be the most important one, even though it's the Silver League. I got a feeling people are gonna be hyped for that. Just a feeling. Hello, Bruno Batista on YouTube. Also, Alexander and Spawn, who were there early. Who were there waiting, typing in the chat before we started. Are you rooting for T90 today, Azure? I bet a lot of people are. I mean, he's playing against Fedex and Monoz. If T90 wins, I can title that video "T90 beats Chess Grandmaster at AoE 2." Just get the clickbait ready. After being on the Town Center podcast, I feel my clickbait skills increasing. And hello, Zoom Out. Do I ever play any Silver Leagues? Sometimes I'll sign up for tournaments. I did for Masters of Arena or Walhalla, one of the John Slow tournaments a while ago. A lot of the time I'm so busy casting, though, I don't have time. And hello, Bautista Gabelli on YouTube. Age of T90 shall start. Maybe next time he'll be in gold. Also, I had an idea, and the idea was, I remembered I have 2 codes for Age of Mythology Retold that I still need to give away. So I think over the weekend, I'll, throughout the stream on Saturday, run a giveaway and randomly select a winner. And then again on Sunday, I'll run a giveaway and randomly select a winner. So I'll be giving away 2 copies of Age of Mythology Retold this weekend because I have them sitting in my inbox from a while ago. And why not give them away? They've been sitting there. I'd done like a sub goal, and I think I was like short of the sub goal for giving one of them away on like a subathon once. And they're still in my inbox, so I was like, huh, let's give them away. So if you want Age of Mythology, stop by the stream over the weekend, and you can enter for a chance to win. It looks like everyone's going live today, so we'll have T90 and Dave and Memb. Yesterday was a really good day for viewers, and we'll see how we do today with literally everyone streaming. Weekend, so people are actually paying attention. Finally won a set in the Community League. 4 seasons this chaotic. Nice. Nice. It seems like it is appropriately placed in the chaos category then. I think that's one of the more fun ideas I had for a map of the multiple people fighting 1v1s. I have been asked for 16 seasons for 1v1 tournaments. So, no idea if I'll ever have time to make that, but it's in the pipeline at some point. Imagine that, a 4v4 with everyone playing a 1v1. And Roberto Cortez, hello, hello, hello. Seeing some, I don't want to say Spanish names or Portuguese looking names, so I'm guessing we have some Dogao fans in the chat. And hello, G Grady. How are you doing? I was going to open the dashboard. There we go. Try to find no lobby yet, but we still have time. What am I eating? I have the very quickly created 90-second microwavable packet of brown rice that I threw into a bowl that I'm eating because I need to eat something before the stream. Had an apple earlier, and this is my real quick before the stream snack. There we go. Now I have my coffee. And chat, you all have the very important job of making sure that I don't spill my coffee on my keyboard. Because I did once destroy a keyboard by spilling water on it. I imagine coffee will be much worse. I see Barles hosting a lobby. There we go. Yo, joining. And what's up? Oh, how do I say this? Fokue. Okay. EU on YouTube. I've really been enjoying just having the YouTube there, as then I don't need to edit any of the VODs or anything. They're just there and people can watch them. And what I was told is that what YouTube does well compared to Twitch is that you can pause the stream, and then instead of, like, if you're watching, then you have to go away and come back. On Twitch, you just kind of, you miss stuff, and then you come back, and you've already missed it. Whereas on YouTube, you can pause, and then play the video on 1.5 speed, or 2 times speed, and catch up. That way you don't miss anything. I never thought about that before, but it's because that's never how I've actually watched a stream, because I always do it on Twitch. Looking good. How am I doing on this beautiful Friday? I'm doing pretty darn well. I am hyped for these 3 sets of games. And Silent Derek, hello. Eat. And well, let's look at this draft. Game 1 will be Hamburger. No surprises for the home maps for Lix and Yo. They have Arabia Nomad. Something a bit more crazy for Barles and Dogao. Sumatra and Jungle Rumble. Again, people must really like Sumatra. 3 sets, Sitaux. Yes, 3 sets, because we have the Silver League. We have the Silver League. We transition over it to the other scene. Why did I get a weird pop-up when I did that? All right. Transition to the other scene, and we have not just the 2 Gold League quarterfinals, but also T90 and Dark against Fedex and Monoz in the Silver League semifinals. T90 hype. This was, I was originally planning on casting the Silver League semifinals on Wednesday, but we didn't get them played in time. So I threw it at the end of the day today. And will it be live? It will not be live. They played these as Rex. This will be Rex, unfortunately. Because it would be a bit too late for Dark to start that late. It would be too dark outside for him. So T90 is streaming, and he now, I guess he, Dark, Fedex, Monoz, and Arbase are the only ones who know the outcome of the Silver League semifinals. And I guess that also determines when we do the finals as the pregame show in the Silver League on Sunday. If T90 wins, the viewership for that is going to be very different. I could honestly imagine T90 being in the finals and we get more viewers for the Silver League than for the main event. But yeah, he is streaming now. And so thankfully we'll get some coverage of this over the last weekend. Hopefully that should be good for the overall viewer numbers of the tournament. We get Hearttt today? Yes, we get Hearttt and Liereyy. And they have launched, so let me swap back to the draft. Boom, and it will be hamburger. And what will our civs be? It will be, alright, Poles and Armenians against Armenians and Teutons. So Armenians and a Tower Rush civ. Yeah, Sitaux will be playing in our second set. He'll be playing live. All the luck to Sitaux. "36C in the south of France." Ooh, that sounds really hot. And hello, Silent Derek, also on YouTube. Hello, Marco K. Thanks for YouTube stream. Thanks for watching on YouTube. And hello, Beneval, T90 hype. Friday's a Kami Games day. Well, T90 might have found something other than Kami Games today, unfortunately. His chat might get mad at him. And hello, Boy Dylan on Twitch. 39 degrees C. Oh, that is hot. I'm an American and even I know that's hot. And, ooh, Eric Canmond, thank you also for the follow earlier. We had a few follows right before we went live too, so thank you all for the support. Hopefully we'll hit 13,000 today. We're at 12,932 followers. So we are close to 13K. My goal is 15K. I don't know if we'll hit that. We'll see over the final weekend. Alright, so hamburger, a desert version of hamburger. Let me just set up the team names. So they call themselves Let It Happen, and this will just be LYA. Yo and Licks. I think we can figure out their Yo and Licks. Alright. So we have a Vil fight over here. Barles and Dogao in the blue and the green against Yo and Licks in the red and the yellow. And we'll have a Vil fight immediately. 3 Vils from both players and Loom on the way. No Loom for Barles, but he'll still fight that. Those pole Vils, at least they'll regenerate once they hit feudal. Poking each other with the knives. Barles sent more Vils. Licks is the Teutons. And, oh gosh, the last time Barles played Hamburger, he sent a whole bunch of Vils and Vil fought for like 20 minutes. And he's also fighting Licks. And Licks is... how do I describe Licks? Last time I casted the 2v2 tournament, it was the Terra Nova duos, Yo and Licks. Licks took every single map and turned it into a Vil fight map. Like, he would Vil fight 2 players at once. And that's how they won that tournament, by Vil fighting. He's gonna pull the weak vills back and do so successfully. He's really good at doing that. And Barles might have the advantage, but I don't think he's gonna wall. I think he's just gonna vill fight. This is a vill fight if I ever saw one. Okay, more vills, full HP vills on the way. Lick's gonna bring the scout back. Go for a house and a lumber camp soon. He's trying to get the scout down. We'll have a gate. A gate for Barles. Does he want to make a gate so we can go back and forth? Far enough forward, he's thinking he can finish the gate? I think he is. Meanwhile, at the south, we just have some peaceful walls. Dogao and Yo walling, no problem. Yo gonna do the dock on the outside. As now we'll have a fight atop the hill. Both players trying to run some vills back. That's a very low HP scout for the Licks. Barles gonna lame some zebras. Alright, so this is a Licks game right off the bat. Right off the bat with a Licks game. And Barles will finish his wall, but the gate will be walled off, so Licks will have some walls behind the wall. And another big vill fight here. Low HP vill for Barles getting over to the backside. And he's gonna try to find that low vill and pick it with the scout. And that will go down, so that's a lost vill, finally for the Licks. The surrounded vill here, though, for Barles. Yo bringing his scout over. Low HP scout for Barles. Can hurt to lose your scout on Hamburger, because you do want the scout for the outside later on. And Barles with a weak vill. Yo will try to chase it down. Yo doing loom himself. So the Armenians players just peacefully chopping wood with their mule carts, docking, fishing, going up similar timings. Loom for Dogao. He'll go up a vill faster. And oh, Barles stopped running the scout, and Yo picks it off. Alright, another scout coming over for Dogao. Gonna start hitting Yo's scout. They'll go back and forth a bit. Trade a couple of hits. On the other side, all the vills from Barles running over. Barles is not in a great spot. Let's check the vill counts. It's 18 vills to 19, so he's only down one vill, but also down the scout. And now he's got Licks chasing him. So Licks is chasing 6 vills to 5, so it's like having one more idle vill. And the important thing is, with this wall up, Barles has vills on this side, so he can try to disrupt Yo, too. Not just disrupting Licks, but maybe also Yo. Now, when we've seen Dogao and Barles play, they have been very quick to go for sling strategies. In their previous set, I think they slung every game. Does Capture Age have a reset to default zoom hotkey? Where's Bozzy when I need him that? To answer that. Sometimes my mouse wheel, I hit it and it scrolls the opposite direction, then I gotta figure out what zoom I want to use. Licks shines in messy games, that is for sure. Licks absolutely does. Licks' goal is to make the game messy so that Yo can boom cleanly. This is not a wreck. This is not a wreck. This is live. This is live. Licks makes games messier and then shines. Those villagers indeed having a good cardio. Actually, this is actually really good for Barles if Barles ever gets feudal, because then his vills will heal. And if they heal, then he can just run away and let them heal. So it is beneficial for Barles to keep these vills alive as long as he can. And maybe try to find some laming somewhere. Now, there's a gate from Licks. He's gonna defend Yo's woodline. Oh, he goes for the trap! Licks! The vill fight master! He's going for a cage match. The vills from Barles trapped inside. The other vills entering. Can Barles leave? No, he can't. And there's a tower up. There's a tower up for Dogao. Licks can't enter. Licks can't enter. And Barles is still safe. He's still alive. He's gonna help chop the wood, chop through to Dogao, maybe create an escape route for himself. Oh, what is this? This is exactly why Hamburger's in the map pool and why I made these passages more than one tile, so we could get stuff like this. So, oh yeah, we also have some galleys out. We have 2 players on a normal game on the other side of the map. Some galleys for Yo, some galleys for Dogao. both with a couple of fishing ships, 3 for Yo, 2 for Dogao. Their teammates each are fishing 2, along with their Vil fights. But they'll just be having a nice galley micro over here. You can take the berries to drop the wood and keep chopping. Actually, Siesta, you can, you don't need to have nearby berries for that. As long as you control click something else, it doesn't matter where it is, you can still drop off the wood. That AOC quick drop behavior is still there. Ooh, he gets the scout. Nicely done, he gets the scout. And he's gonna fight right next to the TCs, in the TC line of fire, and he might lose a Vil. No, he doesn't, keeps the Vil alive. And he's up to feudal, Lix is up 2. Lix is a weak Vil. He's not going to go for it, though. Lix sending more Vils over. He's tired of this Vil fight. Fletching now for Dogao. Fletching will be important for the galley fights, too. And it's 6 galleys to 7. Dogao going to fall back to his docks. Hard to push someone going 3 dock galleys if they fall back to their docks and they have their garrisons correct. There's a snipe off of a galley. Dogao just needs to reestablish his numbers, get some more fish out. And meanwhile, these Vils are still running around. This is where if you're Barles, you gotta prioritize wheelbarrow. Same for Lix to let your Vils move faster. But now that Barles is feudal and he is the poles, 10 HP per minute for these villagers. They will regenerate. You might lose a lumber camp. Ooh, nice quick gate from Lix. Lix could also gate here. He gets the gates down, and he can't get around the back of the gate though. And Barles is going to escape. Barles will escape. So on the water, galley still fighting between Yo and Dogao, having a nice old school galley war. We have, oh wait, we have more Vils from Barles. He broke through the palisade and he's going to be tower rushing Lix. Tower rushing on this side of the map. Lix's stone is somewhat forward. He does have another stone in the middle. I did update the map to ensure you always had 4 stones on each side, so it's fair and proper. But tower fight now commencing. And Lix is the Teuton, so he can garrison more Vils and win the fight. Lix should be able to win any one-on-one tower fight. But Barles still can be annoying if he adds towers in more locations. He can force Lix to keep spending stone on counter towers. Here for your daily dose of AoE 2. Nice. Good thing Medieval Masters is starting with his Cartographer's Ends. Yeah, I'll try to cast some Medieval Masters too. The YouTube streams have been doing pretty well, so as long as I can keep that up, I think that'll be a nice, healthy addition to the Twitch streams. Yeah, today will be an interesting test because with everyone else streaming on Twitch, I'm probably not going to have as many viewers on Twitch, but I'll see how the YouTube count is affected. Because right now it seems like the YouTube is still doing pretty decently, all things considered. Usually the Twitch gap is much higher than YouTube. I'm at 110 and 85. Some weak Vils on that tower for Yo. Dogao not going to be able to react with a counter tower right away, though. He's just going to run his mule cart along the wood line. Are you sure the player names of blue and yellow aren't swapped? I am very sure the player names of blue and yellow are correct. Lix is Yo's teammate and Barles is Dogao's teammate. Oh, actually, Barles got on the water, too. Managed to get a fire galley. He'll be harassing the fish. And after all of this, Yo up to the castle age. However, Yo might be losing his fish soon if Dogao moves forward. 14 to 10 galleys. Yo trying to do a transport ship. Get some Vils to the outside. How can opponents always run through your unfinished buildings? Do you tap the foundations? They need HP on them to become solid. And Yo gonna run to the corner. The corner is farther away. Oh, you can just do a mule cart. Doesn't need to run anywhere. Thank you, Eddie33 for the follow. Or ET. However I pronounce the I's. Thank you very much for following. The map size is too small for sneaks. We have seen sneaks, but I mean, you're both aware of where the passages are anyway. They're on both sides. Maybe you could do some transport sneaking to different areas on the outside. Usually you're aware of it. Please don't abandon YouTube stream. Yeah, the YouTube streams have been doing great. So Vils under the tower fire. We'll have to run away. Ooh, that Vil taking some fire. And Barles losing a villager there. Didn't run far enough away. Yo, Castle doing War Galley. And he's going to be pushing dogao back. Dogao has enough feudal galleys, though. He could 9 to 17 more in the docks? Dogao could legit think of just pushing that with feudal galleys. He's going to transport his own Vils to the outside, and yeah, he's thinking the same thing I am. Snipe with the feudal galleys that are easier to micro. Get Yo maybe out of position. Try to find a stray war galley here and there. Get your galleys out of the docks. And up to the next stage. Oh, that Barles is seemingly doing a better Lix than Lix. Like, Barles plays a lot of Black Forest. He's going to be no stranger to the Vil fights. Plays a lot of Rage Forest. When chemistry onagers do slower than the... Yeah, that was a bug in the past. When the chemistry onagers had a slower speed than non-chemistry, so chemistry was a downgrade. The +1 damage wasn't worth the speed difference. Well, War Galley, the main benefit of the upgrade is that you produce faster. Yeah, the ships individually are stronger, but they're larger and it just makes it harder to micro the group. So they're one of the few upgrades where you say there are trade-offs rather than a strict benefit. AoE 1, I think, did it a bit better, where the feudal to castle age ships were, or the Tool Age to Bronze Age ships were still fast and nimble when you upgraded them. So, towers still for Barles, but Barles is going to try to harass Yo on land with the towers, while dogao does a castle on the shoreline as the Armenians to secure the water. Yo's starting to boom, and he's getting a good lead. Good Vil lead over dogao even. But hasn't got a second TC up yet. If Yo could maybe get a TC up over here, that could be nice for him. He's healing Polish Vils for Barles, doing great, and they'll go attack the Vils from Lix at the bottom of this tower. Lix will just have to run into Yo's TC. And we'll bring Barles with him. Oh, if Lix could quick wall, he'd maybe trap the Vils. Barles is going to get out, though. Does Barles have wheelbarrow? He does have wheelbarrow, so extra important for running faster. Hello, Bars. So many villagers chasing just 4 villagers, and Barles has caused so much disruption. I think Lix is maybe chasing a bit too much. They need Yo to do, like, 1 scout. So castle on the water for dogao. He could even do Cilician Fleet now. Yes, that is the demo ship. Oh, yes, I can see the descriptions of the unique text. That's nice. +1 range for the galley lines. And then extra blast radius for the demos. The +1 range is what would matter here for the war galleys. Makes it easier to get most of them attacking at the same time in the war galley fights. That actually sounds really strong. We have res collected. Unfortunately, we don't, Pakani. Unfortunately, we don't. We don't have that technology. Not even in the pro capture age. So, ooh, transport found by the fire. But Yo is up to the Imperial Age. Yo is up to Imp. And he just about has the stone for a castle. And where is he gonna place the castle? Does he just castle here and Trebwar dogao right away? And he has the navy to protect the Trebs. That would kind of make sense. The other option would be castling somewhere in the back to defend against the galleys, and then still you could Trebwar here, no issue. Okay, Yo up to the Imperial Age as the galleys are sailing around the back. Ooh. Okay. So Doc gonna go up for Yo. Or not, as the Vil is sniped off. Nice pick from dogao there. Yo will eventually force him away. Dogao's up to Imp too. Dogao's up to Imp. Are they getting any sling? Yeah, Barles is slinging Dogao, and Lix is slinging Yo, so both the Tower Rush Vilfight players, so far behind, they have just swapped to slinging. And Monster Money, thank you for the follow. Remember, we do allow sling in this tournament, but it is taxed at 50%, and you can't get coinage until you're in the Castle Age, so they are paying a heavy tax on these slings. 51 Vils to 41, Barles definitely ahead in eco. Even did manage to get to the outside and find a nice lumber camp on the back. These are the Bobab trees. Also, I updated my my small trees mod a bit, so I think I'll have better tree stumps as I'm casting. So, yep, Yo gonna put the castle forward and go for a Treb fight. He doesn't have ballistics, Dogao is doing it. Downside for this castle, though, is it's late, and he's not going to have the timing of his faster imp. Now, chemistry on the way. And with chemistry, he's also doing Bracer. Bracer comes in, and he should be able to take the fight. And get the castle up. When chemistry comes in, he can get cannon galleons. Oh, actually, wait, he doesn't need that. No, he's Armenians. He can just get Dromans. He can just do Dromans now, and try to Droman the castle. They saw the T90 upset versus the Silver Champion, super good set. Well, with T90, we're going to be casting his next set at the end of the day today, in the semifinals. The house is being targeted down by the castle, by a couple galleys, and the sling continuing. It says this is a bit of feedback I gave to Nova for Capture Age, that it feels like we could have a better sling indication. Like, we have 4 messages that are huge and take up most of the screen. I don't know if I want to turn them off because I think it's important to see them. But this tree, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 wood. And the middle now is open. The middle now is open. And Dogao's going to run through. He's going to lose a scout, though. He'll lose the scout. And Yo, if he ever wants to, can push forward. What would he do if he does push forward? I don't know. Lix with 1k stone as the Teutons could go forward and do towers, I guess. I was going to say do a castle, but he's not there yet. So ballistics for Yo. Treb war commencing. Lots of galleys here. We do have one more upgrade. We do have careening there for the armor for Dogao. The attacks came in first for Yo, though. double sling. Double sling to the Treb war in the water fight. T90 played nothing like a caster. And hello, Robbie Kavanaugh. You're normally on Twitch. Well, welcome to YouTube. Galleon fights going back and forth. Chemistry in first for Dogao, we see. Yo, how does he... does Yo not have chemistry? How's he 8+4 without chemistry? Anyway, Droman's in for both sides. Dromans will be useful. They kind of sit in the back behind the galleons and still do damage. Now, trebuchets have a ton of pierce armor. They don't worry about galleon fire, but they do worry about Droman fire. And that Treb goes down. The Treb goes down. And I guess they got to move the Trebs more to the middle. As we have another castle from Yo. I think Lix probably slung a lot of that stone he had to Yo to do that castle. And he might need to sling more so Yo can repair. Or Lix can just repair himself. That's even better. You don't spend the tax when you can repair yourself. Castle will take out a couple of towers and give this team more room on the wood line. So far, everyone on the outside, you have a couple of relics picked up there for Dogao. But no one attacking on the outside. Everyone just peacefully chopping wood. Peacefully chopping wood. Trebs are going to keep popping out for Yo. This one inland, so the Dromans can't snipe it. But that's a pretty big and expensive loss at this point. Losing that fast imp early Treb. Now, overall score lead for... Or never mind, the score's just flopped. I was going to say overall score lead for Dogao and Barles, but that just swaps as Yo individually has the highest score. And Yo, is he going to be able to hit this castle? The Dromans are working on it. Can he take this down? He gets a Treb himself. That's what Dromans are great at, sniping off Trebs. Or at least from what we've seen in the past few minutes. Francis, if you look underneath the Twitch stream, you can get a link to the brackets there on the panels there. You can type !Carto for the Discord to join if you want to see the brackets and hunt through there too. They're on the panel underneath the stream. You just have the usual check LP. Well, LP doesn't have the community league bracket, so I'd rather keep everything just in the links beneath the stream to the challenge brackets. So Treb's still fighting. Great job repairing. Barles and dogao both repairing. This is how you can sling stone without using the market. Sling stone by repairing. They had dogao out. No, don't sling the stone, Barles. That's being taxed 50%. Repair yourself. That's a much better use of your stone. This LP is Wikipedia, yes. 2v2 tournament, indeed. Platypus TV, indeed. Galleons coming forward. Galleons just turning and fighting. I feel like every hamburger game we've seen something very different. And this is, again, something different, as Yo loses a castle. Yo loses a castle, and dogao has another castle very far inland. And he's going to use that to make some trebs. And with the castle down, Barles, he's not done Vil fighting. He's sending the Vils forward to fight the trebs. The trebs have to run back. Treb shot hitting one of Lix's Vils. And the trebs are getting away. It's a wonderful sunny day out, and I can hear like birds chirping outside my windows, and it's actually kind of distracting. I love it though. I've been waiting for warm for a long time. It's been really cold here. Anyway, the galleons for Yo continue pushing forward. LP seems to be kind of dead. Wikipedia? I have no idea. I don't typically check Wikipedia all that often. I know a lot of the tournament websites grab the schedule from Wikipedia, and they have an API that they use, but personally I always just check the spectator dashboard. So teamwork again, Lix repairing Yo's trebs. Yo has gone back towards his castle for some cover, and now Yo is going to get in on the Vil fighting action. He's going to send a bunch of Vils forward to try to Vil fight dogao's treb, but Barles is going to repair dogao's treb while Yo's Vils are Vil fighting it. And so far he's succeeding. He needs to repair. The Polish Vils still are going to heal. And he's repairing again. And now, no, Lix is getting in on the Vil fight action. Lix is getting in on the Vil fight action. All four players are Vil fighting. And the Treb goes down. Well, I guess dogao isn't. Oh, yes. No, there he goes. There he goes. All four players are going to be Vil fighting to try to repair the Trebs. Oh, everyone's getting in on the Vil fight action here. Barles still the best because he heals, I guess. Some Treb shots hitting the stray villagers. Lix has fallen back now. He's decided he's not going to go for it. He wants to repair. The castle for Yo goes down. The castle for dogao goes down. And Yo, he still has his Trebs protected because Lix is going to repair them. Does he have sappers? Does he have sappers? No, he does not. Does dogao have sappers? No, he does not. That's plus 3 attack versus rams, and it may not look like it. And okay, good. The trebuchet is not a ram, so that it's not attack versus siege. It's attack versus rams. So that would not impact Vils versus trebs. Okay, let's reset now. The Vils have fought. Yo has cleared 2 of the castles. He's gonna rebuild one of his own castles. Oh, there's stuff happening on the outside now, and it's more villager fights, along with the warrior priest. Fighting on the outside. Let's maybe check the relics. 3 for Yo, 2 for dogao. And there are 2 more out here. 7 total relics on the map on the outside. So this game has been absolutely crazy. And dogao still has some trebs. Now Barles, let's see, still even in Vil number with Lix. Much higher score. He's probably been able to sling more maybe. Both players still on the outside. Barles had been mining stone here. It looks like Lix was able to Vil fight him away. This bit of blue is just some palisades remaining for Barles. Yo going to keep transporting, and we'll have to ferry Lix across the river. As Yo moves forward on the water, feels like he's got a good lead on the water, but dogao can fall back and do another castle. And without a forward castle, it might be hard to protect the Trebs from villagers. Spectacular Clown Fiesta. And Dry Dock on the way for Yo. Wouldn't it be perfect for one to switch to archers or cav and go destroy everything in land? Does that make sense in this situation? I mean, I think it probably makes sense on the outside to make just a couple of knights and raid the villagers. That could work. I think the problem with doing that on land is just the castles. And the fact that you're more worried about Trebs and you can't really afford to make that swap because clearing the castles is important. And right now with the slaying, they're spending all their resources on the navy. And if you lose the navy, then you kind of lose the game. So that's, as much as it might be like, hey, let's make 2 or 3 knights, that's a stable and then expenses that you're not spending on your ships. Hello, treadmill. But yeah, if you can afford it, would definitely be nice. The problem is, even with the sling, it's hard to afford. Although I could stonewall the outside. They could, but I think that's still, the fact is that they have to worry about water. And that the water lets you get bypass the stone walls, and everything's added in for the Armenians and their ships. But are they again? I have no idea. Oh, Nightbot. I added Nightbot box. I was going to do a giveaway, but the Nightbot doesn't actually list the commands properly. So the Twestbot lists the Twestbot commands. I have 2 bots in the chat. Oh no. Why don't they add some demos? Because they're only fighting galleons. They only fight, if they were fighting fires, you'd add demos. Because it's galleons, they kind of counter demos. So more dromons for dogao. So his castle went down, but with the dromons will destroy the trebuchets. One dromon gets sniped off by the treb. The treb goes down, and that might stall out the push a bit more. And what do we have now? We have Lakes up to the castle age. And Danny, thank you very much for the raid. We've had 4 players Vil fighting. And now it feels like Yo is maybe getting some momentum on the water. Barles still somehow with the score lead over Lix. Vil counts are the same, but Lix up. And Lix doing scale-barding armor, so his chat was waiting for. Maybe getting ready to do a stable or some light cav. There's the stable. Barles fletched though with the outpost, and he'll see it. He will see it. And thank you, Noblock and Loot Wighane for the follows. Welcome everyone to Twitch. Oh, and archers. Archers on the outside for Lix. Archers for Lix. And he'll be disrupting the stone mine. Gal still running back to his docks, trying to do another defensive castle. But already there is a dromon there. And also, if you were to do demos, you need to upgrade to heavy demo. And that's something else that's hard to afford. Zoom out. Yes, zoom out is in the chat. The castle age on the way for Lix. Hard to mine the resources when water control can do so much devastation to your economy. And in the middle, they've chopped another hole through the wood line and more wood control here. We'll have some composite bowmen now for Lix and for dogao. That one treb slowly but surely being whittled down by the composite bowmen. And the treb will hit the tree. Aren't they dead already? 29 versus 43 galleys. It is tricky. Oh, and thank you very much for the gifties. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. Does the alert pop up? I hope it does. I might have turned the alerts off and forgotten to turn them back on the other day. Hold on a second. Yes, I need to turn the alerts on. I've been streaming without the alerts. Thank you, not just for gifting subs, but for reminding me I didn't have my alerts on. I'll replay that after the game. Also, while that the Imp players have 44 and 57 villas, guess that's what happens when you can't spend wood on farms. Yep. That's true. And now a castle drop from Dogao in the middle. So despite Yo's dominance on the water, it's really hard to push underneath a castle on the water. And Dogao in the middle, he gets this up. Oh gosh, Vils are fighting another Treb. Vils are fighting another Treb. The repairers are coming in though. If he gets this castle up, maybe he can just Treb everything and control the middle, and we might have an outside versus inside game. An outside game where one of these teams is stone-walled, and Dogao has a bit of a traffic jam on that gold mine. Traffic jam trying to mine there. He needs to spread out the mule carts a bit. Barles has already walled this off for him all nicely. And he's trying to hold on the water. 45 versus 38. So if Dogao's a chance we can just fall back and hold, maybe he can recover the numbers. This is maybe a death sentence in a straight-up fight with equal micro, but that's not how the fights always play out. There's the transport licks. Oh, well, Yo's making another transport in one of these docks. There it is. And we have some knights on the outside from licks, so some knights on the outside, but stone-walled stables everywhere. Yo and licks controlling most of the outside. Repairs coming in on this castle. Trebs shooting the castle, launching their rocks at it from Yo. And more Trebs from Yo coming over. His team still has the score lead. Barles still in feudal. Barles still feudal. Gosh, their stone walls are feudal age stone walls. And Lix doesn't care about stone walls. He is forward. He has a Vil here. And will the outpost see that? They will see that. Dogao could maybe use a galleon to deny that. I think the stable goes up no matter what. And now Lix can continue making knights and raiding behind the walls on the outside. So other than those two relics in the fortified church, which Lix probably could destroy eventually, feels like this team has the outside. There's Xing going on as Lix is doing another TC that they see. And Yo wants another castle in the middle. Again, double player teamwork repairing the castle. As Yo will try to treb it down. Nice thing about composite bowman fight is you don't need archer armors. It's true, you don't. You do not. Trebs shooting at each other. Other Trebs going down. Treb running away as the bowmen come forward. This castle will be repaired. Barles buying stone. He's close to being out of stone. Dogao out of stone. Both players using the market to buy stone to keep the castle up. But 4 or 5 trebuchets from Yo deployed, besieging the castle, and this will go down. Barles buying stone, but not in time, as the new destruction animation crumbles into a large pile of rubble, and now it's going to turn to repairing Trebs for both sides. But 5 trebuchets is the number where you can think about sniping off Trebs, but also the number where they're spread out enough that it becomes harder to repair. It takes 3 Treb shots to destroy a Treb, so as long as you repair, usually you keep them alive unless a ton of shots all hit at the same time. And what's that? A 4th Treb for Dogao, so he can work on sniping. And Barles, he's not done Vil fighting. He is daring the composite bowman to shoot at his villagers as he goes to try to take out some Trebs. Another Treb over for Yo. Composite bowman forward, taking out some Vils. Yo loses a Treb. Dogao loses a Treb. And if 2 shots hit on this one, that Treb goes down. But a lot of bowmen for Dogao being lost. The Vils have to fall back. The Vils can repair. Another Treb goes down for Dogao. Barles still slinging, desperately slinging. On the outside, what's going on here? That there's still a tower shooting houses. A knight raiding from this stable, and a monastery from Lix. So Lix has 1 relic. Yo has 5 as the Armenians. Dogao then has 2 as the Armenians. So they have added 2 relics to this map now, for a total of 9, and there's 1 unclaimed. You gotta do that on Armenians math to figure out where the relics are. Over here, Galleon's going actually to be devastating the economy here. That TC going down. Let It Happen has more villagers. Yo only on 26 villagers. And Yo using all of his vills to repair the trebs. Composite Bowman there sniping them off. Yo could lose all of his villagers soon. Actually, Yo's starting to lose the trebs. He doesn't have any more vills to repair them. Dogao moving forward with the Composite Bowman, and he's winning the fight now. He's winning the fight while at the same time dromaning this TC on the outside. This economy is being devastated. And there are still vills over here for Barles, who maybe he could just go feudal age scouts and raid. It's not like there's any military that could stop them, or town centers that could garrison the vills. And Dogao still maybe pulling ahead slightly. Lick's raiding on the outside, but I mean, what eco's on the outside? Barles gonna go find a knight on the gold. We'll have coinage on the way from Lick's, as he's gonna go back to slinging. Coinage will decrease the tax from 50% to 20%. What is going on? I don't know. I've seen so many maps in this tournament where I don't know what's going on. I have an X in the middle from the tower. So there was a castle here that went down probably a long time ago. Yeah, due to all those trebs. Gotta think about what's happening. Yo at least still has a castle in the middle, so he has a foothold. But Yo only has 24 vills. That being said, Dogao has 38. Dogao only has 38 vills. I'll have an X as Mangonels come forward from Licks. And is this actually going to become a game that Licks can win simply because he has villagers and he's in the castle age? He's going to Mangonel his own knights. But that tower is down. And how do they actually fight Licks now? I guess the Composite Bowman should be nice here. Especially with the Bracer. But short range against the Mangonels, that Phil doing a fun dance between them. Ooh, big Mangonel shot on the Bowman. Dogao cannot well afford to replace them. It was 5 treb to 35 vill ratio or something. Yo might end up with more trebs than vills this game. Oh, some more vill fighting on a treb, but Barles will lose them to the Bowman. And we'll have another TC on the outside for Yo. As now, Yo going to return the favor by disrupting some of Barles' eco on the outside. Dogao gonna do another castle though, that'll protect a stone and a wood line. And whatever happened to the knight down there must have gotten cleaned up. Maybe the war galleys came over. Romans probably should be trying to hit that stable. If they could find that vill on the outside, that'd be great. Yo's going for a forward castle. How many vills does he even have left to do a castle drop? He has 30 vills and 8 of them are doing this castle. And Dogao can deny it with the Composite Bowman, maybe. This might be a doubt castle that literally runs Yo out of villagers. Okay, Composite Bowman fight, but Dogao has the numbers. Dogao has the numbers. They have to go back and forth. Vill's coming forward for Barles. While those Bowmen are dancing, they can't shoot the Vills. And now Barles going to Vill fight this treb. He actually could try to wall it in. Yeah, he's going to do the house to try to wall it in. So that it can't run. He needs more walls, though. One house is not enough. Another house going up. Vills come over to repair. 7 repair Vills for 27 Vills total. On the outside, Yo wants another castle. He's doing nothing but building castles now. He's got another 7 vills, 8 vills out here. He's dropping a castle on this wood line. Wood line already was abandoned, though, as they go into the safety of this castle. Which is about maybe slightly more. I think maybe right here. I gotta figure out what the right zoom level is to cast that. I'm noticing maybe I zoom in and out a bit too much, so I'm trying to adjust that. Oh, actually, I've realized what the non-chemistry is. It's the second Armenian arrow. Okay, that one just is a puny arrow and not a bolt when they have galleons. Okay. Now that's another TC for Yo going down. Yo running to a single Bobab tree out here. He has to run all the way to the corner. And he's going to find some vills from Barles there. Mining. Barles is up to the castle age. Barles is clicking up. Barles is clicking up as Dogao and Barles now take the lead again. 26 vills for Dogao, 20 for Yo, 78 for Licks. I feel like Licks with an economy is somewhere where he can maybe win the game now. I guess the Imperial Age Composite Bowmen are tough to push when you're in the Castle Age. I don't know what is happening. I have no idea what is happening. So tower goes down as the 2 trebs take it out. Mule cart goes down. Economy is for losers. Treb goes down to the Mangonels, and so do some Composite Bowmen. They don't have the biggest range, only 7 range. Yo with a few Bowmen himself. Now it's 23 vills to 22 for the Imp players. Another tower going up for Barles. Lick's still slinging Yo. What is happening? Treb's on the outside, Yo trebing down the castle. The castle at least is on a hill. There can be some repairs, but another forward castle from Yo. Let's check out the galleon numbers, 30 to 15. So dogao actually with the advantage on the water. And he has a couple of dromons too. And the dromons could be useful for taking out the castles. Yo himself, no more dromons, just the trebs on the outside, wherever the trebs are. The camera did not go to a useful location. There you are, there are 2 trebs. Lix has more vills than dogao and Barles combined, 74 to 83. And this castle could be trebbed, so now it feels like maybe it's dogao and Barles who are going to start taking space on the outside. Whereas we'll have Lix and Yo going back to the middle, but no. With this push, Barles is going to call the GG. And in one of the craziest games I've ever seen, with Imperial Age Vill fighting on Trebs, with 4 Vills fighting, or Vills from 4 players fighting at once, Lix and Yo will take it. Oh, with this castle down here, I was thinking maybe they could still push the outside. Honestly, if they see the water situation and see that dogao actually is up by 30 galleons, that might not have been GG. But what a game that was in Sulk. Hello. 330 kills for dogao, 326 for Yo. Economy, Barles did sling a lot more than Lix did. That's for sure. But really heavily impacted by that tax. I thought it was a bit too early. I don't think it's over. If they see the water situation accurately, I don't think it's over. I think there's a world where they actually clean all of these castles and can take the castles and control the water, because at this point, where does Lix even take wood? I mean, the wood on the outside is basically gone, and you're kind of becoming a wood game. I guess maybe dogao and Barles thinking they're out of wood too, but it's going to become a wood game where they have more ships. Yeah, the middle is snowballing fast. Middle is snowballing fast. Is this just they have the wood? Maybe they win because Lix has more wood access here. I thought that gate was a tower for a second. Yeah, I think what happens is they win because Lix has this wood. By the time Yo will have more boats, how does Yo get? Okay, 700 wood. Okay, if Yo has 700 wood, then he gets boats. Okay, looking at the wood situation now. Then noticing that this team has absolutely no wood left. Then okay. Then I understand the GG. Oh man, what was that game? Lix and Yo are the best duo ever. They are a great duo. Maybe they just wanted it to be over. That is a fair assessment too. Yeah, 5 minutes and everything would be gone, and then it's a wood game. And then it kind of depends on who has more ships. Alright, so next map will be Sumatra, it looks like. It's a win for Lix and Yo for LY. And I will remember to replay that sub alert because it wasn't playing during the game. I'll do that after the ad. And for the maps, that is a win for Lix and Yo on Hamburger. And for the civs, that's Armenians on both teams. And that was Teutons there for Lix and Poles for Barles. I kind of felt like going for a few raids with Knights or Light Cav. I think the tricky thing is the water control hits so much of the outside that investing into Knights and Light Cav itself can put you behind if you just lose them to ships. I think that's part of it too. Thank you for for playing ads between the games. Yes, I try to keep them between the games so we don't have them during the games. I need to play 3 minutes of ads per hour. But I try to keep that on the back of my mind as I'm going through this. And also, hopefully on YouTube, I turn the ads off as much as I can. And thank you, Barros, for gifting a sub to Sitaux. So Sitaux doesn't have to see no ads at all. Can I play 3 minutes in a row if a game is super long? Yes, I can. Although, since there's only a 2-minute spec delay between the games, sometimes I miss the start of the game if I do that. Yeah, so... essentially, every 30 seconds of ads that I play delays pre-rolls by 10 minutes, and I can queue up an hour. And... Marquezin8, thank you for the follow. And let me replay the sub alert that didn't play during the game. Replay. There we go. Here we are. Okay, so welcome everyone on Twitch, everyone on YouTube. We have Sumatra as game number 2. Barles will be the Jian Swordsman Wu civilization on the land, and Dogao will be the Dravidians on the water. For the other side, it'll be Vikings on the water for Lix, and Byzantines on the land for Yo. Interesting using Byzantines here. I can't imagine fire galleys being too useful on the water when your opponent would have a lot of galleys out, but maybe in the late game, fire ships could be useful if he eventually does go water late. And on land, Cataphract versus Jian Swordsman could be fun. Imagine Yo FC's Cataphract. And hello again, Daniela here. Just in honor of Zoom Out. I'll zoom out so we can take in this map all at once. And as much as I have enjoyed this map, I think we hit a problem with the water map pool, in that islands and Mediterranean also are in the pool, but I have seen 1 islands game in the Silver League and 0 Mediterranean games, and every single water map pick has been Sumatra. So maybe we just made too good of a map, but I'd like to see some of the other maps. I spent a lot of time working on Mediterranean. I spent a lot of time working on islands to get all those islands. The neutral islands are balanced, so they're random but also balanced. And it's not like one team gets all the neutral resources for themselves. I spent a lot of time balancing that. There's a lot of fun trigonometry going on behind the scenes in the map scripts for that and for Mediterranean. It's an oval that always separates the 2 players on one team, so you can kind of have options for land or water. But anyway, Sumatra, this was originally called Eastern Coastline. I renamed it to Sumatra because the coastline can be randomly on all 4 sides now and not just on the east. It was originally made as a 2TC start from Algernon for the Escape Champions League years ago. It was a 2TC 1v1 map with 1 TC on the island and 1 on the mainland. You played Mediterranean versus AI earlier today because it looks nice. Oh, nice. Nice. And we'll have a first player up will be Lix, so very nice Vikings build on the water. Right behind him will be Barles. Of course, different team bonuses here. Vikings for the cheaper docks, Dravidians for the docks that give you housing space. Pretty similar, I think a slight advantage to the Dravidians bonus, though. It's like 3 wood difference between the Vikings difference and the cost of a house. And now you also save a bit of villager time for the Dravidians. The Wu also get 65 food when they make a dock. And also when they make a barracks, so as they're adding in the barracks now, as Barles is doing, there'll be a bit of extra food he gets. Happy you watched the games last week to learn the new maps. You ended up banning them anyway. Why the name Sumatra? Crab suggested it. She said it would be a good name because there is like a main island with a couple of other islands off the side of it. And so I just went with it. It also fit the Southeast Asian theme that the map already used. So militia rush for Barles, and I'm curious what Yo's going to do on land with the Byzantines. He has that Phil standing at the front of his base, like he wants to build something with them, and there he goes for the barracks. He's going to wall up by that villager. He needs to wall up before the militia get in, but should have the timing to do that. He's aware of the urgency he's needed. So there he goes, the deer go down under the TC. What was wrong with the eastern coastline? Boom, we've established the coastline can be on the western side of the map. So Yo gonna wall up. Wall his woodvilles in. Wall the other wood line in too. Interesting bit of wall in here. He could probably have done 4 pieces of palisade and walled towards the TC and had a bigger area of safety. Because he's kind of the same thing over here. Just 2 tiles and he's safe, but small walls just to make sure the men-at-arms don't get in. Don't know if it makes that big of a difference. Can you do crazy fast castle with the woo bonus, like dock, barracks, archery range? Maybe you can. Maybe you can. I feel like you're putting yourself at the mercy of your fish getting sniped off, though. And 3 armed queso, thank you for the follow. I think I make that alert slightly smaller. I want to take up the whole screen area. I need to readjust the sizes of everything for 4K. There we go. Alright. So galley war on the water. 1 fire added from Barles. Is Yo adding in any fires as the Byzantines? No, he is not. Which real-life country would I like to see in the ranked map pool? I would love to see... What country isn't there? And I can say a country because it means they made a civ for the country. Oh, I give you a homer pick. We can have the United States in the map pool because that means they made a Mississippian civ. There we go. So Xing on the water. There's 1 fire from Barles that managed to get into the fishing ships. Yo might need his own fire galley to defend that. Or he'll just let Lix take care of it. There he goes. So men-at-arms not able to do much damage, but they do heal. So they can just kind of run at the skirms and run away and heal up and run back and heal. Scout doesn't heal though, but the men-at-arms do. And the skirm's just going to defend. So at least Byzantines have cheap skirmishers for dealing with the men-at-arms pressure. Lake's starting to push into dogao on the water. 12 galleys to 12, but dogao out of position for defending his fishing ships. And he's going to start losing reinforcements. Barles is going to start losing his fishing ships. Yo, still 3 fishing ships, even though Lix doesn't have any. So both teams losing all of their fish. Barles has to run. And dogao's going to see if he can maybe trap those 8 galleys. He will have the galley advantage with 12 versus 8 in the fight if he can trap them. Lix going to sail around the island now, and Yo will be up to the castle age. So our Byzantines player, the first player up, he is now going to wall in his base by the stone. And it would not surprise me to see cataphracts the play from Yo. You don't want to go heavy into crossbows against the Jian swordsmen. Those things are basically huskarls with all the pierce armor they have. And you create them as soon as you get up to the castle age as the woo. You can queue them in the barracks somewhat like an eagle warrior. But cataphracts would absolutely devastate them. Monk skirm probably. A monk skirm also an option. Loom for dogao as Barles is up. Monks can also help defend against them, but I always feel like infantry units themselves are just decent against monks because of how cheap they are. and that conversions don't matter as much as conversions against knights do. And oh, those skirms. Those skirms had an adventure. Galleys for Dogao, now cleaning some of the galleys from Lix. Lix trying to fall back, 14 galleys to 17, but he's not grouped up like Dogao is. Dogao could maybe find some of those galleys and take a fight. And well, stable from Yo. What is he gonna do with a stable? Is he gonna go knights? I mean, Byzantines would do a stable for camels, but the Wu, I've never seen them played as like a cav civ, even though they do have the, was it the Wei Guang cavalry, which I guess is just kind of like a knight. And second TC for Yo. Okay, Yo just gonna boom. He has 4 fishing ships, so not the best fishing economy. Knight could fight the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms could turn and fight the knight, though. And that knight might just die to the men-at-arms. The healing men-at-arms. Ooh, 2 HP on the knight and he gets away. 2 HP. Kangaroos instead of Shalot Warrior when they convert a stable. I'm sure all the Aussies would like that. And Botkin on the way for Barles. Second TC as well. War Galley for Dogao. Dogao up much faster than Lix. And Dogao can just take a good advantage on the water. He'll be sniping off Yo's fishing ships now. So I like the Byzantines play on land. Just Lix, in terms of the galley micro, didn't have the castle age timing anywhere as close as Dogao did. Dogao has the University for Ballistics. Docks going down. And Dogao clearly now in control of the water. 25 war galleys to 18 galleys. Lick's still not up, and he's going to lose docks on the way. And Dogao, with ballistics, is going to find the galleys, and with ballistics, he will take them out. They're going to start to go down. One by one, they'll fall as they sail away, and galleys are chasing them. Now, the war galley actually is the same speed as the galley, even though they are a bit clunkier to micro. The larger size forces more regrouping and spacing. But he's going to pick off a lot of those ships as they run. He's going to try to get around the back of the island and redock and try to get back on the water. He's going to do a transport ship. I do wonder in the war galley fight if it's ever worth it to add in the longboats. Maybe not, because I've never seen it. So defensive monks here from Yo. So whoever said he wanted monks, you were right. He does want the monks. And crossbow is going to come in from Barles as the skirms move out and try to pick them off. On the water, it's another good fight for Dogao as he's finding more war galleys out of position. Coinage on the way from Lix. The only thing he can do now is sling the rest of his resources to Yo as he tries to get 20 vills on a transport and run to the mainland. Can he get the transport filled with villagers before Dogao comes over, though? Dogao is getting close. 20 vills are on the transport and Lix is sailing away. The transport is at least faster than the war galleys, so he will make it to land. He will be safe. Now, a couple of Jian swordsmen chasing the skirms. The skirms go for the crossbows. So, monk, skirm. Monk and skirm. And weirdly enough, a couple of knights that Yo is no longer making. And that monk gonna bring the relic to the battlefield. And the swordsman's still out on the map. I'm hoping we get cataphracts. Well, I'm hoping for it. Crossbow is going to be picked off by some skirms there. Hello, sirs. How you doing? Wheelbarrow on the way for Yo. And here come Lix's Vills, not going to be caught by the Jian Swordsman. They will come down and find some TC spots. Landing on the island player kind of became the meta of the last few matches, right? Or is that just the matches you saw? That is matches I saw. But I don't think it's meta. I think the meta is still you fight on land while the galleys fight on water. There were a couple of nice landing attempts, and it can definitely catch a player off guard because they usually are skipping loom. Dogao going to transport at the same time too, start booming up on land. The swordsmen, they can never actually finish a fight because once you start to lose, you get faster and then you just run away. Let me check my Discord pings, make sure I don't have anything important. Okay. I gotta keep aware of my Discord as I'm casting. Never know when someone's gonna panic message me about something going wrong, especially for my own tournament. So. Workshop up, Mangonel on the way for Barles. And I'll start to drink my coffee. And the coffee's just in time for a forward castle. Barles sending the Vills for the foundation. Skirm's gonna try to deny it. But 10 Vills there, and I don't think Yo can stop it. Yo, though, can do his own castle. And they'll let me fire archers against cataphracts. And usually cataphracts are weak to archers, but... Oh, the cheap Imperial Age for the Byzantines. Yo, up to Imp. And he might not deny this castle now. If anything, he might even just let it get up so that Barles spends all the stone on it, then just trebs it down. And Yo will go up to Imp and do trebs. Barles also up to Imp. See if Yo gets the castle up to get the treb immediately. Also has Bracer, so the castle will be at its max range as possible for keeping the Mangonels away. Defending the trebs. And we saw the sling coming in as Lix slinging Yo, but Lix will be slinging while having coinage. And Gilnet's on the way for Dogao. And there's Imp, immediately does Bracer and Chemistry. That'll unlock Bombard Cannons, and then also give extra 2 attack and 1 range for the Skirms once those techs complete. Sanctity for the Monks, because why not let your Monks heal more? Or why not give them more HP? You have the faster healing Monks as the Byzantines. So they can heal each other up quite well, with a bit more of an HP buffer now. It's actually quite hard to pick off Byzantine Monks when they get into large numbers and start healing each other. Aztec monks with a Byzantine ally. Oh, those are insane. Get to 100 HP with them now due to devotion. And it is a longboat. It is a longboat for Lix. Now, longboats train faster than galleys, I think. So if you are down, they are maybe a comeback mechanism just for getting numbers. But with how cheap the Viking galley line is, usually you just end up going galley versus galley anyway. Yeah, that's right. Cataphracts counter both civs. And a forward castle from Yo. Yo saying, I'm confident I'm going to win this treb fight here. I'm just going to go forward with my next castle. Okay, Yo. Yo pushing. Gotta enjoy this from Yo. And huge score lead still for Dogao from winning the water, but I'm still really scared about this timing advantage from Yo. Barles will be doing conscription, getting Bracer himself, doing traction trebuchets. Remember, he doesn't have trebuchets. He's a 3 Kingdoms civ. He has the traction ones. I saw Doubt using them, but I still don't really have a feel for how effective they are. Trebs take out the castle. Lix using longboats to private on the fishing ships. That actually would be nice if you could get them there. The trouble is getting them there. He really doesn't have an area where we can train the longboats, just these docks down here. Still capture age blinking whenever I have to alt tab. So, Yo raiding with skirms. Barles doesn't really have a great way to defend this, and Dogao probably even less. Although he will have Dravidian skirms, so cheap Byzantine skirms against the faster throwing Dravidian skirms. Maybe Dogao could get enough skirms to repel this. Yes, traction trebs out of the siege workshop. So Barles needs workshops, and from everything I've heard, normal trebuchets are just better. Yeah, much higher attack bonus against buildings. And much higher attack themselves. This is the time for the Hui Guang switch. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, everyone else up to Imp now. Everyone up to Imp. Dogao with significantly more vills than Lix. If Lix gets Imp, he can do banking and sling for free. Better to compare with the bombard cannon, especially how it can be converted from range, maybe. 14 range, so it does outrange a bombard cannon. So Barles is losing a castle. I think Barles is doing it. We still haven't seen. Oh, there we are, the first cataphract chasing down a John swordsman. There we go. Finally, we're seeing the cataphract. That's what I want. I mean, Hui Guang cavalry against cataphracts, maybe that works, but then camels come from the Byzantines. And oh, what is this? We have a landing and a castle drop from Yo on Lix's island. So Lix had deleted the TC and replaced it with a mill just to stop training vills here. He's going to try to get back to the war galleys on the side corner of his island. Line his stone, desperately maybe try to go for a counter castle. Here come a bunch of war galleys for Dogao, but Bracer on the way for Lix. How much are there for Dogao? Longboats and transports on the way. Just trying to escape the island if he can. Get the vills somewhere. They have more stone they can take down here. Earlier we saw Hera in the other set doing a bunch of towers to keep the vills safe. And the TC will go down. Faction trebs coming forward. There's a galleon. Banking, leather, archer, armor, chemistry, all for Dogao, doing all the techs. Like cavalry running from Barles. Just like cav, you hoped for the Hui Guang cavalry, but no, just light cav. So Yo is still pushing. Yo is pushing and pushing really hard on land. At the same time, though, Dogao does have complete water control. Is it complete? Yeah, it added a couple of fire ships, which is nice. Something that the Vikings won't be able to do. And if you can take the docks, that'd be great. Lake's going to get on the transport, though, and still run more vills to the mainland. That transport has 10 HP. Dogao could just sneeze on it, it would sink. Oh, wait, he has a Rumi swordsman there? Wait, what? Oh, the vills repaired it a bit, maybe. The swordsman hit the transport. It has 12 HP now. Oh, that sad vill on the peninsula all by himself, watching his friends sail away. There were 2 seats left on the boat, too. Oh, that poor villager left behind. The rest of his friends make it the mainland, and we'll hope that Yo can keep pushing. As Yo's pushed now, as the Byzantines is doing great. Camels there, skirms there, hand cannoneers there. And low HP trebs, but still 4 trebs, only skirmishers there. Need a melee unit to stop him, or a mangonel, or a traction treb to stop him. Okay, these trebs. 3 go down. Okay, this is how you stop a push. This is how you stop a push. You take out the trebs. Take out the trebs. Now just camels, skirm, hand cannoneer. Maybe Dravidian skirms can be useful. Please repair the boat. We will raid for you. Sacrificing him. Skirms hitting a camel, also hitting more skirms. goes down. The Bills do a castle. Oh, okay. That was just a brief freeze. We didn't drop. Okay. Castle. Oh, did that go down or did he delete it? Still 700 stone, so I'm going to say he deleted it and did another one. And still has the stone from the first. Because he has 800 plus stone. Near dogao banking, no tax. Lake's 25% with banking. Yo would pay everything if you were to sling. He sent wood. He paid 500 in tax. Oh my gosh, that is painful. So castle up for Yo, but the Trebs already are there for Barles, ready to defend against it. And oop, there we go. A heavy Huiguang cavalry. He is doing it, chat. He is doing it. He is doing what you wanted. The heavy Huiguang cavalry. I don't know what he is, but he looks fancy. He's just kind of like the Nightliner replacement. The good old cav whacker with that sword. Like does an underhanded attack. Yeah, look at him go on that TC before he dies. Oh, he died. He need one more hit. You would have done it. There's got to be more of them somewhere. There they are. Yeah, like they go underhanded with their sword. Hey, do you see that? It's underhanded as they all die. Now Camel's trying to run down the bombard. Oh, that's a lot of bombard cannons that could run into camels and converted Huiguang cavalry. Where are the halbs? Where are the Dravidian halbs? Where are the Wu halbs that heal? This camel's not the best at destroying bombard cannons, and they will all go down. Those are cheap Byzantine camels now in Imp. And Lake's getting back on the water. Lake's had redocked along the mainland, and now he's going to get on the water and start hitting Dogao's island, as Dogao will lose some stone villagers. Yo is a beast. That was an absolute beast. Adding more Trebs, thinking to push. Skirm is still fighting the camels. Trebs are there. Trebs are deployed on the castle. A Hussar on the way and crossbow on the way too. Castle being trebbed down. And down it goes. Skirm's getting surrounded even under the castle fire. That's a lot of camels, and now Hussar is coming in. Yo, top score in the game again, and he just keeps raiding. Just keeps raiding Byzantines, OP. He's going camels against civs that aren't even really making horses. Barles will start for the Huiguang cavalry and Hussars now. But still, they have to fight those cheap Byzantine camels. We have a Treb fight here. As once again, we have some teammate repairs, but not in time, as Yo and Lakes take the score lead. Bombard Cannon is taking out the Skirms, and Yo might be doing it on the land this game. And Yo did get the defensive save from the Byzantines. There is Gambeson's on the way for Licks. Does help out if you go infantry against skirms. It looks like Licks might just be going for the swordsman line. They'll counter the skirm, counter potential John swordsman. With chieftains, probably also counter the hussars, and at least have armor to tank some arbalest bolts. Yeah, Yo didn't even have a lot of catas. I was hoping to see cataphracts massacring John Swordsman, but not how either of these players played the matchup. I know Gao, he can make normal trebs. He doesn't need those traction trebs. And this castle, okay, with all those bombard cannons, maybe Dogao's starting to push back. Maybe he's pushing back. And now that both of them are up at 300 pop, maybe the sling is kind of worn off to the fact where Yo is going to be limited in population against the numbers that the other team can field. And so much army from dogao. Going for the castles. It's 5 cannons. I'm going for it. Skirm Hopi. Well, Javidian and Byzantine skirms. That's what we have here. Dogao does have a TC over on Lix's island, but Lix will clear that with the galleons. Lix's home islands, he did the delete the TC, make a mill trick too, so you don't have too many vills there. He's down to 69 vills. And Yo's gonna continue the push. Will Lix ever get army? He will. Iron casting champion on the way. And then the arbs will be a problem, but everything else the champions will be great against. Lix definitely going to need army to finish this off, as Yo's starting to get pushed back a bit. And it's all about getting Lix settled on the land now. A bit of a raid from Barles. Some trade cogs already being added in, as Yo's going to start trading with Lix in the corner. No farms. Gotta check everyone. And oh, you're right for dogao. Look at that, only 13 on food. You lost the fish earlier as Dravidians, and that can put a dent in your economy. So here come the champions. Here come the champions from Lix. And they're gonna push the Hussars back, and then maybe even fight those skirms. So we'll have 7 attack against 6 pierce armor. So Hussar raid from Barles. About to come in and hit the army. He's got Hussars everywhere. But then again, Yo has camels everywhere. He's Byzantine, so he can respond to these raids very easily. Barles and Dogao taking a score lead again. Taking a score lead again despite Lix taking the water and Yo still holding on land. I don't understand this game. I don't understand it at all. Yeah, no, if only castles had murder holes. That crazy tech of which you speak, the murder holes. Alright, we're 52 minutes into this game, too. I don't know. We have trade cogs, but the Hussars might even see the trade cogs. And yeah, they are going to be trading diagonally from a Yo dock here to a Lix dock up here, another transport there. So diagonal trade added in. Dogao army count. Dogao at 108 military. And 68 of that is skirms. Although that just dropped by about 10 to 20 skirms in the last moment. All of a sudden, Dogao has lost a lot of that army count, but at the same time cleared some army from Lix and from Yo. Barles doing Cataphract, still trying to push in. Doesn't really have much gold access, it would seem. Swap to KD screen instead of resources. Sure, Dogao does not have much of a KD, even with the skirms and arbs. Alright, cannon hit some of the skirms. Water trade will probably win China the game. We did see that in the GL game the other day. Water trade paying off. The diagonal water trade. Oh man, how Have we ever actually seen an Age of Empires game where trade cogs decide the outcome before? I don't know. That's what this map gives us. Every game seems like it's a surprise. So Cavalier's going down. Dogao still with bombard cannons. As long as he has siege, they can continue pushing. And at any point though, Vikings Byzantines should be an amazing late game water civ combination. How would Therissidae do for the Dravidians against the longboats of the Vikings? I actually have no idea. But since longboats usually are maybe kind of the answer to fast fires, are Therissidae okay? Maybe not? I don't know. Yeah, I heard a doubt from yesterday. And I'm not talking about junks on docks in the Dark Age. I'm talking about actual trade. So more Byzantine trash spam. As the Trebs are trying to go into position, they'll hit TCs. And slowly but surely, Dogao and Barles pushing on the land. Lake's not really with military there. And Mallet, thank you for the follow. Therissidae wrecked longboats, you saw it in the SOTL video. Okay. And hello, Nikolai on YouTube. Longboats beat the Dravidians. Twitch and YouTube chat giving me different answers. I know, I gotta swap back to the different panels back and forth. Much more wood for Barles and Dogao. And that probably does matter, as this part of the map is running out of wood, as the Hussars are getting into the eco. And Yo gonna try to clean that up with the camels, but he has to... Lix has to idle the TCs due to the raids. Yeah, and just look around the back of this map. No more real wood access, just a tiny bit there for Lix. But no more real wood access for LY. This castle, the last bastion of wood income they have. Protecting 2 wood lines. But Dogao's going to treb that down. And I feel like Dogao and Barles are going to tie this at 1-1. The raids have managed to devastate the economy over here. That being said, though, Dogao doesn't have many vills himself. And that is Sitting Tiger. Gosh, what does that do? Traction trebuchets and Lautron trebuchet weapons fire additional projectiles. Okay, so the traction trebs will have additional projectiles. Sitting Tiger. And there's the GG from Yo. He won't even need to see the extra projectiles as they tie it up. Even with the water trade, not enough. Not enough to win this matchup. And I was expecting to see Cataphax versus John Swordsman. Instead, we see skirms against archers. And the eco and timing from Dogao winning the water early gave him a better setup to assist with the push. Even though it felt like Yo was pushing 1v2 for a while, Lix went back and won the water. Ultimately didn't really matter, as he needed more forces on land. And that'll tie it up. What a game. 576 kills for Dogao. And what a game that was. See the raids, but I imagine there must have been a massive one. There were raids over there, just like constant small raids. I think that's what did it. Man, that 2 amazing games so far, and Nomad they have picked for game number 3. The Barles and Dogao going for one of the Yo and Lix home maps, and probably the map where Yo is most well known for being at his best. So we're still having the YouTube chat some let it happen fans. I don't think they're just gonna let Dogao go down without cheering him on at least. Oh, always nice to see when players have fans here and there. As I need to update my scoreboard. And what did I say about the score? That is, never mind. That's not. Wrong team. I had thought about picking the map. That is a win on Sumatra. That's Lix and Yo obviously picking Nomad as their home map. There we are. That is obvious for them. So Dravidians and Wu, very high Civ picks against Byzantines were a very high pick. And Vikings. So Nomad will be our next map. Score update 1-1. There we go. 1-1. Downside of having score in Capture Age and out of Capture Age in OBS, and I gotta click 2 buttons. They're in the lobby still. Mongols, Vietnamese for Nomad? We'll see. Dravidians could always be a Nomad Civ, but they were already used. Bengalis, they could be good Nomad Civ. I wonder what they'd use on Jungle Rumble. Turks for a castle drop on Nomad. Don't be surprised about that. Portuguese, also a good Nomad Civ. Let me make sure I'm drinking water as well as coffee. Got your coffee. Oh no! Get your coffee. Coffee is mostly water? Water is 100% water. Or at least closer to that. Who knows what else is in the water. Let's see, we got T90, Dave, Memb, Viper, all live. Tato's casting cartographer is nice. We have just about the same number of viewers on Twitch and on YouTube, which is everyone else streaming on Twitch, but that seems not to be affecting the YouTube numbers as much. Just some experimentation. Also, we are very close to 13k followers on Twitch, and by close I mean 12,937. So within 100 followers, we need 73 more, and we'll hit 13k. So I appreciate everyone who's been following and supporting, like Hawkin Brackets. Thank you very much for the generous support by following. Oh, I failed to download match content. I didn't even notice that. Thanks, DE. Everyone get your thanks DEs in the chat. I might have missed the start of Nomad because it didn't launch. One day we're gonna have that fixed. Failed to download match content bug. Alright, second time's the charm. Get into the match. Nomad. That's because YouTube is great. YouTube is great. And okay, we didn't miss anything. We have a spec delay. We're all good. All good. I can take one more sip of coffee. At T-West AoE, did you know if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub every month? I did know that. You can also use the free Amazon Prime sub on Twitch. Even if you're watching on YouTube, you can pop over to Twitch and use your Prime sub. If you really want to make the sellout work. Also, how does the overlay look for everyone? I added a bit of a drop shadow behind the drafts, so I hope that they pop out from the background enough. Let me know if that's visible. Well, it looks pretty good from my end, but I haven't plugged my stream on the TV and the phone in every device. Only one map marked. The middle map I just marked with a 1 because to indicate the team on the left won it, because it's a neutral map, so I didn't put a crown on it. And I would like to update the overlay a bit more to support some more fancier stuff. But for now, it just has the drafts. Do you know that you don't even need a VPN to use your free sub from Amazon Prime? Ooh, does using a VPN, though, change the value of the sub I get? Because the value of the Prime sub depends on the country now. Like a Prime sub from the US, I think I get $2.25. A Prime sub from Turkey, I get 9 cents. The background looks too peaceful. Oh, I mean, I did the pacifist campaigns. We can be peaceful. Looks good on your smart fridge. Ooh, the smart fridge. It's good. The bands are kind of hard to see, but the problem is because there are a huge number of bands. Yeah, that too. I do wonder if maybe we don't need the bands at all and we could just show the pics. In-game, the chat opacity could be slightly more transparent. You mean this thing down here? I mean the background could be more transparent? I could do that. I also feel like some people with dark colored usernames kind of get difficult to read. Not sure though. On your smart blender, do you have free Blender? Or free and open source 3D modeling? Anyway, it is Nomad, and if there is one map where you would expect Yo and Licks to have an advantage, it is Nomad. And Mongols and Vietnamese against Italians and Malay, the Vietnamese mean that they see exactly where their enemy TCs are. They still have to scout the docks, and they might need to scout this back corner. And Leonidas9696, thank you for the follow, as we do have a fishing ship in the back there for Dogao. And we do have a couple of fishing ships over here for Barles. Nomad only happy. Hello, Haranara. As the board go down. Are we using the current in-game version of Nomad? No, we are not. In fact, this is a completely custom version of Nomad that I made for this tournament. It is loosely based on AOC Nomad as far as the land generation is concerned. There's no land lock, though. That's the main difference. There was in AOC, there was essentially a min and a max percentage of map that was spawned as land versus water. I basically just set that always to be the max percentage, and then got rid of the land lock. So it can be wibbly and uneven. Sometimes there are ponds, sometimes there are little shallows across the ponds. Here we have more of an island, but I think there's a lot of randomness to the shape of the land. And it feels like a pretty good version of Nomad to me. When we were designing the map pack, I had Ornlu reach out to Yo and ask him if he liked the land lock, and he said he preferred Nomad without it, and so I went with Yo's opinion and did consistently without the land lock. And most importantly, unlike DE's Nomad, it does not spawn as water nothing, and it does not spawn as a tiny little island on the side with 7 TCs and 1 player having a single bill. I think T90 has a video of a game like that. Do I post anything on map scripting? I have a YouTube video that I am editing on map scripting and some of the stuff I did for cartographers, but I have not finished editing it. I have like 4 more minutes of editing to do, and I'm going to have to re-record the ending because I would hope to get it out before Carto, and now it is going to be out after Carto. One up, we'll be in a nice position to go galleys and snipe off enemy fishing ships. You can go either for Yo or for Licks, or attempt to go for both. Lix is going to be up slowly, so sniping off those fishing ships could help prevent Lix from going for a clean, fast castle. Lix grabbing more boars under his TC. He'll be mining some stone. Do you have any idea how many hours I spent with map scripts for Carto 2? A lot of hours. And why did my window on YouTube just scroll? Oh. Current bitrate is lower than recommended. Oh, I had a couple of dropped frames. Let me know if that stabilizes. Let me know if we're all good. Let me know if there's any lag or hiccups in the stream. That's the first time I've had a dropped frame since I've updated my router, but we look good now. This takes up a lot of the screen, the in-game chat. Oh, interesting. I try to keep it down here. But that's also capture ridge, kind of takes up a lot of the screen with the mini-map. So, Yo also going galleys. Dogao had sent his galleys up to harass the fish of Lix. And that's actually going to be really nice because Lix is not up to the feudal age and can't make any defensive ships. He's going to split his fishing ships up and run in two directions. He has to be careful as Yo starts hoovering around his docks that he doesn't lose his own fishing ships. Another wave of galleys will be on the way soon. And Lix, by running this way, is actually going to run into Yo's galleys. And Dogao will be actually at a disadvantage as he only has 2 galleys versus 3 and has to micro a bit. So Yo going to do a great job of saving Lix's fishing ships. Yo idled the TC forever. Let's see. Yo, 16 seconds of idle TC. I don't know if that's forever. It's 4 times 4, not necessarily forever. So Loom on the way for Lix. Lix had Vil's worth of idle TC time. Barles and Dogao are a bit cleaner on their builds, and Dogao especially is the Malay. Not much idle time. Lix hiding his hiding his fish, a little nook in the coast. Oh yeah, drop frames. Oh, okay. My internet is dying again. Okay, let's see if that keeps up. I might go reset the router or something if that's happening. This might even be like upstream drops that are beyond the router. It's 4 Vils behind Dogao. How did that happen? Might be TC timing plus idle timing plus Yo. Oh, plus Malay. Plus Malay. So Malay has something to do with it. Still freezing and drop frames. Okay. I'm going to see if that stabilizes because OBS looks green again. I'll keep an eye on that. Xing on the dock. Fishing ships still fishing. I would like the VOD on YouTube at least to be nice too. Oh, still dropping frames again. Okay, let me go see if adjusting the router will change stuff. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, silly American internet when I don't have fiber. I'm working on cable. Alright, I've done what I can to put a fan on the router. Hopefully that might adjust something. So Dogao is a very good water micro player. He looks strong on water fights because he is strong on water fights. And now we have Castle Age on the way for Yo. And he is up. I mean, hopefully YouTube is big. We're still having drop frames. Say attempting to go back live on YouTube. Had a bit of an internet outage there, but we're hopefully back. And we have a lot of dots over here. Wheelbarrow on the way from Licks. And another TC going up for Licks. Licks is just going to get a really nice boom if these TCs are working. Same thing for Yo. And Eduardo, hi from Twitch on YouTube. More walls going up for Barles in the back. I like how he has just these 2 tiles of wall, making sure that this passage in his base is walled with the... Oh, Barles, no, just as I talk about them. They were so nice and you delete them. Caster curse right there. Can't have nice things, not even walls. Outpost for Licks going up. And, well, huge score lead, but I think that's mostly because of water. And now the question is, can they turn that fishing ship eco advantage into an Imperial Age uptiming? And will Yo and Licks ever be able to snipe off the fish? I mean, it is a possibility, right? That Yo just double docks and goes fires and clears all the fish. Is that worth it? I don't know. Ooh, he still has the galleys. It's going to be tricky if he doesn't have a war galley on the way. Rat Archer's going for a mangonel. They get picked off. Ooh, and mangonel hits them. As they run over, we'll pick a villager. And raids from Licks, they're not really going to care too much about the TC fire. They have lots of Pierce armor. Mangonel defense chasing them around. And there is Yo trying to pick off the fishing ships. We'll get one. Fire will take out the galley, though. Still a great fishing advantage. Forward castle from Licks, and that is a daring forward castle when you're against the Italians. The Italians a great civ for going fast imp. Who wins 1v1s, Rattans or Genoese? The Rattan should absolutely win 1v1. The Rattan has so much more Pierce armor. And also, I think the attacks are the same. So 6+2 against 6+1, yeah. And 4 base range, yeah. But more speed for the Rattan Archer too. So they even can close the distance and maybe even micro a bit better than the Genoese crossbows. So Rattan Archer definitely wins that 1v1. Genoese crossbows are great against cav and great against infantry, but yeah, honestly, even normal arbs you don't really want to fight with Genoese crossbows. Yeah, no match there. Seems smooth now. Thanks. Oh, good that YouTube smoothed it out. I did the classic turn the fan on by the router. We'll see if maybe it's the modem that is maybe also slightly overheating. The fan's on that. I did get a brand new router, and hopefully that is okay. And oh, look at this, 113 HP. Barles, you could have had an entire stone wall there. Now you have 113 HP wall foundation. I guess it's as good as anything else. So he's going to be Vil fighting as the mangonels. Get a couple of shots in. A couple of nice mangonel shots there. He looks trying to dodge, and he does manage to dodge. Ooh, and mangonel getting the extra range, hitting the center of the TC. Almost picked off a mangonel there. Rattan Archers get the other one. So Rattan Archers have that advantage. They have less range than crossbows, but 1 more attack. So with the 6 Pierce armor, 7 versus 8 attack means that the Rattans do double the damage, 2 damage instead of 1. So if you're harder to micro, but you do more damage with your shots, basically. Mangonel's coming over. That could be a good shot, and it missed completely. Yeah, that perspective on the hill, hard to watch. So forward workshop from Yo, imp on the way from Yo. Mangonels trade, but on the hill, dogao survives. Genoese crossbows pick that off. Converted Genoese crossbows. Well, they'll be useful against elephants. One thing Mongols don't like fighting elephants. We'll have a few Mongolian monks out, though. And dogao can do some sheep elephants as the Malay. Although Malay elephants without Pierce armor may be something Mangudai still could fight. Yeah, Rattans do move faster, too. 0.96 to 1.1 movement speed. Elephants going for the outpost. And going for a Ooh, the mangonels trade each other down. Heavy plow on the way too. Monk's going for conversions. That could be dangerous. Now, Imp on the way for Dogao. Imp also on the way for Licks. So Barles, even as the Italians with a cheap Imp, not going to be up. Mangonel's trading. Italian monks should like to fight elephants too if Genoese doesn't work. Oh, that could be an option for Barles against elephants. I mean, Genoese crossbowmen should be good against elephants from the Vietnamese. The problem is just all the HP. They'll have a lot of attack, but just not the HP to deal with it. Here, Malay elephants still without pierce armor. 1 pierce armor on the way now. Rattan archers could probably micro this fight. The short range will hurt them, though. They don't have a big mass of rattans yet, but they will be doing quite a lot of damage. And they are so fast, they're actually faster than the elephants. I've never raced an elephant IRL before, but I'd imagine over short distances it would probably be faster than I would. I could probably win in a distance race, though. I was a good distance runner. A gift sub. Oh, yes. No gap in the T and the West. Yeah, people sometimes call me T-West. Sometimes they call me Twest as a personal preference. And if I didn't read this earlier, thank you so much, Taj, for the follow on Twitch. I think I might have missed that while I was resetting my router. So, Lick's doing another castle. Monk's going for conversions on Vills. 2 Imp players against 1 means they have a huge advantage now. That's true. And, I mean, now the fish has kind of evened out. 16 fishing ships and 12 fishing ships, but more overall villagers for LY. And look at the efficiency of these fishing ships. That they are not fishing efficiently. That is a long ways away from the dock. And did I see some sling there? Did I see some sling? Oh yeah, I'm seeing Barles sling. Really like slinging. And they're giving Dogao a huge lead now in Imp as the Malay. But the Malay civ, I feel like Mongols can counter if they get to Mangadai, other than potentially elephants. The elephants are green. I thought they were yellow. I'm sorry. I mean, I feel like blue-green versus yellow-red is usually a good set of colors, but, I mean, green versus red could do colorblind issues. I was tempted to do blue and cyan against yellow and red for this picked colored maps. But I asked Ornlu, and he said blue and green should be fine. I don't know what type of color blindness Ornlu suffers from, but I know he is at least some form of colorblind. Ornlu is always my test. I know it's not, he's different than other people, but I always ask Ornlu if it's good, and if he agrees, then I decide, okay, at least it's somewhat decent. So more Mangadai coming forward. Go purple-red? That would be, I think, horrible. I think the worst thing I could do right now is change Licks to purple. And thank you, General Aetius, for the sub. That'll count towards Partner Plus, so thank you very much. It's decent, don't worry. Okay. Well, you'll see some red Mangadai microing against the green Trebs and elephants, and they're going to try to pick off Trebs. They get 1 Treb there, and with the limited mobility of the elephants, they can still run away. Elite Battle Elephant for the Malay, but still only 4 Pierce Armor. Elite Mangadai on the way. That's going to be a forward castle from Dogao. Now that the Mangadai are elite, they're going to shred the Trebs. Dogao trying to repair Trebs with Vills, and he won't repair them in time. That'll slow down the push. Maybe the elephants themselves could just push the castle, as Dogao still going for the forward castle. A few Genoese crossbows from Barles will help against the Mangadai. And this is going to be a lot of micro from Yo, as he and Licks now take the score lead again. And TC will shoot the elephants. Elephants everywhere from Dogao. He's now got 25 plus elephants. He's got 43 elephants and 10 more queued. He's just being slung for Malay elephants. But they're underneath castles, underneath Mangadai. The Malay elephants do not like arrow fire. Licks is going to be doing coinage, and he might swap to slinging Yo. As the Mangadai are doing a darn good job of picking off the elephants, they are up to 12 attack. So that is 8 damage with only 4 armor they're doing to the elephants. Repairs on the way there for Yo. Maybe Yo could delete that house and go for that next Treb, or just try to snipe the Treb off with the Mangadai. I think coming around from this side would be better than dealing with the castle, though. Castle Age Genbos won't do enough. That's true. They are only Castle Age. But now it's all about Dogao being able to do a push and disrupt this eco with the sling. And Barles still giving him a good amount of sling. Mangudai picking off some elephants. Have a delete on the palisade. And ooh, don't get trapped by the elephants. The trample damage on stacked Mangudai can be nasty. But here they'll pick off more elephants. And this is the hard thing about melee elephants. If you're against a really good ranged unit, and you're not going to be able to get the kills. So more Trebs out. That's enough Genoese crossbowmen, 13 of them to defend the Trebs. Siege Engineer is on the way for Yo. Where is he going to use that? What siege does he have? He's queuing 2 trebuchets. Has a couple of Trebs in the back, more elite Mangudai on the way. He's trying to find an angle to hit those Trebs, but with the castle and the Genbo there, can't quite do it. Lose the Mangudai to the castle. Mangudai are always tricky to fight no matter what unit you have. And these are, from the looks of it, fully upgraded Mangudai. Do they have Thumb Ring and Parthian and Ballistics and Chemistry? They do. Have all their maybe not fully upgraded. They could have Heresy, Devotion, and Faith, but... And Herbal Medicine. Okay, monastery upgrades. Modulo them, fully upgraded. And what is this? What is this? Yo going to chop the straggler tree and palisade and delete, and he is in. Dogao using the straggler as part of his walls 42 minutes into the game, and Yo gets through with the Mangudai. Gets through, and he's gonna massacre the villagers now. Oh, beautiful. He's in. He's in. The vills are all going down. No more farming eco. How many farms is this that are being idled? At least 20, 25, even more? And now elephants, slow elephants have to catch hoovering Mangudai? Oh, brilliant play from Yo. And all the elephants here are slow and unarmored and can't catch the Mangudai. They will go down, and what a play from Yo, all of a sudden disrupting the eco. And what is this? Lix, we forgot about Lix. He has Rattan archers. They also have a good amount of a good number of attack points, and he wants a castle on that forward hill overlooking the TC. Barles still Castle Age, will not be able to engage in a Treb war. That castle could end the game. He can maybe ram it down, but that's it. 3 more Mangudai would one-shot them. Well, the Trebs are now popping from Lix, and as Lix is pushing forward, and Dogao doesn't even have that much of a score lead now, as he has to deal with Mangudai and his eco, and the only thing he can do is send elephants to their deaths. Lix selling some food. TC forward for Dogao. The Genbo is still useful against the Mangudai, but the Mangudais are holding. Mangudais are holding, and maybe Lix could send some Rattan archers here to deal with the Genbos. Maybe Yo could do some type of onager or siege. Or he could just fight them with elite Mangudai. Elite Mangudai are OP. Castle Age Genbo is only 2 Pierce Armor. Oh, Barles doesn't even have all the Castle Age upgrades, and they just melt. And now that's going to be 5 Trebs that melt. And there is the GG from Dogao. The sling does not make it happen, as Yo and Lix will win their home map of Nomad. Good job from Dogao early on the water, but not enough with this late game Civ composition. Not even the Malay Elephant Sling could do it. Fun strat, but Mangudai OP, as they always have been. 200 kills for Yo. Better eco for Yo and Lix. 13k res sent. We see the Castle Age Sling much less taxed with coinage than the Feudal Age Sling. I think that's evident in the stats. But GG there. Alright, so let me just double check this ad timer on Twitch. And again, apologies for the Twitch ads, but it's better to do them between the games, I think, still. Wish I didn't have to do them at all. There still is the YouTube stream, which hopefully is stable now. Oh, and we got a raid. Thank you, Monoz, for the raid. Thank you very much. Appreciate the raid. Sorry if you raid into an ad. And let's get this scoreboard updated. Thank you, OV105, for the follow. That's 2-1 lead for Lix and Yo. They did win Nomad. So everyone winning their home maps so far. And that was Mongols and Vietnamese. Oh, and Tato, thank you for the raid against Malay and Italians. So thank you very much, Tato, for the raid. Hello, Lily. Hello, Iona. Hello, everyone. And Jungle Rumble will indeed be the next map. So thank you everyone for the raids, Monoz and Tato. So Yo with the Palisade trick at the end of that match. Oh, that was beautiful. Apologies if you raided into an ad. I'm trying to run the ads between the games, so we don't have them during the games. I appreciate the raids, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the tournaments yourselves. Monos, we have the set Monos played later today. Thank you, Crimson, for the follow. After the 2 Gold League sets, we have the Silver Semifinals. It'll be Monoz and Fedex against Dark and T90 to see who goes to the finals. So I hope that you guys have enjoyed playing in the Silver League too. Alright, Twitch telling me the ad break was over. So in case you weren't here, thank you both for the raids. Probably were streaming in Spanish, but I appreciate you raiding. And anyone who wants to stop by, appreciate all of the support. And Iona Awi, thank you for the follow. Back in the days, I played in RTS League with Tato. Years ago, Tato played games on HD and he streamed in English. We'd put the 2K HD players against Tato and the 1700 players, and I have nightmares of being tower rushed. So Jungle Rumble will be the next map. Jungle Rumble has given us some of the most interesting games we've had in Hearttt. But then again, I guess Hamburger has too after seeing all those Vil fights earlier. And I think Barles and dogao have slung every game now for 2 sets in a row. So I would expect to see some type of sling strat there. And Jungle Rumble is nice. Hello, Dongopher. I expect to see maybe a sling strat from the outside player slinging the inside player. Maybe they could even reverse it, have the inside player sling the outside player. Part of me would expect Lix to be doing some type of forward on the outside. I haven't seen Yo and Lix play this map yet, and hopefully they come up with a fun strategy for it. Will I join the China LAN? I know nothing about that other than it has just been announced, so I have no plans for that currently. I will join the Berlin LAN. That has been announced. I've been told about that, and I will be joining that and also doing the maps for that. But about the Brazil and China lands, I don't have any further information or plans. So we're launching, we'll have a 2-minute spec delay. And alright, so civs, these are interesting civs. On the inside, it'll be Barles with the Turks and Lix with the Wei. On the outside, it'll be Yo with the Portuguese and dogao with the Slavs. This is where the capturage update to show the tech trees will be useful, as I can see what the Wei do. Part of me was thinking it'd be Yo on the inside and Lix doing something crazy on the outside. But nope. Okay. So, thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, Tato and Monos, for the raids. We have a 50-second spec delay, and we'll get into game number 4. A great set so far, especially game 1 on Hamburger. A Vil fight for the ages. I've never seen 4 people Vil fighting an Imp all at the same time. Imagine having Yo plus Lix versus Max plus Rubenstock on this map. That would be crazy. Yes, it's a shame the Finns couldn't play. The date I was given for the tournament means that this final weekend is on the summer solstice, and the Finns are celebrating midsummer. But they're as far as all the top players, I think they're the only real team that was missing. So it's been nice to see all of the support and interest in the tournament. And here we are. And let me just swap the scoreboard so that we have the top as red versus blue up there. I always like to keep those colors consistent. And now it will be Jungle Rumble, a map made by the wonderful Bazzi. We have Yo with the Portuguese on the outside and Lix with the Way on the inside, against Barles as the Turks on the inside and dogao as the Slavs on the outside. So if you are like me, you're going to be asking, what do the Way do, and why did Lix pick the Way? So let's look at the tech tree and find out. They receive 1 free villager for each mill, lumber, and mining camp technology researched. Okay, so that will be double bit axe, horse collar, gold mining, stone mining, and feudal, so 4 vills there. And then another 4 in the Castle Age, and then presumably 2 more in Imp. So 10 free vills over the course of a game. No, 9 free vills, 8 free vills. They missed the final wood upgrade and the final gold upgrade. Okay, so 8 free vills over the course of the game. 4 in feudal, 3 in castle, then 2 in, or 1 in Imp. Yes. Alright, so they have the Huiguang Cavalry and the Xianbei Raider. This is apparently a useless cav archer from what I've heard. And they have extra HP in Castle and Imp, okay. And Traction Trebs, and this isn't a water map, so we only have to worry about the Traction Trebs. They are discounted. They are made at the workshop, okay. They have the Tiger Cav. The Tiger Cav. Okay, that's like a Jaguar Warrior on a Cav. That gains the HP and attack when defeating enemies. Exceptionally strong versus ranged soldiers, okay. And mounted units plus 4 melee armor. Soldiers passively produce food as a unique tech, okay. And bonus attack against siege weapons. Oh, they messed up colors for sure, Miguel says. They messed up the colors. Now, Miguel, you're thinking that Yo was supposed to be Portuguese on the inside, and Lix was supposed to be Way on the outside. And you're thinking that would make sense to me. That would make sense to me. I think I agree with you there. But I wonder if they've actually played this map and practiced it before. As much as I can understand, maybe Lix not understanding the handbook. Yo should be able to read it, and I color coded it, so I would hope the colors at least make sense with the screenshots. I have the colors on the map icon too. We back? Yes, KS, we're back. My internet seems stable on YouTube too. No one reads the handbook meme. Put a lot of effort into writing that handbook. I have, although, been wondering if, like, making translations of the handbook, potentially one in Spanish and maybe one in Mandarin would be useful. As if I do have admin funds for tournaments like this, so I could potentially pay people to write translations. It would be maybe tricky to keep it updated throughout the tournament, but it could be something I consider. I thoroughly read the handbook for noob tournaments. Maybe you're just different. I thoroughly read the handbooks. I legit, when I signed up to broadcast for Red Bull, I read the handbook and I messaged Trezini because the handbook very clearly told me to paste a link for something, and then didn't have a spot to paste it. And everyone else just went through the handbook and didn't notice that. But I noticed it. If they messed up colors, they would have asked to read, and enemy team would have agreed, right? Well, that's up to the admins. We don't have a case for messed up colors in the rules. I mean, you could, in theory, pick your civs and then see what the enemy civ wants and then swap and then claim you messed the colors. But they might just be like, yeah, who cares, we'll play it. So Yo going for a forward on the outside. So Yo going what I was assuming this team would do anyway, for a forward aggression on the outside. I don't think they're just going to play a very passive game, and Dogao may be anticipating that, going for the stable on the outside. Views on climate change. I think that adding a whole bunch of different themes and chickens to maps are too much of a change, and we should be using the classic themes instead of changing all of the climate on the maps. All these new themes for Arabia, they confuse me. Refer to the rules when it's convenient. So walls going up for Dogao. I have an archery range going up 2. Snowy Arabia. That was the Conquerors when they show off the footprints. So Dogao walled off on one side with stone walls, although eventually Lix could chop through here. But he's safe for now. And B, Magi, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Appreciate the support for the tournament. I'll have a tower going up for Yo, and a tower going up for Dogao. Archer is trying to break through the wall. And a tower going up as the spears poke the palisade. And is he going to finish the tower? You know, he's going to notice Yo isn't finishing his tower, so he's not going to commit to finishing this. There is stone on the map, but the stones are all in the corners. There are no stones for the inside players, only for the corners. And is anyone slinging yet? No slinging. Always got to keep an eye on Barles and Dogao if they sling. So archery range for Lix in the middle, and he will be going archer's stable for Barles. So almost a standard game of arena in the middle then. While this forward is going on the outside, now that Dogao sees that Yo is committing to the tower, Dogao will finish his. You don't want to commit to the tower until you see that Yo has invested enough HP that he's not going to be able to delete and rebuild it. Is that's always a trick. If the offensive player builds a tower but only builds a small fraction of it and the defender completes their tower, then you can delete your foundation and rebuild it, and your defender won't have the stone to do a second tower. So that's why Dogao was waiting there. So tower here. Archers inside the tower for Yo, Vills inside for Dogao, so idle time advantage there at least for Yo. We'll have castle from both of the players in the middle. If Bozzy did this map, where are the wolves? No wolves on this map. Well, that's a good question. I'm forgetting if he had wolves and I removed them. Maybe I did. I thought the Vil fighting on the side was important enough that we didn't want to have wolves in the way. And oh wait, there are wolves. There are wolves in the middle. There are crocodiles in the middle. That's what it is. Crocodiles in the middle. I forget if I don't think I had any predators on the outside, but there are crocodiles in the middle. There we are. There they are. And TC right in the middle for Barles. Okay, so he's going to use his light cav to scout the middle and see that there's a just free TC spot. Yo now will be heading to the corner and trying to find the stone, outposting, and he knows it'll be there somewhere. He's taking a good look for it. Getting some town watch on that outpost. He's just missing the gold and the stone by a few tiles. He's doing another outpost. Oh, poor Yo. Looking around for it, not finding the stone. He wants that stone if he wants to do another tower push. He has a lot of archers that can't get in. Why no panda? It's called Jungle Rumble, and the jungle theming is for South America usually. So I didn't think pandas would be native to this habitat. I do have a couple pandas for the more bamboo-themed version of Arabia, although that doesn't really fit the name Arabia, but I did make a bamboo-themed Arabia and a bamboo-themed Nomad. So, archery range, double archery ranges and a monastery in the middle for Barles is the Turks. And is he just going to go Cav Archer as the Turks? That could be a good strategy. We've seen it on this map before. That probably is a better idea because you can do Sapahi for the extra HP than just going crossbow. Player color decides who spawns. Yes, the flank colors are in the middle and the pocket colors are on the outside. And they did get the colors right, presumably for Sumatra. And oh, what is this? The Xianbei Raider? He's doing it. I've heard that this unit was awful. And if Barles goes Turk Cav Archers, should those Cav Archers just win? I don't know. I don't know. Crocodile picked off by the Raiders here. And so, someone can help my pronunciation. Is this Xianbei, or is there a different way to pronounce it? And Dogao now slinging Barles. Again, a sling strat, but a feudal age sling subject to all the heavy taxes. The 50% tax that we impose. So Castle Age on the way for Yo, and if Yo gets Castle and Dogao is just slinging, Yo could push this, and push it quite well. Dogao defending with skirms right now, and almost open the gate for the scouts. A few scouts running around, could pick the spear. Dogao did win the tower fight at least. That is correct. Ooh, that's a correct. Okay, Xianbei. I can try to get that a bit more fluently. But that sound that I can roll with that. So Monk drops the relic off. Archers, please, and these raiders are going to move forward, and ballistics on them. So they have 6 range and 6 attack, but also a special charge attack. That's the charge attack that makes them useful. Without that, they're just strictly worse than the Cav Archers in terms of their normal attack. I've been told that this unit is bad. I think the worst unit in the game, though, is the War Chariot. I think that's probably worse than these guys, but... I have a forward workshop from Yo. As Imperial Age on the way from Barles with the sling. So Yo pressuring the slinger, but not going to be in time, as Dogao going to react with full stone walls on the outside. Full stone walls on the outside. And we'll have a siege push from Yo, but not in time to prevent Barles from going Imp. And that's Imp with the Turks. And if he goes Imp with the Turks, does he by any chance swap to Hand Cannoneers? Because he does not even have fletching yet. If he's going to go Imp for the Cav Archers, it's going to be very expensive and a lot of upgrades for him to get something useful. And Hand Cannoneers themselves will outrange the Xianbei Raiders. He will get Hussars. I guess that'll be useful. Another range for Licks. And Licks almost chopping out. And Dogao has to be really careful about this, because if Licks chops out, and all of a sudden sends a bunch of Xianbei Raiders into the back of his base, he's not going to get an attack notification because it's just chopping through Gaia forests. And he needs to pay attention to that. And Licks might not even be too far away from that. So, TC under Mangonel fire in the middle there from Barles. The TC at home will be the one going up to Imp. And Monk fended off by skirms. Ram on the stone wall. Yo's still trying to get in. And Dogao will try to wall that. The Monk will force the Vil away and get the conversion. So not much HP on that wall, only 8 HP. He's going to try to wall it in so it can't be re-walled. He's doing the best he can there. The spear is poking the Vil. I think that can still be hit by a Vil over the diagonal. But that's down. Does Yo have anything with which he can run in? And it's just going to be walled behind. So nicely done there from Dogao to keep the walls up. And Imp is there, and Dogao's up to Castle. Crucial that he reaches Castle Age so that his walls get more HP. And Mangonel is going for the TC. He used the Xianbei once. It felt like they had more attack delay than CA on DE release. So your internet or drop frames. It looks stable on my end now. Oh, Xian rhymes with pen. So, Xianbei Raiders? Xianbei Raiders. Okay, I can roll with that too. Over time, chat slowly but surely teaches me how to pronounce all the words other than Castilier, because chat will argue among themselves whether or not the S should be pronounced. Ooh, nice Mangonel shots on the Vills. A bloodbath as Dogao's trying to wall. Lix and Yo with the score lead now. Dogao trying to chop through to the middle. How do I pronounce Vittoria? Don't get me started on Vittoria either. Very good. Okay, okay. So Xianbei. Rhymes with pen. There's Parthian tactics for Barles. He has Bracer now, but that's an expensive set of upgrades for him to do. With Bracer and Parthian, I would expect him to win this fight. And I would expect Barles with Imp, with the Sling, to be able to win against Lix in the middle. Dogao still trying to hold, Rams pushing their way through. Castle Age HP on the stone walls at least. That tower gonna go down, but that's a lot of monks and a lot of mangonels for Yo, who is continuing to push in. Mangonel getting another Vil. Dogao down to 43 Vils. Vil counts actually equal between the two teams. Did Dogao do coinage? He did not do that yet, and he's still slinging. That is an absolutely crucial upgrade to get at the market. Yo just gonna do more TCs, take more of the stone. He did eventually find that stone in the south. He did eventually find that. As the workshop is up. And the Xianbei Raiders going to try to find the Cav Archers. Cav Archer number is just not there for Barles. He's not quite able to use the extra range. It's only one range, and with the large frame delay of the Cav Archers, it might be kind of hard to use it. Score is ahead, but it feels like this team's in a commanding position. They are taking the score lead now. Although Imp is on the way for Lix, and Lix has more numbers here than Barles does, despite the sling difference. Barles, though, has used the sling to generate more Vils. He's up to 65 Vils. That second TC along with the sling can be nice. Sometimes the sling isn't just for an army lead. Sometimes the sling is for an eco lead while doing army. And that's what Barles has over Lix. I'm still wondering what happens when Lix chops out, and Yo's gonna help Lix chop out. Yo's gonna help him chop out. And one thing for the Turks is they don't have the Onager upgrade. So with only Mangonels, they can't just go Imp and do some type of cut. Couple of archers and monks for Yo, and okay, this could actually be super annoying if Yo can get a conversion of a Vil on the wood line, and then do like an outpost or like some type of walling here. That could actually be really annoying. Cav Archer for Barles has to come back and deal with the archers. Shouldn't have a problem cleaning that up. But Yo will be attempting to pick up the relics on the outside, and Castle going forward with more Vils for Barles. And good fight for Barles, I think. That's a lot more corpses I think I'm seeing there for the Xianbei Raiders. And this looks like some quivers on the ground from Xianbei Raiders. And the unit that everyone's telling me is bad might indeed be bad. Cav Archer is going to run forward. Bit more zoom than I want. There we go. Start hitting the archery range, shooting over the walls. Cannon hitting the wall. What's the way KD? I've been on this score forever. Or this panel forever. Where's the KD panel? Oh, there we are. 14 to 36. 36 to 17 there for Barles. But definitely better for Barles. And these aren't even heavy Cav Archers. They're just upgraded Cav Archers. And there's Sipahi on the way. So Sipahi coming in. Let's maybe go back to the Eco panel. As Dogao still trying to hold against Mangonels, walling and holding, and he is continuing to sling Barles. So continuing to do the sling strat. So Yo doing what feels like the counter to the sling strat is to go aggressively forward, but Dogao was prepared for that, and he just went for the full wall defense. Feudal army and walls before slinging. And that kind of enabled Yo to do a bit of a, or Barles to do a bit of a boom on the way up. And now Yo, the question, does Yo actually want to chop through and open this? He's probably deciding, no, I don't want to do that yet. He's just going to go to the side. Thumb ring on the way for Barles. The worst thing for Yo would be he opens this and then maybe Cav Archers raid his eco. But he's now going back to it. As the Cav Archers pushing in, the Xianbei Raiders, fighting the Cav Archers? Kind of to a standstill. Lix has numbers at least. Imp on the way for Yo. Yo has 85 Vils and 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. Barles on 3 TCs though, not as many Vils. And remember, as soon as Yo goes up, he can also add Pretorius to bolster his eco. Ever watch Tyrant versus RBK games back in the game? Sometimes in 4v4, 2 players slung. There's, if you watched the old games on Gold Rush, I have a video on my YouTube where the meta became triple slaying the Goths, which was an amazing sight to behold. Both teams triple slaying the Goths, one huge fight with champions, and then the game is over. There was a Vietnam versus Tyrant game I had casted. If they make sure to have them dodge. Oh, that's right, because the first volley will have the special attack, and you can just dodge that. So as long as you're paying attention to dodge, then you just straight up win the fight. That's a good point too, because then you can close the distance and just chase them down where you have the stronger attack and the stronger unit. Especially with the HP, it's 60 HP to 100 now that we have Heavy Cav Archer in. 7+4 attack compared to 4+4. And then, oh, well, you dodge that, and then, yeah, then you're fine just to fight. And that's a forward castle from Barles, so Barles looking to knock Lix out of the game. Lix at least has managed to run to the outside and get another TC up. Dogao, 57 Vils, still on the outside, still slinging Barles. But Yo going to castle drop Dogao, and do that while having more Vils than Barles. Not significantly more, but more nevertheless. And Yo did the thing that I thought he definitely should not have done, which is chop through to the middle and let the Cav Archers maybe raid him. And, well, those villagers not going to do the gate, that Cav Archer won't move off the foundation for them. He's just going to chop through, or cut through that wall, and Yo's going to have to wall behind. Maybe a couple of Vils get caught out of position. No, Yo's going to save them. We'll spend 5 stone to save them. Meanwhile, though, Lix is getting devastated by the Cav Archers, the push coming forward. Bombard cannons hitting the ranges. Do Xianbei have an elite in Imp? Do they? Archery. They don't even show up here. I don't know. I don't know. And if they do, it's not been clicked. No, but they get 15 more HP. Do they just get 15 more HP in Imp then? Yes, okay. Tell you, Lix has not used them before. I'm still very probably on the side of what Miguel said earlier, where it felt like they had messed the colors up. Tiger Cav and Skirm comp is good. It'd probably tricky to play Tiger Cav against Heavy Cav Archer. Did he mean to pick Wu? I would hope that the Chinese translation of the Three Kingdoms DLC is accurate enough that Lix could pick the right civ. I mean, they definitely drafted them, so they maybe had a plan. So there's the cannon opening the wall, and now the Cav Archers can get in and raid. Lots of ARBs, though, from Yo. He's got 5 ranges producing ARBs. Just not quite in the numbers to fend off the Cav Archers just yet. And Barles is going to force his way through. There's a defensive castle from Yo. And also Lix all the way on the side doing a market, and this team's going to start trading. So, okay, hold on a minute. Barles is pushing, but not pushing all that fast. And still fighting in the middle, doing bombard towers. But maybe some trade should go up. If Yo eventually can get enough skirms, could try to re-wall this. More bombard cannons on the way. Maybe the team's still okay, because the other team is not going to have a trade line while Yo is occupying this part of the map. That's just not going to happen. So trade for LY coming in could still be useful, as we'll have coinage on the way from Barles, and now that Barles is boomed pretty well, he's going to think of slinging Dogao back into the game, now that Dogao's getting pushed. Now, you don't need trade if you have the middle, that's true. That's true. And Dogao gonna TC there, because there is a ton of gold in the middle, and that is 130k gold on all these gold mines. Capture Rage, so many gold piles that for some reason it displays a skull. I don't know why. That's just how Capture Rage does it. The bombard cannons here from long range. No artillery yet. But that could come in eventually for Barles. And now the Cav Archer is going to be raiding vills and raiding the trade. And, well, there goes their hope of trade if the Cav Archers get in. Cav Archers seemingly everywhere. More fortified walls from Licks. Long range on the cannon is going to start taking out the ranges from Yo. And soon to take out that castle if they can push a bit more forward. Turks are so good on this map that they are. And the Cav Archers will run in, take out some of the skirms. As the skirms go down, cannons will take out the ranges. Cav Archers take down the vills. And they'll take the hill. And now it's feeling more and more like a game 5. Although dogao, I mean, he's not even that dead. At this point, Lix is very dead. He's only at like 50 vills. Dogao still has 90 and he's able to reboom. Yo's push sets a market there, has basically stalled out up here. And now all the Cav Archers are getting into the wood lines and into the trade. So I think we're going to have a game 5. Mostly dead is not all dead. Well, soon to be all dead if these Cav Archers keep pushing. And that would leave Arabia as the final map. The trade cart's still running back and forth. Market will go down for Yo. Is Dogao still slinging? No, Barles is slinging Dogao. Okay. So Barles slinging Dogao to get back into the game. Imperial Age on the way for Dogao. Cav Archers taking out the skirms. And also going to start taking out the trade carts, maybe. Just skirms on the hill. They have all their armor, but Turk Cav Archers are just too good. Just too good. 50 plus post-imp Turk Cav Archers will end most games. Yes, and Dogao, indeed, he did great surviving. Very great surviving. Cav Archers trying to nilly their way off the edge of the world there. Look at that trade cart micro from Licks. 45 minutes into a game where they're horribly down and he's still microing. Gold mines have 0 HP. They're like killed animals that die completely when their resources depleted. So is that why Capture Age displays the skull on them when I select a whole bunch of them? Like when I zoom out and I select 60 plus, it displays a skull. Is that because they're actually dead? And that's just like a weird edge case Capture Age doesn't handle properly? So they're like decaying animals with 0 decay. And 0 HP, okay. Interesting. And 0 HP, I guess, so you can't kill them. Yeah, 0 out of 0. Oh, so that... Oh, Aqualunte giving us the explanation for why Capture Age has a bug and displays a skull for all the gold mines. They're actually dead. They're as dead as LY is in this game. No, I do get the mostly dead. I do get the reference there. So there are the GGs, and that ties it up at 2-2. 300 kills for Barles, 20 for dogao, but that's all he needed. And dogao did a great job of surviving Yo's push on the outside, and I think that Yo and Licks, maybe they messed up their civs, but in general, this is the strategy that they wanted to go for. They anticipated there would be a sling strat with dogao slinging the player on the inside, So he went for the forward. Dogao anticipated the forward, opened not just with a sling, but with some feudal army to get the walls up, and was able to stave off that attack long enough that, well, whatever the Xianbei or the Xianbei raiders did not work out. Are they ever alive? The gold mines? I don't know if they're ever sentient. Alright, so let me once more get everything set up between the games. The ad counter reset, get the overlays played. Thank you everyone, again, Tato and Monoz for the raids. Everyone watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Hope you're all enjoying this tournament and are ready for Game 5. So here we go. Let's get this overlay updated. It is tied 2-2. And for the maps, that was a win on Jungle Rumble and Arabia. What more could we want than a Game 5 on Arabia? That was a win for the Turks and the Slavs, and then a loss for the last picked way and the Portuguese. And that leaves Britain's Georgians against Maya Franks, maybe, for Arabia. So some good Arabia civs left over. And they are in the lobby. So thank you everyone watching. It's so sad seeing them die to CA rating with 2K, Stone, and Yo's Bank. Oh boy. This tournament is much more than 1v1s where we can kind of predict who will win. Yeah, I think we have a lot of really interesting 2v2 teams. Lix and Yo would have been one of my favorites going into it. Barles and dogao certainly really great, and so are Slam and ACCM. I increased the tariffs up to 70%. I think 50% is fine. The map kind of lends itself to slinging. And I think dogao did a great job of anticipating what Yo and Lix would try to do. I mean, maybe if they swapped the civs around and there's a better civ on the inside, they could have played that out differently. Oh gosh, I just got an email looking for people for content creators to collab with, top brands. I came across my Instagram profile. I guess someone just liked my Vil cosplay. Oh, did I get a donation at some point? I got the $3 donation. I think I completely missed it, so thank you very much for that donation. That'll add to the prize pool. Let me double check my alerts. I did, it wasn't through Stream Elements though. So let's still sit in the lobby. I'm expecting Georgians, Britons versus Mayans, Franks from their civs. Don't really see a reason for them doing anything else. It is, again, chicken Arabia, so no deer to push, only chickens. And the mule cart for the Georgians taking the chickens has been really nice. But every time I've seen Georgians, they've lost so far. So it'll be up to LY to make them work. Georgians maybe with the better late game eco than the Franks, and maybe the better mid game cav with knights that heal, even though they have to invest into bloodlines. I streamed the next game too. Yes, we have 3 sets today. Oh, I'm glad you asked, Lily. Because what do I have? I have an overlay we can swap to see the schedule for today. Look at that. Whenever I swap this, I'm now getting my browser, my dev tools popping up and giving me an error. I don't know why that's happening. That was weird. Just swapping to show an image. Anyway, we will have... After this, it'll be Mihai and Sitaux against Hearttt Liereyy. I think we're well past the anticipated start time for that, but that's okay. And then after that, we'll have the silver semifinals of Fedex and Monoz against Dark and T90 to see who goes to the Silver League finals. And that is going to be an extra hyped set. Paid chatter here, Llama Boy and Larry against Mihai and Sitaux. Against the Mihai and Sitaux Taiwanese team. So back to the drafts. For now, we're in game number 5, waiting for the lobby to get started. T90 does play this game. He's not just a caster. He's a player as well. He never really streams when he plays, though. And what happened to Dogao? Why isn't he in the lobby? Are you having some type of issue here? Check our admin chat. Saves, are we thinking for game 5? I'm thinking Georgians, Britons versus Mayans, Franks. I don't really see anything else happening. Barles said they needed a few minutes between. Okay. And hello, Fingita, how are you doing? Oh, some random joined the lobby. Orange Rose 4442. Now, as we get into this, I will be interested to see if we have any laming. I think it was... But whenever I see Brazil play their Nations Cup games or their big 4v4s, they always send the pocket scouts to help the flanks lame. Happy Friday, Kizara. So I wonder if Barles and dogao have a double lame strategy planned. Might be harder to lame with the eagle, or maybe easier to lame with the eagle. I don't know. Will there be a panda? There's a chance of there being a panda. I think there's a 20% chance of getting the bamboo version, which if we do, there will be a panda. So 20% chance of panda. French and blonde Romanian as the Taiwanese team checks out. Checks out indeed, Petito. I like how when the admins come in, we have Petito in the YouTube chat and Arbase in the Twitch chat. It's like we have a different admin for each. No, Dragon Lord. No channel points. No betting. Anyway, Dogao said he needed a minute. Then he took 10 minutes. So they're in the lobby. And are they launching? I don't see them launching. We need to play another ad to reset the timer again. Are remaking the lobby, maybe? Okay, they're remaking the lobby. Okay, apologies if I'm going to do another ad, but I just want to make sure we don't have pre-rolls during the game for anyone. Just do this. Just a 30-second ad. Dogao. Not read the new rules. We do potentially have admin win situations if players take too long between the lobbies. Hopefully we won't have to do that. Hello, Sunny. How are you doing? Dragon Lord Fur, you gotta go back in time to when T90 had relics on his channel. Those are the real channel points. And they have launched the lobby. And what is this? It's not Britons for Licks, it's the Shu. It's Georgians and Shu against Franks and Maya. Okay. No Britons there. Preferring the Shu over the Britons. Ooh, what is this newfound meta with the Shu? There's a Panda LY wins. If not, Barles and Dogao take the series. Well, you're giving a 80-20 odds in favor of Barles and Dogao there, Tito. Shu is a very good archer, Civ. That they are, but are they as good as Britons? Yes, I mean, Britain's definitely better for 4v4s, because then their team bonus applies to both flanks. Shu is very comfortable on foot. Insights. Here we go. It will be LY to the south with Yo playing in the yellow as the Georgians. He'll be the Cav player. And Lix playing in the red as the Shu, the archer player. And what do the Shu do as a new civ? Most importantly, lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. And archery unit technologies, in particular the crossbow and arbalest upgrades and the fletching and armor upgrades, are discounted at the blacksmith. And also more line of sight, the old Magyar's bonus for them. That's the main benefits that the Shu will have. Nice eco civ for archers too. Then we'll have Barles in the blue as the Franks and Dogao in the green as the Maya. Two civs I'm sure everyone is very familiar with. Thank you, Kawabunga, for the follow. The only difference about the Maya is the spelling of their name. From what I was told, Mayan with the N refers to their language, and Maya without the N refers to the people. Maya being both singular and plural. So coming over here with the mule cart right away is Yo, taking the chickens. This is Chicken Arabia, no deer. You have 6 to 8 chickens. And the eagle going to find a loomless Vil doing a house, but with the scout there, Yo not going to lose the Vil. Just takes one hit. And we'll go to the berries. Yeah, and slightly faster siege, but I don't think the siege is going to matter that much. I mean, maybe if you get a mangonel, sometimes you do them as a flank in a team game, but usually you don't do that. Bolt magazine late game could come in useful for the archer line, shooting an additional projectile. Don't know how effective that is, but we can see it. New Cade version. Oh, hello, Bozzy. Bozzy, we just had Jungle Rumble. It's just Bozzy. Bozzy, the author of Jungle Rumble. Is that an intentional 5 on the map? What do you mean a 5 on the map? Where is there a 5 on the map? Scout here from Lix running around Barles's base. Right of Yellow's base? A 5? What? Oh, a 5 right here? Oh, on the cliff. Lovely. That's not intentional, but I like it. 5 is my favorite number. So double scouts coming in on the chickens. And Yo going to continue hunting them despite the presence of the eagle and the scout. He does have Loom now. He is up to feudal. So 18 pop feudal with the Georgians. Maybe like nachos? Who doesn't? Should I put Yo in the cyan color for in honor of the 5? That's cute. No, I'll leave him as yellow though. He's going straight for the hero unit to heal the cav? I don't know about that. Yeah, if they do want to play a heavy feudal game, and that might be what they want to do against the Franks player, who's not going to have bloodlines, then maybe the Shu are better than the Britons, although production speed for the Britons is still great for feudal. But the ease of adding in the upgrades could be nice for the Shu, and having the food eco for Chicken Arabia, so that you don't need to worry about doing the mill and going to the berries for fletching, could also be great. I guess what you're thinking about for the Shu is that if you're a standard archer civ, it's going to be hard to go for that 18-19 pop-up like you did when you pushed the deer, and still do your fletching at the same time, because you need 2 ranges, but you're probably going to run out of food, or need to mill the chickens, which affects your blacksmith timing. Maybe the Maya with the longer lasting resources can still go for the fletching early. But it does become trickier to afford. And the Shu can have more vills on wood and also get food from the wood. So maybe with the cheaper blacksmith upgrades there, they can still get the blacksmith up. And very early spear from Dogao, anticipating the double scouts, and he's just going to come and get a nice poke on the scout from Yo. That was wonderful. Yo not anticipating the early spear. And completely worth the investment there to poke that scout away. And he'll still have it for defense later on. So Barles walling up. Tricky map to wall for the licks. That gold is pretty exposed. He'll have double ranges at the front. And we'll see how quickly he goes for a blacksmith compared to chicken timing. Chicken's even more exposed, so his mill will probably be on the berries. I feel like Britain's lacking Thumb Ring was a handicap. That can also matter, right? Because without Thumb Ring, you're doing less DPS. Britons are better in the archer versus archer mirror, where you're using your range to stay out of range of the enemy archers. Less good with the knights in between the archers setting, where without Thumb Ring you don't have the same DPS, and the range doesn't matter because you're out of range of the archers and just shooting at the knights anyway. So depending on the situation, Britons can be better or worse. Yeah, but archer versus archer, the one range is insanely powerful. So Xing over here from Licks. See Barles walling up. Barles did the mill on the berries. And with the scout, oh, he's hunting one of the chickens inside of his walls. Walls go up in the back, and it'll be a full circle of walls from Dogao. This team not going to let themselves be unwalled. Unwalled, kind of like Yo is, as the scouts could try to find their way in. Yo's still walling up around the lubber camp and the berries. Oh, and there is a hole. There's always a hole. Only 3 scouts that get in, but still devastating if that hole stays up. It'll be another hole by the berries. Tricky dealing with the hill there. And a Vil goes down. Some archers going to get in too. Spear coming over from Dogao, and immediately Yo just going to throw up a tower. He'll need the tower to defend the wood. And devastating hole for Yo. Absolutely devastating hole. And the tower goes up and will push the archers away. On the other side, some archers on the outside of the wood line. Scouts running around. And Vil or a spear coming to chase the scouts from Barles away. As at the front, the archers from Dogao will be starting to come forward, hoover around a bit. And what you want to do, pressure the scouts player with your archers. And if Yo can't get this walled, his gold's going to be extremely exposed. Doesn't need to go to the gold right away as a scouts player though, so has time to get out there. But it would affect the bloodlines timing if you can't take it. And you do want your bloodlines if you're fighting the Franks. Very nice nook to place archers in right there. He needs fletching. Fletching on the way. So fletching, there's the blacksmith. He is on the berries, though. So maybe the build with all this walling still requires a bit more wood than he could afford for the early fletching. No fletching still for Dogao, so that's the difference on Chicken Arabia. Your fletching is really late compared to on normal Arabia, and the archers player doesn't have the same timing or early feudal impact that they have with the deer. Archer's still chilling there. As scouts and archers are going to come over towards Lix. Lix is a tower on the berries. Not walled behind this, though. He's going to garrison the tower and fight the scouts with villagers as his own archers here. This is going to be tricky. He's 1v2 as their other archers are walled out from dogao's base. And this 1v2 will be hitting the tower. Archers under the TC, picking off some scouts. Maybe a bit overzealous here, though. They tried to dive the tower. The tower going to pick off quite a few archers and scouts at the same time. Fletching just comes in for dogao. Armor on the way in for Lix, and Lix will have good archer numbers as they continue trying to push in here. House walls going up, but they might be able to push dogao off the berries. Might be able to push him off the berries as archers come over. Try to push the scouts out. Not that many archers here, though, and dogao should be able to clean that up. Only 5 archers. Armor comes in. And with the hill, had he pulled back slightly earlier, maybe he could have tried to take this fight again. But dogao defending so far. Archers coming around. The Vil count 67 to 67. I still feel for Yo having that one hole in the wall early on, taking some early damage he wanted to avoid. And now over here, we'll see if the scouts get in, but Barles walling behind that. Barles not able to take his chickens. And great job from Barles and dogao to have their maps walled. Feel like, I mean, this is maybe saying because they did wall it, but maybe slightly easier walls for them. A bit more crater-like over there, but I mean, that gold is super exposed, and we see Lix Xing that right now. If archers come in on that gold, Barles walled to the gold and used the gold as part of the wall rather than walling around it. So he is still exposed. Scouts and archers pushing in, and this is actually really nice if they can force the tower from Barles on this side before going to the gold. Barles will be doing the market now. Maybe he could buy another tower, but if this tower is on the right side, that gold is going to be left exposed. And lots of archers coming forward for Lix. He's at 19 right now to 19 for dogao. And we'll have another tower from Yo on his gold. Yo desperately throwing up the tower as he is in a tough-to-wall situation. And with the mule cart, he can even kind of maybe stop the archers from camping the tower. Not quite. Both the armies for this team were forward, but they're going to come back and try to clear this. They're not going to be able to push Barles. They have to come back and clear this army here. And Castle Age on the way for Barles is the Franks. Nice and smooth eco, avoiding a late feudal fight with bloodlines for Yo. Once again, the Georgians feeling like they're not quite as good as the Franks on Arabia for whatever reason. Maybe that berry bonus is just useful for the Franks. Bloodlines on the way for Yo. I'm sure he'd love to wait until Bloodlines comes in to take this fight. He's going to use the tower to pick off the spear. Nicely done there. I'm just going to wait for Bloodlines. Archers here will get a couple of shots in. He can find a couple of stray archers if he wants to jump them. Still has the hill bonus. Bloodlines 10 seconds away, but he'll take the fight under the tower. This is going to be a lot of archers going down for dogao, thanks to that tower fire. The scouts have bloodlines, maybe Yo taking that slightly earlier than he wanted to, but he will be happy to clear out that many archers from the Mayans player. Or from the Maya player. Lix is up now to Castle Age, and he'll be 23 crossbows now to 9. Now the Maya have those cheap crossbows, cheaper once they get up to the next stage, but range is coming in for dogao. And he will have to get his numbers back up. Market for Lix, still on 2 ranges. But he's going to be able to get a crossbow power spike that dogao isn't quite going to match. And hello, Langzander, on Twitch now. Those archers still just camped there. Lix has left them the whole game. Camouflaged, trying to hide in these autumn tree colors. Keeping the Vils away from the woodline. Yeah, both streams running, double dipping on the viewer count. Nice. And TC going up on the gold for Barles. So all that Xing that Lix had done there early on, maybe not going to pay off if Barles is going to TC it. I think that might be where the crossbows are headed. Have to be careful sending crossbows out without cav support, though. We have Yo up and also dogao up, so everyone up. Feels like Yo's slightly behind, but Vil count's pretty similar. Yo trying to break in, but doesn't have archer support. So if dogao sees this and says, hey, we don't have archers here, maybe that's an indication that, yeah, they know the archers are coming over to the other side. We'll have thumb ring, even early thumb ring. Oh, the discounted thumb ring at the archery range is going to be huge for the Shu. They're going to take great fights early on. And Barles will have to wall by that house. The knights are there, hitting the crossbows in the wood line, but more crossbows will come over, and he's just going to take a fight and clear out the knights. I guess that ballistics doesn't actually count as a discount for this civ. But they're getting in. And will Barles have this walled in time, sending 4 vills to the house? He'll lose 1, lose a second. And didn't get that much HP on the house, only 175. Ooh, looks might have been able to go in there. Same time, Yo pressuring dogao with the scout, still running around, sees the 3 ranges. Where are dogao's archers? They are coming to the left. They're going to have crossbow on the way. It'll be crossbow plus knight to try to clean up these archers from Lix. Lix adding in coinage. Is Lix going to sling Yo? Is Lix just going to do ballistics and then start slinging Yo? As Barles walls up to the edge of the map with houses, that will trap the crossbows. But now with ballistics in, a lot of vills are going to go down from Barles on that gold mine. And that'll start giving LY a vill lead. And they can even pick the vill, and those houses will not go up to the edge of the map. Vill dies due to ballistics. And these 2 armies still chasing. Yo chasing after with his scout, keeping track of them. That's now 8 knights and 18 crossbows. So they would probably win this fight straight up. Armor coming in for Yo. Second TC for the Lix, and we'll just keep an eye on the slinging after coinage came in. Ballistics for dogao, but still down in total in crossbow numbers. That's something you don't often see from the Maya. Mangonel from Barles is the Franks. That's a situation where he sees that the Cav player doesn't have many knights forward, so he feels confident doing the Mangonel just to have defense against the crossbows. On the other side, not much damage here, overchop on the woodline, but crossbows there to defend from Lix. As he is now going to move over and try to group up with Yo's knights, and they're just going to run away from Barles, run away from the Mangonel. Run away, and another TC for Lix. And Lix playing this so well with the crossbows, running around the base and not taking a fight. Black Bear, new graphics added in that I used for the map. That was from the patch. And crossbows will come down. House walls everywhere for dogao as the Maya, but if they lose track of this army, it's going to come in right on his woodline. And now dogao, he will see the knights, and that should give them an indication that crossbows are going to be there, and he might even just want to run those vills preemptively. He should know that crossbows are going to come in after the knights. Knights running this way, and maybe that'll debate them into losing track of the crossbows, but here they come in on the woodline. 6 vills there, that could all go down. Dogao not noticing and not running. Finally runs, but too late. All 6 of them peppered with crossbow bolts will go down. And this TC for dogao, a panic TC, 12 villagers sent to make it. The armies on the other side of the base were debated by Yo's knights, were not tracking the crossbows, and here come the crossbows. They will be in time to deny it. And also only 19 crossbows compared to 22. And these crossbows do have thumb ring. They don't have the second armor. They are kind of downhill. And we'll see how this fight goes. Slight advantage now for dogao. Knights coming in from Yo. And the knights are going to get in the gap and clear the crossbows. And then Yo can split up and take out the remaining few crossbows while still fighting the knights. We'll be in an awkward position on the hill. We'll have to run away from the inside, as now the Maya player, dogao, will have a lot of crossbows. And Lix needs to try not to lose his army here. He has more crossbows coming over, and he's going to try to find a way to regroup. And if he can get around this woodline, maybe he can. Dogao needs to send his crossbows this way. And he took a few steps in the wrong direction around that TC. That's going to mean they don't trap these armies in time. And look at Lix going around the edge of the map just to group up. You can stand on top of the cliff and get the cliff bonus when attacking downhill. They expose a Truco news. Why is the game over? Why is the game over? We have a save and restore. We have a save and restore. Looks like there is an out of sync. How is there an out of sync? DE, what is this out of sync bug? Alright, we've seen enough. Hopefully they don't use 10 minutes for a spec delay. We have an out of sync. Hopefully they have a restore file. This was a great game of Arabia. I will show the in-game chat, maybe. Hold on. Show the in-game chat. We had a bit of food from Licks to Yo. Barles saying out of sync. Yo saying there should be a file. Restore. Okay, GB. We leave. So there we are. Thanks, DE. And we'll head out and hope that we can restore successfully. That's maybe a big hope. And let's hope they also don't use a 10-minute spec delay. Alright. We need a thanks to E emote here. And they are in the lobby. They don't have specs enabled. Because of an AoE bug, the spec delay cannot be changed from 10 minutes. What? What? What is that? No specs enabled on the. I think they need to remake this lobby. Usually, the host of the previous game needs to host the restore. Another player can send them the restore file if necessary. If this doesn't work, then you can rewatch the rec to create a restore file by saving before the out of sync at the end. "10 minutes of ads." We might do maybe 1 minute of ads just to reset the timer as they do this. And again, if you want no ads, watch on the YouTube stream. That's what the YouTube's for. Does the cliff count as elevation? Isn't it just command? The cliff counts if you are on top of the cliff shooting down. You get the same 25% bonus as you do for a hill bonus. If you are at the bottom of the cliff shooting up, you do not get the 25% penalty that you do with hills. So it's like a one-sided hill. One-sided hill, if ever such a thing existed. Just trying to watch the admin chat. Shows as spectatable. Dashboard is showing it. Hopefully this works. Dogao, I hosted without restore by mistake. Oh no. Looks good. We have a minute to say what a great set. What a great set indeed. Ruined by an out of sync potentially, but a great set nevertheless so far. How far does the top of the hill go? What do you mean, how far does the top of the hill go? I don't know at what point shooting over the cliff matters. Like, maybe you're super far away and you shoot over it. I don't know if there's a big distance or like an angle where you just like lightly graze a cliff and go over it. I don't know exactly how that's calculated. That's a good question. Maybe something to look into. And Clouch, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thanks for the support. It's buggy. Barles got kicked when they tried to launch. So Yo hosting. Why does it say T90 is playing? He's in the Silver League. He's in the Silver League. He'll be playing in the Silver League semifinals. That'll be the third set we cast today. This has now been a best of 5 that's taken 3.5 hours, though. What a great set, but also what a long set. Barles trying to join but gets kicked. Thank you for the streams and YouTube uploads. I only have time for the GL-T90 matches, but those were super fun to watch. You like your casting? Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate you using your Prime sub. That helps fund the tournament. Oh, it helps keep bread on the table and keep the lights on. And most importantly, keep the router on. It keeps the fan on the modem working. I do appreciate that we have, what, 330 viewers on Twitch, 150 on YouTube, all watching us attempt to do a save and restore. It wouldn't be an Age of Empires game without figuring out a save and restore. Amazing how the energy level remains constant. Well, if we have 2 more sets like this, we'll see how constant it remains. That's the key to casting, though, keeping your energy as constant as the Northern Star. Happening still not start. They're still figuring out the save and restore. This is a game that came out in 1999. We had a perfectly working save and restore system on Voobly, but this is DE. This is DE. And the second remaster doesn't have quite the technology that we had in 1999. So Dogao's now the one who needs to find a way to join the lobby. I see 3 people in it. And Arjun and Trodes, thank you for the follow. As we are getting closer to 13K. We might still hit that today. Verizon, why are you spamming me with text messages? I already have your phone. Pre-2000s game devs were built different. Pre-2000s games were built different. The thing I like most about Age of Empires 1, even better than Age of Empires 2, if you still have the CD and a CD drive, which I guess having a CD drive is a big if, you can just put the CD in and it still works completely fine on Windows 10. Presumably also on Windows 11, but I haven't upgraded to Windows 11 yet. You just plug it in, insert your CD, and boom, it works. So I see players keep dropping from and rejoining the lobby, which I'm guessing is some type of file transfer issue. Let me ask admins, who was the original host of the game? I have the CD, but nowhere to put it in. That's the problem. Works on 11, you played it like that? Yeah. It still has all the original bugs. Oh, 2 of my favorite bugs from AoE 1. That whenever the background music track on the CD changed, the game would lag slightly. And I never noticed that playing in the 90s, but it is readily apparent now. And the other is that you can't right-click with the mouse while the mouse is moving. That's just how Ensemble designed clicking, apparently. You have to hold the mouse still while right-clicking. There are lots of fan mods and stuff that fix that. That did show up in a very small number of places originally in AoE 2, and I had Scripter fix that in the user patch. If you were attack grounding with the mangonel or siege unit, or if you were trying to set the gather point from a TC, then if you left-clicked while the mouse was moving, it wouldn't work. Still putting a 2.5-inch drive in your gaming PC. Still find uses for it now and again. I remember... Oh yes, they've restored, they're playing. Wonderful. I remember playing some of their old custom scenarios on AOK Heaven, like Ulio. And the first time I ever played it, I didn't download the sounds correctly, because the sounds were split into several files, and you had to download a whole bunch of different files. And the description on the mod page read that they were split up to keep the file size small enough so that each file fits on a floppy disk. But, okay, the save and restore is going. We have 50 seconds of the spec delay. Hopefully this is working. Who has a CD reader in 2025? I do, because I play Age of Empires 1 on a CD. Yeah, you gotta play the OG games. That old, I'm only 32, which depending on your perspective is old or young. Ralph the Mouse has a CD drive. Hello, Red Cliffy. Like you have worked with floppies. Oh, I have floppies. Yes, when I was a kid, we had floppies. I had Doom on floppy disks. At first I played Doom 2, and then I wanted to find it, so I looked through all the floppy disks, and I found the ones labeled Doom, and then I put them in the PC, and all of a sudden I had Doom 1, and I never realized we had those floppy disks, and I was so excited. Alright, hold on everyone, as we are here, and we are restoring the game, and okay, bit of a knight fight between Barles and Yo in the middle. Barles pumping those Frankish knights. Let's see, he is on 2 TCs, 1, 2, 3 TCs for Lix, 1 and a second TC for Yo. Dogao got his second TC up, and Lix able to group his crossbows up on the side, but right now don't know if this is a good fight for him. More knights for Yo. Crossbow numbers just about even, but Dogao has the hill, and I don't know if they can push uphill. More knights coming through, Barles bringing the reinforcements. They can fall back to the hill. Vil counts exactly even, 119 to 119 for the teams. And Lix and Yo going to fall back. Bit of a raid here. A couple of knights for Yo getting in. Barles not noticing. The knights do have +2, and they will heal, so they can pick some Vils. That TC is filled with 15 Vils, not enough space. Just like putting Ulio audio files on a floppy disk, not enough space for Vils to garrison in that TC. And this Vil will go down. Nice raid at the front. Now it is the hill bonus. That mangonel came all the way across the map. That's gone on a journey. Hill bonus for Lix. Lix is up to the Imperial Age. Lix clicking up with 3 TCs. Man, maybe that Shu Eco gathering the food from the trees actually is good. And for Georgians and Shu, I think it actually is good for the Shu to be the one going up, because they're going to have that smooth transition into Arbalests. They dodge the mangonel shot. Whereas the Georgians might struggle going Cavaliers, because the Franks will have a much smoother transition to Paladins. Georgians don't have that Paladin upgrade, even though they have great Cavaliers that are fully upgraded in heal. This TC only has 15 build drives. That's the good Shu Eco. You have a mouse with a boulder inside? Oh yeah, I remember that. You play Age of Empires with that wheel, and you'd every so often open up the mouse to clean all the dirt off the wheel. And by every so often, I mean like every day. Those things got dirty real fast. So archery range being picked off by knights. Lix pushing forward. Has to be careful. The one thing he does not want to do is lose his archers before imp, but he is being aggressive with that forward workshop. Knights coming in for Barles, raiding Yo. Yo fully walled behind this. Does have the fortified church defending his eco. A couple of fortified churches, even though it chops open the wall as he's over-chopped through that wood line. Really over-chopped there. Sling saved them all the way. Well, now we're gonna have Dogao slinging Barles. Don't say they've stopped slinging yet. Don't say they've stopped slinging yet. Trying to get Barles up. Barles the Franks player, the Mayan slinging the Franks. What year is this? As he does click up to Imp. And he's still sending some sling. He liked the mass cleaning. Proportional to the amount of snacking. Well, double workshop traction trebuchets for licks. Okay, along with Arb, Bracer, Gold Shaft Mining, Chemistry. I imagine that third armor won't be too far away either. No castle, so no conscription. That's really the only tech he's missing now. He is the shoe. He is the shoe. At the same time, though, Cavaliers pushing into Yo's base. Yo might have fortified churches, and he might be able to get the relic in. Oh, wait, if you're a monk holding a relic garrisons in the monastery, do you get the gold trickle? Hello, Crab. Luckily, Barles doesn't have a castle. Looks would need 30 traction trebs to push it. I've heard that these things are bad. Doubt used them the other day, but they seemed okay to me. But I've heard that they are quite bad. So now with coinage on the way, coinage and banking on the way for licks, chemistry and ring archer armor on the way with chemistry. Again, the only thing he then would be missing is conscription for the production speed. Licks doesn't really need an eco now. 69 vills, but that's all that he needs. These knights don't yet have their armor, still a minute away from armor, but maybe they can hit licks at home. Dogao sending Barles all the res he can. Barles needs to get armored, get Cavalier, get those Frankish paladins in if he can, and take a good fight against the Arbalests as the upgraded Frankish Cav units. Dogao slinging all he can, building a wall, but knights and crossbows coming in, converging on Barles. The knights from Barles raiding, Yo sending support over, but he will be at an upgrade disadvantage. Licks slinging Yo now. So both archer players slinging the Cav player, but Imp upgrades in for Licks. That'll be the difference. Dogao not having those upgrades. Knights start to go down under the TC. Big fight on the TC as the Arbs will focus the Knights. TC actually needs to be right-clicked on the Arbs. Those are still flimsier than the Knights. But with all the upgrades in, so smooth to do that Arbalest transition with the cheap upgrades for the shoe. And the Cavaliers will fall under that TC. That's a lot of army going down, and now 99 military to 38. 20 villager lead for LY. And LY looks to be moving on into the semifinals. At the same time, the crossbows for Dogao are caught out by the knights from Yo. Castle Age armies here fighting. And as Dogao is slinging, he will lose his crossbows. And there are the GGs. And LY does it. They will advance with a save and restore Game of Arabia. Oh man, that was a good Game of Arabia too. We don't have some stats here. I don't know. Can we look at the stats in the game? Maybe we can look at the stats in the game. Frank's not able to make that transition to Paladin in time. Let's see if we swap to the game. True greater than Maya confirmed? Might need to see a bit more to confirm that. Let's just look at the game. And I can show the score and the res, or the researches, the text. Yeah, so let's look at the score here. Can I get the interface? I was taking screenshots and get the interface back. Besides, we can look at it. 92 vills at the end for Yo, 68 for Lakes, but that's all he needed. So Yo had a much bigger eco by virtue of staying Castle Age longer. And if you look at the stats, that's 152 kills for Licks. Licks played that so well. Shu greater than Maya, maybe. Cav player is kind of equal on kills. Smooth largest army, even more than the Maya had crossbows. Part of that's just due to slinging, but also that was a great imp time. 3 TCs and imp. Food collected, you can see he collected 1k more food. And is that just because of the wood bonus? Maybe. 32-minute imp. Bit of relics from Yo. GG's. So Licks carrying that one. And there we have it. There we have it. Updating the score. That'll be 3-2 in favor of Lix and Yo. And as for the maps, they will have won Arabia. Everyone winning their home map, and that Vil fight on Hamburger came down to help decide it. Shu and Georgians winning over Franks and Maya. Yusuf's OP. 5 minutes to start. Yeah, 5. And break. And start. So, next will be... I'm just going to update my title. We'll get right into the next set. No time to wait here. I'll swap this overlay over. And start updating stuff. This will be the other quarterfinals. Let's see what this is. This will be Mihai and Sitaux against Hearttt and Liereyy. Boom. And I'll get their drafts here. This is very quickly transitioning. I'll just play some ads on Twitch and run to the restroom myself. Leave you with the drafts. So we will have this and then the semifinals for the Silver League. We are running overtime, but that's what happens in Age of Empires tournaments. So back to the drafts. We will have game 1 on Arabia. Islands, we see an Islands pick. Islands and Zawal for Mihai and Sitaux, and Hamburger and Stranded for Hearttt and Liereyy. Still no Mediterranean, but we have at least seen an Islands pick. Alright, so we'll be back, start in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. GG's, everyone on YouTube. We'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Have they launched? They have launched. Are they in the game? Oh, they are in the game. I need to swap my scene. Open capture age. Then transition the scene. So many buttons to click. We are here. And welcome to our next set. Between, as I set the names of the teams. This is not Onamaru, this is Hearttt and Liereyy, they named themselves, against Tag, a smiley face version of Tag. Red versus blue up there. There we go. Hello, Daboos. How you doing, Daboos? Score prediction, Dave? Score prediction 3-2 Hearttt and Liereyy. We'll go the distance for another set. So it'll be Mongols and Khmer. Ooh, double scouts potentially on Chicken Arabia against Ethiopians and Magyars. So traditional scout civ for Sitaux with the Magyars and archer civ for Mihai's the Ethiopians. Mongols and Khmer, honestly, they could go double scouts, or they could go scout plus archer where either does either build. So 1 on gold for Liereyy. No 1 on gold for Hearttt as the Khmer. So are Mongols just going to go super fast up? I mean, Mongols on Chicken Arabia, without taking the chickens, feel like a what? Mongols are a plenty fine ARP civ, that's true. Just enjoying your summer vacation. Well, try not to get too sunburned. I know what it's like to get extra sunburned and crispy, and have handprints delimiting where I did and did not get sunblock. I'd recommend avoiding that. And not turn into a lobster. So, super fast up. 16 pop up from Liereyy. Is he going to go 1 range on this build? He's not going to have the wood to do 2 ranges right away. And he would fit 1 range there. Interesting, a 1 range archer build to try to hit super early. They're good but not the best, so it's a bit weird. Yeah, I don't know why Mongols here. Archery range on the way up from Liereyy. Not putting it there, but putting it out here. Okay, 1 range archers. You wear sunscreen. That is good. And I recommend getting both the spray bottle and the lotion, because the spray bottle is much easier to reapply. Especially if your SPF 100 is like glue and sticks to your hands. Then you get all sandy from the beach. So, double bit axe on the way from Hearttt. Okay, going for the eco upgrade, adding in the stable. You will mill the berries. There is more than 50 plus. Yes, there is. And you're as pale as I am. It can be necessary. And ooh, bit of a lame here. Liereyy taking a sheep away from the back of Sitaux. And long distance mining some stone is Sitaux, so he's getting ready to do 2 towers. Long distance mine, he'll mine 50 stone, so get up to 250. Or at least that, so then he can do 2 towers, 125 each, to defend 2 parts of his base, probably 1 by the wood and the gold, maybe another out by the berries on that hill. And 1 archer, 1 spear from Liereyy. Going to be heading for Sitaux. So usually they do want to go for the scouts player. Harder for the scouts player to defend than for the archer player to defend. A couple of goats being found from Sitaux there. And that was a sheep that was stolen. Your starting ones are sheep on this map, I think, and the goats are far away. Looks like that's how this map spawned. So scouts from Hearttt and the scout from Liereyy going to jump the Chickenvilles. I guess the really early Mongol scout helps you with the scout bonus too, to find the Chickenvilles. Remember, the Mongols also do have that extra line of sight on the scout as the team bonus, and that could just be great for Chicken Arabia when you don't need to push the deer, so all you're doing is scouting. You're going to get a ton of vision for the 9-ville start. So tower will go up for Sitaux, and seeing the tower, this team will jump back, not try to fight on that wood line. So 1 archer, 1 spear, and a bunch of scouts over here hoovering a bit. So scouts for Sitaux in the back of Heartt's base, but as the Khmer, he can hop in houses if he needs to, and will just wall up on the wood line. And Berryvilles will run. They'll run to the houses. Nice blocking there from Sitaux. And he will pick a Vill, get some revenge, and these 2 Vills on the inside of the berries will be safe. Now they've overforged, so a bit more exposed perhaps. And where are the Mihai archers? They are running forward. I'll group up with the scouts. And I'm thinking I might not have updated my out-of-game scoreboard properly because I might have reversed the teams. I'll do that when I get out of game. A scout going down, a couple of scouts fighting near the hill. And they'll fight on the berries. How many vills fit in a house? 5. Houses store 5 villagers. So here's Mihai going to start hitting this lumber camp from Heartt, and Heartt will probably have to run vills. I'll try to keep that low HP vill alive. Doesn't have a house to garrison him in. And there's no spear to protect the archers from scouts, though. The scouts will come over as fletching comes in. Sitaux will come by, and now they'll be able to double team against the scouts. Another scout on the way from Sitaux. As down here, archers from Liereyy. Still trying to pressure Mihai. We'll force up the tower on the wood line. And now maybe pick the wolf and then head back over towards Sitau's base. The mill and the chickens are all done. The chickens are done. And Sitaux taking the forward berries. And now you get to the point where the Mongols, they've passed the Dark Age. Or they can take the chickens, but then after that are going to be kind of weak for an eco bonus. The mid-game benefit the Mongols got in DE is the Steppe Lancer. And perhaps the emergence of the Cav Archer play, but if you're just the player going for the straight Archer meta, not the best mid-game civ, I think. Fletching is on the way for Liereyy. What he's not going to have is an eco bonus that helps him get imp. He is taking the chickens, and that'll be a nice boost for the Mongols. And he's on double range archers now. Look at the archer number is 17 against 14, so he is slightly ahead. And they will be cleaning this army. Liereyy did get enough archers over to double team at the back of Heartt's base and clean this forward. Mihai going to run, maybe pick off the scout. Do chickens count as hunt or herdables? On this map, they are hunt. There's also a herdable type of chicken that can run around the map like a sheep that's collectible. I'm pretty sure that counts as a herdable, so Britons would gather faster and Tatars would last longer. But the chickens that are wild, or so the game calls them as far as I know, are benefit from the Mongol speed and the Goth longer lasting bonuses, and are gathered at the rate that hunters gather. So armor on the way for Liereyy for his archers. Hope as the game speed jumps around a bit. And if you're really fancy, you can do the Phosphoro build where you use a wall to funnel them into your TC. I have a YouTube video where he does that. It's really cute. So armor on the way for the scouts. Scouts will be hitting vills. Weak vill there, gonna pull away. Chicken is T90's name, or that is what an old man believes. And Vill gonna go down to the scouts. Spear comes over, gets a poke. Takes out a scout, but this scout will keep running around. And oh no, it won't keep running around. It'll turn, and Sitaux gonna suffer a poke. At the front, double team on Mihai. Liereyy, what is that micro? Where were your archers going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dead archers out of nowhere. Maybe he was trying to group up with the rest of his army and wasn't paying attention there. Maybe he was paying attention to this army that's hoovering in his base, but he just lost a lot of archers for free. And Mihai and Sitaux gonna take a lead after that. Forging on the way for Heartt as the archers come back over by this hill. Are you microing like Doubt? Hey, Dabooz, you gotta go watch the Doubt games from yesterday. Doubt was microing like a beast. Doubt was doing everything like a beast. And now it's Mihai's turn maybe to lose some archers. Cut off by the scouts, but also still has bigger numbers than Liereyy. Feels like this is a great microwave fight from Hearttt, though. Scouts from Sitaux just melting. So Khmer Scouts, still, they have their upgrades. Bloodlines just about to finish. Magyar Scouts, no Bloodlines yet. They are on YouTube, yes. Check my my live tab on YouTube. See the VOD there. Yeah, they played an insane game of Arena for game 1. So, I mean, so much going on Chicken Arabia, too. It's very hard to wall this map. And now Heartt's going to have an exposed gold mine, trying to get up another house, not going to have the timing to garrison. We'll just run back to the TC. Bloodlines now from Sitaux. Fighting under the TC will take some arrows on his scouts. These bloodlines will help. And Mihai, the first player to click up. At the same time, though, he's losing his crossbows. And this is exactly what Hearttt wants to do, pick off crossbows at the same time as the player is up. As that means they're not going to have archers to turn into crossbows, or pick off potential crossbows. And at the same time, Liereyy, he's up. And looking at the numbers now, that diminishes Mihai's existing archer count to 13, while Liereyy stays at 22, 23, and I'm seeing they're split up on the map, some of them forward. He's Xing there, 15 forward. And the key now is that he doesn't lose those crossbows by the time he gets up. Scouts gonna hit each other here on the front. Unstable going up for Hearttt. Have Castle Age on the way, Xing in the middle of the map. Semifinals tomorrow, yes, semifinals tomorrow. The X over here as a Vil goes down. Archers will come forward on the wood line. They have Castle Age on the way for Mihai. And that tower doing a good job defending. And as much as I said Liereyy was keeping the archers alive, here he's going to run into some tower fire. Mihai will chase. Liereyy has the hill, though. And Liereyy going to try to fight before Mihai gets the upgrades. No, he's just going to run now. Although he might run into a bunch of scouts, and this could be a bad fight for Liereyy. At the same time, he has to fight in his base. Sitaux trying to hoover around with scouts. Sitaux can be feudal for a long time, but Magyars don't mind that maybe if they can pump a lot of scouts. And just before Liereyy is going to get his crossbow bodkin upgrades, he's now going to take a bad fight. Magyar scouts there picking off the archers, while Mihai is also going to get his crossbow upgrade in. There he goes. And now Liereyy going to lose everything on the front. It's going to be 21 to 17 archers as Mihai and Sitaux now take a lead. Liereyy caught out of position. And now his meager forces of crossbows at home will be upgraded too late. About the whole Liereyy must not lose archers thing, well, he just lost some archers. And I feel like Magyar's Ethiopians are much more straightforward to play as it goes late game, as the Mongols kind of want to get onto Mangadai. I mean, maybe Mangadai plus Khmer Elephants are the ultimate late game comp, but Magyar Paladin, Ethiopian Arbs, great siege from the Ethiopians too. The Hearttt and Liereyy team is not going to have bombard cannons on their side. There's Castle Age for Sitaux, and the advantage now is that Sitaux took a long time to get Castle. And we'll have ballistics on the way for Liereyy. Staying on crossbows, not going to swap to cav archers. Really hard to pull off that swap in a team game. I think he can be really strong with mobility and your ability to go back and forth and never take a bad fight as long as you pick your fights properly. But it's just so awkward because you're going to be behind on numbers to make that switch. Wish Rubenstock and Max had signed up. Yeah, it would have been nice. Unfortunately, the Finns had scheduling conflicts. Newly gave us the dates for the finals that are this weekend, and it conflicts with their midsummer, as it is the solstice this weekend too. But I think that's the only real top team we'd think of in 2v2s that have been missing. So Hearttt trying to jump the crossbows. Crossbows from Liereyy, maybe he still has the bigger mass. And with ballistics for both crossbow players prioritized right away. And the army from Mihai will go down. At the same time, Mihai is in the base of Liereyy, and Liereyy trying to out-micro ballistics to keep his Goldvilles safe. He will from the hill, and needs to start picking off these numbers as well as he can. Liereyy will get reinforcements, so as long as he micros, and he is. Oh, the micro from Liereyy saving his Vills. And he's actually going to win the fight. He was outnumbered there at the start, but with the hill and his micro, Liereyy will stay completely safe at home. And those Vills thanking the crossbows for saving them. Now some scouts from Sitaux, going to be light cav with armor, and those scouts running straight towards Liereyy, who is not fully walled, has a lot of exposed Vills out here. And will he see this in time to run the Vills? He has a vision of it. He will be microing at the front though, so has to pay attention in two places at once. And there go all of the Vills. Can he wall this off? He's trying to get the quick walls up, tries to get some house walls at the back. Will he be walled here on the hill? This is tricky. I don't know if there's a hole in there. Maybe there is. Scout's still hoovering around. Can't quite get in. That tree almost overchopped. 13 wood left. And he's just going to start walling down, not to the university, but to the TC. And we'll defend with crossbows. And there is a hole. There is a hole between the house and the wood line. And now the light cav will get in. What are they going to hit? A few Vills on the gold. A lot of crossbows there to defend. Well, I'm still seeing corpses splattered about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 6 or 7 Vills killed there by the light cav, and they're still hoovering. They are still hoovering. Thank you, Xmos, for the follow. And, oh, 43K Chen earlier for the follow, too. I feel like that you're somehow spelling chicken with that name. So that's cleared, but at the cost of quite a few Vills. Tag now up by 10 Vills. And now Hearttt needs to defend as the crossbows break in from Mihai. Same time, they're in the back of Sitaux's base, but Sitaux, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towers defending. Crossbow's really not able to hit him now. That long distance stone mine paying off for him. And Liereyy betrayed by a hole on that wood line. We saw Mr. Yo hit by a hole on the wood line in the previous set. Now Liereyy the victim. Liereyy the victim of the perspective. And now the knights will jump the crossbows from Mihai. Crossbows will try. This is DE pathfinding. No, the knights will not jump the crossbows. The crossbows will jump the knights as they run away. Wheelbarrow on the way in from Mihai. As a few knights from Sitaux come forward. Crossbows from Liereyy. Crossbows from Mihai hoovering around too. And Doinkly, thank you for the follow. Series just proves we need a small house mod. Proves we need a flat hills mod, maybe. Oh, Nilly needs to fix the knights there. And damned lag, thank you for the follow. Scaring me that my internet might start lagging again. The crossbows will start to pick off knights. Knights go forward, but Liereyy not as fortuitous with the pathfinding. He actually will lose crossbows here. The knights from Sitaux can find the crossbows. They'll go down. And army and Vill count's still pretty similar, but this is just feeling like a good lead here. The momentum on the side of Tag right now. Knights running in from Hearttt, but still there are a lot of towers defending this eco. Might be hard for the knights to find damage with that much arrow fire around them. Pathfind eventually when the enemy archers don't fight back. The X is on the other side for Liereyy as these knights keep hoovering around, letting his teammate know that knights are on the way. Nice communication there. Heartt's gonna find some Vills, a bit of an overchopped woodline for Sitaux. But Mihai there with the crossbows going to help out Hearttt. And you see the difference in the archer players' scores right here. Mihai with a huge score lead over Liereyy. Sitaux selling some wood. We'll see if Mihai is able to click up soon. His food count getting towards Imp. As the Chimera, remember, you don't have paladins. It's just straight for cavaliers. So Liereyy in the back of Mihai's base, trying to dance a bit. Trying to dance on the front, too. 2 groups of crossbows for Liereyy. And Mihai does not want to fight Liereyy like this, so he just has to get back. Yeah, don't fight. Don't take even slightly advantageous fights against Liereyy with your crossbows. He will still find ways to win. Middle feels like a good knight advantage for Sitaux. Hearttt will have to run from that. Hearttt with knights in the back. And cart on the way. Knights hit archers. And Night Raid on Sitaux, but Sitaux just garrisoning the towers again. And what are the knights actually going to hit with those towers all garrisoned? Imp on the way from Mihai, Thumbring on the way for Liereyy, and they need to do damage before Mihai gets Imp. Mihai has 49 crossbows as the Ethiopians, and those are going to become extremely scary arbalests. Does he have Thumbring already? He does. He has all the armor upgrades. And it's just going to be a quick Bracer, Arb, and Chemistry as soon as he gets up. As long as he has the eco for that, he's in a position to end the game. He'll have Wolves attacking his Woodline, but Wolves attacking is better than Liereyy attacking. Liereyy trying to get back, and they're going to push forward across the map while Imp's coming in. He's not afraid of losing numbers. He thinks he has the bigger army. And he just wants to make sure his crossbows are in a position where as soon as the upgrades come in, he can do damage. Nice job stacking them up so they all shoot there. Hearttt trying to dodge. Age of Empires these days. Going to run an errand. Well, let me know the pace at which you run when you get back, Debooz. Get your watch, log it on Strava, and share us your stats. Hello, Ordinlu. How are you doing, Ordinlu? Saw this first series was close. The first series was very close. And now we're in a second set as Hearttt and Liereyy have a score lead. And Mihai may be regretting being so far forward with his archers on his way up to Imp, so 50 seconds away, but he is falling back now. I think that score lead is mostly because of the Imp timing, though. Once Mihai gets up, that score should flip around. Mihai didn't have gold mining. First game of the previous set might be the best game we've had so far. Mihai is housed, it seems. It would seem so. My internet quality is very garbage. I would love to have fiber with symmetric upload and download speeds, and I'd be streaming at a bit rate of 40k on YouTube instead of 20k. I'd be streaming at 1440p on Twitch because I'm in that beta now. But then I would need a total of 60k to do both of that. Then a bit higher so that I actually have some breathing room. Is this Snowball? Might be close to it, as now Mihai is up. He's doing Chemistry. He'll have Bracer and Chemistry, and with that he's able to push. Now Hearttt up to Imp, and this is at a position where Hearttt needs to get Imp, he needs to get Cavalier and Armor, and then he needs somehow to have the numbers to fight Mihai. Hearttt has 101 villagers, so Hearttt and Liereyy actually do have a 20 lead, but Heartt's going to need to save Liereyy. The one thing maybe that Mihai can't do is lose crossbows in small groups, which is what he'll do if he splits them up. Who won the last set? Lix and Yo won the last set. It was a very tight set. They did pull it out in the end. Oh, Snow Arabia? Yes, this is a snowy version of Arabia. Tried to make it kind of mountainous. I tried to reflect on the China DLC, even though Arabia is definitely not the right region in China just because it's the standard map. Like some Chinese themes. That's why I have a panda theme. I'll have more like a mountainous, snowy theme. I have an autumn theme. I had a steppe theme, but I used pasture terrains, and it didn't work out, so I just got rid of that. Trirum told me it would be fine, but it wasn't. I gave it a good attempt though, and this is exactly what they don't want. Liereyy losing all of his vills before Hearttt can get these upgrades and come to save him. And now it's on to Hearttt to carry the game. Is Liereyy trying to fight with crossbows against arbalests in the back? He has the numbers, but he doesn't have the attack upgrades. Does not have the armor, as armor will be in for Mihai. Mihai with the top score and looking to carry. But can he carry as an archer player against a cav player? A cav player with a bigger eco. Trying to get into the back of Hearttt, and this is what Hearttt doesn't want. Losing Vils. He needs his eco alive to pump out cav. And small raids like this can be damning. Vils picked off by the Arbs. Lierey's lack of Lierey's lack of eco now could cost him the game. He's down to 33 Vils. His team only down by 10 Vils, though, thanks to how many Vils Hearttt has and how few Vils Sitaux has. And this is basically kind of turning into a 1v1 between Hearttt and Mihai. Cav player versus archer player. Cavalier's running around. Sitaux finally dying. Halb on the way for Mihai, and that gives him a clear answer to the Cavaliers. Much more mobility, though, for Hearttt. And Liereyy not really going to be able to contribute much anymore against those Arbs. He's going to need to reboom, and it's going to take him a long time to reboom. He's much farther down than Sitaux is. Hearttt should sling food. That's the thing, Hearttt needs to spend his food, though. These Cavaliers are far more expensive than the Arbs. Heartt's eco is far more important than Lierey's is right now, than Mihai's is right now. And these Cavaliers all hoovering around, so Sitaux completely idled. Could lose more Vils under the TC if Hearttt can path the Cavaliers properly. And if Hearttt ever could get over here, he'd get some raids on Mihai, but maybe not now that Halb is in. Greek pikemen then into researching Halb, the Ethiopians, and a few knights coming over that'll just help run interference against the Cavaliers, and Heartt's going to jump that. Ooh, he can't jump that. Those those Arbs will keep the Cavaliers away. Wants a fight, but he can't take it. He's just running to his death there. And at the same time, Sitaux is raiding, killing all of the Vils under the TC. Killing the Cavaliers. Fighting Ethiopians Arbs on a hill isn't to be done lightly, not without paladins. Well, the Khmer don't get paladins. They get a good food eco and they get spam. That's about it. And now Tag up by 20 Vils. Halb's coming over to save Sitaux. He was idle, but at least he had lots of garrison space with all the towers in the TC. Where are the bombard cannons to finish Lierey's base? That's a good question. Is the university? I think he's just gonna go for 6-range Arbs and worry about the cannons later, as he is at just about 200 pop, 99 Vils, 100 military. About as balanced as he could be. 100-100, there he goes. That's how you split your 200 pop. And now he's taking a big fight. Hearttt trying to get us around. Liereyy helping with crossbows as best he can. And that will be quite a few Arbs going down. But Arb's not expensive to replace at this point, especially since he has 17 on gold and a stockpile of wood. And he can start slinging Sitaux to boom back into the game, and that's something that Hearttt will struggle to do for Liereyy. Liereyy down to 13 Vils, 12 Vils. Oh, Liereyy single-digit Vils, 8, 9, 7 villagers. Oh, the Arbs killing everything. The Mongols player falling apart. What base? Perfectly balanced. Well, Lierey's about to have a balanced eco with 0 on everything. As his crossbows can't take out the Halbs. I mean, he's losing his crossbows too. Lierey's about to be 0 pop. Will he have more crossbows or more Vils soon? He's losing his crossbows. His 12 military, 7 of which are here. Cavalier's coming over from Hearttt, trying to save Liereyy, but maybe a bit too late. As he's still raiding Sitaux, but Sitaux much farther ahead than Liereyy is now. It'll take a lot to be defeated, but maybe that's what Mihai has. Mihai doesn't even need the cannons. And come and double team Hearttt. And I don't think Hearttt can carry 1v2. I don't think that's going to be possible. As far ahead with Cavaliers as he is, Mihai ahead in score. I'm very satisfied with seeing Liereyy die like this. Well, Lierey's gonna lose his TC. He has 8 villagers. Where are they? Oh, some are over here. He's got 4 on this side. Where are the other 8? Did they manage to... Oh, there's 2 of them over here. 2 of them gonna be found by the arbalests. Oh, he's gonna be down to 6 vills. 6 vills, 10 crossbows. And if Mihai notices, those vills will go down. There's the GG's. Liereyy gets the 6 vills, and Tag takes game number 1 in what is potentially an upset on Arabia against Hearttt and Liereyy. Players you'd probably expect to be at their peak on Arabia, but that's 320 kills for Mihai. 56,000 res collected for Hearttt, but not enough when Liereyy was dead. Liereyy looking like T West there, while Hearttt looked like Ornlu. We still lost. Ooh, now that's a way to start a set. GG, and create the overlay. So Mihai and Sitaux taking a win there. And actually, let me double check that I got the drafts in the right order. That's important. And it is, okay, indeed, Tag on the left, Liereyy on the right. Good. That's Arabia being won by, well, the higher seeded team. And for the Civs, that was Mongols and Khmer losing to Ethiopians. The very first pick. And where are Magyars? And Miles Explicit, thank you for using your Prime sub on the stream. They are pretty crazy. One way of calling them. And in the lobby for the next game, they are. The Taiwan AoE gaming players. The Romanian and French players, yes. Title is not updated on Twitch. It is not. Thank you very much for reminding me. Updated it on YouTube. One too many buttons for me to click. Okay, they still have Chicken Arabia selected as the map, so maybe they gotta have a good discussion over their picks. Where they're gonna use their civs. Title should now be updated on Twitch, thank you very much. And a reminder that after this set, we will still have the Silver League semifinals with T90 and Dark against Fedex and Monoz. Originally we were gonna cast that on Wednesday, but didn't get played in time, so we're casting it tonight. And I have an extra long stream to cast 3 sets today. And then 2 best of 7s tomorrow, so potentially 15 games today and 14 tomorrow. And Zach Warlord, thank you for the follow. That is a lot of games. And Gabby! Hello, Gabby! Lovely to see you around. Some flowers for you in the chat. All the big names are streaming, but have to support the tournament organizer. Well, thank you for the follow. We're very, very close to 13k followers. We're at 12,949. All those followers add up. Hello, Folder of Doom. I am pretty happy with how it's gone so far. I think we've had some really high quality games. The only thing I can say is next week I wish we had, or next time I do this, I'm gonna hope we have more than 3 weeks so I can fit in a few more games. Eating and watching the best AoE caster. Aw, thank you, Gabby. So it looks like they're picking Stranded as their next map. And they are launching. Let's go. I have a 2-minute spec delay, and civs will be Georgians and Chinese for Hearttt Liereyy, then Berbers and Maya for Sitaux and Mihai. And I do really like the Chinese on Stranded for the 9-vil start. You start with a fishing ship, so as soon as you build your TC, you can start queuing vils. Cam on? I might do the camera over the weekend. Maybe for the semifinals and the finals. So who's played so far? Earlier today we had Yo and Licks against Barles and Dogao. Now we have set here Hearttt Liereyy against Sitaux and Mihai, and next we have the Silver League semifinals of Monoz and Fedex against T90 and Dark. And I'm excited to see that. I really like that we have the Silver League, and I still wish we could have included more players. We still have the community leagues going on. I hope I did cast a few of those, and those are even still some really high-level players. We had over like 120 teams sign up. When does Platinum League start? When Cab and Riot come out of retirement, so we can have a real Tyrant team. That's when Platinum starts. And spec delay just about over. Here we go. Let me make it red and blue on the scoreboard. And it will be Stranded. You start with 3 groups of 3 vils, and you dock and TC right away as Sitaux is doing, leaving the comfort of his beach, bonfire, and rugs to TC a woodline towards the middle of the map. You do start with a fishing ship, not a junk, so we don't have as many bad puns as we did on the map during Warlords. And you can collect fish while your dock is being constructed and then drop them off right away. So Sitaux will be the Berbers, Mihai will be the Maya. He'll get that extra vil as soon as his TC goes up. Not as good of a bonus as the Chinese with 3 vils, but still nice to have the extra vil at the start. And your fish will last longer on the water. That applies to the Maya now. We have also Hearttt as the Georgians. Start with the free meal cart. That can be a nice boost for your nomad start. Don't have to do the lumber camp. And you'll start luring in the rhinos from the middle of the map. We also will have Liereyy as the Chinese. And we'll see a nice vil lead for Liereyy as he's even housed. He has so many vils he's housed. Don't forget bronze. Maybe we should have done a bronze. Yeah, we had enough signups, I think we would have had a very nice... I mean, we do have the Community League, which is essentially bronze. Maybe we should have done one more single elim bracket. I figured at that stage, players were more interested in just playing games, and so we put them in the Community League. But maybe another single elim bracket could have been nice, with another round of qualifiers and play-ins. So once, twice, thrice TC shooting the Rhino. For the first round of the play-ins, actually, teams were so good at scheduling that we did not have games on Sunday because they all played their games ahead of time. And that's probably the one mistake I had, not having content for that Sunday. And usually Sundays the bigger days for viewership. Yeah, that's true. If you had junk on the team map, you could trade among your team. But we did the same thing we did in TTL. We went for the fishing ship. I do prefer using the standard in-game units for the most part. So what do these civs do? Chinese and Georgians do fall into the category of Archer Civ and Scout Civ. Same thing for Berbers and Maya. So you could go Archer Scout into Crossbow Knight. We also have seen some more interesting castle drop plays on this map. We have seen Spanish picked before, and maybe, I mean, good unique units all around between Chukonus, Manaspas, Plumed Archers, and Camel Archers. So you could see, probably more likely from the tag team, but either Berbers or Maya go for a castle. First player up will be Liereyy, and you do of course have to contest the water on this map. Berber is probably the best water civ out of everyone here because of their faster moving ships. Better eco for Georgians if they make the churches. Yeah, Georgians with fortified churches. Pretty good on this map because the stone is so limited. So having the fortified church as a defensive structure when you're not spending stone on it can be extremely strong, especially if you're stopping mangonel pushes or any type of aggression. We have a Vil from Hearttt heading to the middle right now. Liereyy will be the first player up, and we see Liereyy adding in a second dock. And you might expect Liereyy then to go double dock galleys, or even triple dock galleys, and try to pressure the fishing ships. So this map does play out like a hybrid map in some sense. It's a nomad start because you don't have a TC, but usually players just do them on the wood lines. You can occasionally see players go. I did guarantee the gold and the wood line to spawn right next to each other. But that's a very long walk on the 9-vil start on the 2v2 map. So barracks at the front for Hearttt. And what will we put down next? The Georgians I'd expect it to be a stable, especially since he's not on gold anywhere. Liereyy, he is on gold. And, I mean, does it ever make sense for Liereyy to walk all the way here, be like 1 vil down, half a vil down on the timing, and have a better TC location? It might. It might. I think at least there is some decision making on the map of where you put the TC. The Berbers could make Camel Archers of the Cav player. They won't have any upgrades out of the gate compared to other civs. At least not in Feudal, but in Castle they will have the cheaper Cav, which is very nice, and also the Camels. If Georgians end up going heavy for Cav, Camels can counter that. Shouldn't the categories be more like Sling Civ and Slung Civ? We have seen a lot of slinging, but that's mostly Barles and dogao who have been doing the slinging. The other teams hadn't really been slinging as much. And Liereyy will be going forward, but Sitaux up in time to make some defensive galleys. Liereyy had tried to use the fast uptime to control the water, and maybe he still will if he has good micro here. He loses 1 galley, and now he has to run. Now he's in a bit of trouble, losing HP there too. And the double shots being very good for Sitaux, but Sitaux is going to lose a galley here as Liereyy runs back, and now we'll turn around. And in a position where maybe he can pressure Sitaux, who is on 1-2 docks. Saw the faster moving galleys for the Berbers there, coming in quite handy. 1.57 speed to 1.43 speed. So Hearttt as we saw earlier, going scouts. We'll have a tower on the gold from Mihai. Mihai with a spear poking the scouts. Gets the tower up. To be honest, I kind of like it. Slinging was really excessive back in the days, but nowadays it's banned in pretty much any tournament, so it is cool to see different strats and adaptations with the added attacks. Yeah, I basically have the same feeling, too. That we don't see slinging all that much, and it's sometimes nice to have it as an option, and it's nerfed enough in Feudal that I don't think we're going to see a full sling every game. And the sling games we have been pretty good so far, too. I think 3 of the best games we've had in the tournament so far have involved sling of some sort, and it didn't feel like the sling was necessarily overpowered. Sometimes the slinger is even lost. So Mihai on the water too. So different strategies here. Tag going double water, Hearttt not going as heavily for the water, just doing a fire galley, while Mihai going more of an investment as he goes for galleys. Scout's going to pick off a spear. Oh, look at the quick walls from Mihai. That was nice. And the spear will force the scouts away. Oh, that was some quick wall placement there. Mihai been practicing his APM. Doubt needing to sling Hera. Doubt needing to carry Hera. Showing who the best GL player is. Scouts will pick off the spear there. Thank you, Nomadic Greek 1, for the follow. So houses going up in the middle. And I think Liereyy has the Gallead numbers advantage here, 12 to 8. And if he pushes past the dock, that messes up the reinforcements from Sitaux. So fletching for everyone here, and Hearttt up to Castle Age as Liereyy keeps pushing. I see some yellow on the minimap. That will be archers. Walled already, though, is Hearttt. And Castle Age on the way also for Sitaux. So Sitaux went for a very compact wall around his base in his starting TC, with some vills on the wood line over there. And does have more wood line options if he were to be pushed. So TC'd a bit more towards the middle, not on the first wood line he saw, but more towards the middle. And that let him go for this more compact wall. Hearttt kind of did the same thing. Maybe his middle wood lines just weren't in the right spot, or he tried to be a bit greedier with a team wall with Liereyy. So Liereyy going to do his market. He has a nice wall off towards the docks. Wall up by these wood lines in the TC as well. Hearttt might want a wall to the edge of the map, but he's still pretty nicely walled, and it will be a good team wall. And maybe with the team wall, they might have more access to the hills in the middle of the map. As we'll also have Mihai clicking up, so Liereyy will be the last one still feudal. He does have the high score, though, and he is dominating on the water. A good number of galleys, so he will clear the fishing ships of the enemy team, but that will mean he's up later. Hearttt needs to make a church in the middle and get wood there. And fortified church in the middle could be a really good play, as the scouts here from Hearttt are going to jump the gold mine from Mihai, but with the tower there, they'll get a couple of vills, but not able to do too much damage. We'll have some defensive archers also from Mihai. Galleys will pick off the fishing ships and the villager. And galleys picking off the fire. Shot it. Picking off the spear. And in the very north of the map, a bunch of fishing ships just hiding in the corner from Liereyy. The most obvious place you could hide. I wonder if Lierey's going to go up there and look for them? Maybe not. I guess hiding there will work. Go for the dock. Mihai up to castle. One option would be to go fire ship after the war galley upgrade. But maybe better just to concentrate on land. Especially as the Maya, he probably wants to get a lot of archers out. Now, as much as I mentioned the castle drop earlier, there's not much stone on the map. You only have these singleton tiles of stone hiding around the outside. So hard to get the castle, maybe. One look away and red is dead in water. Well, Liereyy investing more to that. I mean, how many docks does Liereyy have? He has triple docks, and he's even still pumping galleys. So Liereyy investing to make sure the water is safe, and he needs to wall. He needs to wall one more tile, and he's safe. One tile. The Vil gets there just in time. Sitaux not breaking through. And tricky to wall that, as Liereyy is, of course, looking at the fishing ships. They ran from their hiding place in the corner, or sailed. They don't run their ships. They sailed away, and the galleys found them. So now Mihai going to lose all of his fish. Liereyy coming from the other side and trapping them. Need to stay hiding in the corner for a bit longer. Docks are going down as well. A couple of galleys for Sitaux. They did come forward, but they're not going to sneak around and hit the fishing ships. Liereyy is prepared for that. He is patrolling, and he sees those galleys. He will do damage to them. Actually, wait, these are Berber galleys. They are very fast. And very fast. He could do Bodkin, actually. Pick off a lot of fishing ships. And he's going to pick off the fish here while there's some Xing in the middle. Mangonel from Hearttt. He did the forward fortified church. Monk wants conversions on the Knights. The Knights are going for the Mangonel. He'll get one conversion. Bills want to repair. As the Mangonel gets a nice shot on the crossbows, Knights from Hearttt will pick off the other crossbows. On the water, the galleys from Sitaux picking off quite a few fishing ships. Trying to use their speed to avoid the pursuit of Liereyy. But Lierey's going to get sandwich them from both sides. Sitaux will do what he can to dodge, and actually, very, very good job to get away. No, it's so annoying chasing down the speedy Berber galleys. Especially when you don't have ballistics. But in the middle, Hearttt will secure the top of the hill and add a TC. Knights will hit the villagers on the wood line as the monk comes over to get a conversion. Bowsaw and husbandry on the way for Hearttt. Running around. And Knight goes down. Lierey's still on the docks. Liereyy trying to take out every single dock on the enemy team. And good score lead for Liereyy, but remember that is, for the most part, due to the water. And since Lierey's investing so much on the water, he doesn't really have crossbows. And that's going to give Sitaux the freedom to add camels to counter the Georgians, because Mihai is the player with a ton of crossbows out. He's too clean with it. I mean, the micro of all four of these players is absolutely amazing. This might be in total the best microed set. Outside of maybe Slam pushing deer. Mangonel going for the crossbows, but Mihai gonna walk back. Ooh, splits. Splits away. And X in the middle from Sitaux, looking to break through a wall. Forward workshop. And Doubt. If we get Doubt and Slam in the same set, that would be the best micro ever. The biggest difference in deer pushes. The crossbow still hitting the Mangonel. Repairs come in. Mangonel shot misses the crossbows. And ooh, now it hits the crossbows. The Knight's coming in. But here is where the camels become useful. Liereyy doesn't have his own crossbows, but to be fair, Mihai doesn't have his own crossbows anymore either. He took a lot of Mangonel hits there, fighting before the Mangonels were picked off by the Knights. That is a sturdy Mangonel. But now the Mangonels are down. Mihai coming over with more crossbows now. And good number of Knights from Hearttt. Still all those blinking dots on the water from Liereyy winning. And Lierey's starting to get his crossbow numbers added in now. And more crossbows from Mihai coming forward. He probably could have pushed that. A bit reluctant there, but Liereyy doesn't even have the armor upgrade. Maybe he wanted reinforcements and didn't want to be separated from Hearttt. Mangonel's on top of the hill, taking out some houses to open up some progression in case they want to head this way. But now maybe focusing the TC could be a nice strat. We'll have more TCs added in for Sitaux. He's on his third. Liereyy on 3-2. And Liereyy, look at that Vil count, 79 eco units in the game. 61 Vils, 19 fishing ships. Only 4 fishing ships for Hearttt, but Liereyy is going for an insane fish boom. 19 fishing ships. And he's continued moving the docks around the coast, so he's getting more access to the fish as he goes on either side. Maybe think about docking over here and moving some fish to this area if Heartt's not going to take that. It's important to keep moving the docks so your eco runs. But now they need to make sure that eco pays off, as another nice mangonel hit comes in from Hearttt. Loses his mangonel though. X is over here. Camels and crossbows. Bill goes down to the crossbows. Wants a conversion. Gets a conversion on the knight. Knight goes down. Oh, Vil dancing. And Camel's starting to raid from Sitaux. So even though they lost the water, still they have good army numbers on land. And 27 of this military is galleys, so actually tag having the bigger land military. Heartt's still trying to get some raids in, but crossbows will pick off the knights. Maya, of course, can just pump archers from their ranges. Have a ton of crossbows. And, ooh, horse collar just coming in from Hearttt, a bit late on that. Now, really difficult to raid the Georgian player. But with ballistics, the crossbows will pick off some Vils as they run away from the church. And Imperial Age on the way from Mihai. This is where Mihai needs to make sure he doesn't lose his numbers. Hearttt has a bunch of knights. But Mihai going to try to run away. Whereas if you push him to the coast, I'd love to see a demo. Camel's coming over. Camel's a bit less useful now that the crossbow numbers for Liereyy have increased. Mangonel on the way. We've seen how Mihai can be threatened by mangonels so far. Knights go down for Sitaux. And galleys from the coast. Galleys being useful for Liereyy. Getting the galleys involved in the fight. They'll help clean up the crossbows. And always great when you can use your galleys. And that's what exactly Mihai didn't want. He did not want to lose his crossbow numbers before Imp. And now he only has 13 crossbows. To be fair, he is the Maya, so he can push out as many crossbows as he could ever dream of from those ranges, but he needs the time to do it. Now only 90 seconds from Imp, and he'll have maybe 20 crossbows at the time he hits Imp. 20 to 25 instead of 40 plus. And now Liereyy gonna get some raids on the Vils in this wood line. Yeah, and Liereyy 50 archers. And he's not close to Imp yet. But that would have been the advantage. The advantage with the Imp timing. It's just like we saw with Licks in that Arabia game earlier. Oh, Mangonel's walled in. Walled in to protect him from the knights, and walled in a spot where they can hit the TC. What is this Mangonel pen from Sitaux? That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. And he'll take out the archers. Oh, the knights break through the houses, though. And not landing a shot on Liereyy. Liereyy, you expect him to micro that very well. Liereyy up to 53 crossbows. Remember when Liereyy was on the water and didn't have as many crossbows as Mihai? That has changed. And now you basically take camels out of the equation for Sitaux. Force him to stay on the knight and the cavalier line. Mihai up, chemistry done, but only 24 crossbows now. He's still trying to hit knights as he runs away. Crossbows hit the knights. Crossbows have to dance back and forth. And Imperial Age on the way for Liereyy. And if he can maintain his crossbow numbers, which he just took a big loss of crossbow numbers. Like a big loss, as now Mihai's still trying to push. Chemistry on the way, doesn't have Arb yet. but does have Bracer and Chemistry, so he has the range. That's the important one. Chemistry will just be more attack against the Mangonels and everything. Especially against the Mangonels that matter. There's Chemistry in. Hearttt trying to grab more relics. What are the relic counts? 2 for Liereyy. This will be 2 for Hearttt as this one comes in. None for the other team. Imp on the way. Imp now clicked for Hearttt. So Sitaux not close to Imp at all. And the highest score on the team being the player who's not Imp. Not feeling too good, I think. The Knights running around, killing each other in the back. Crossbows coming forward. And double Imps on the way, as well as fletching. Crossbow is on the hill for Liereyy. Taking a Mangonel shot, but the Knights take the Mangonel out right away. That workshop will go down. And Arbalest now in for Mihai, maybe giving him a last chance to make a push. Where are his archers? I select them and they're all over the place. I don't even, Capture Rage doesn't even point me towards them. They are hitting a TC from Hearttt, but not breaking in. Where's Heartt's Imp TC? It is on the hill in the middle. Deciding that one was safer than this one. Liereyy on 8 ranges. How many ranges does Liereyy have? Liereyy on 10 ranges? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ranges. Maybe even adding in more. As the Chinese, he's up to Imp. He'll have those cheap Imperial Age upgrades. Chemistry, Bracer, Arb. Coinage on the way in case he wants to sling Hearttt. Now, Hearttt, a bit of trouble here, but at least he has the Fortified Church where he can put the Vills. Fortified Church on the TC. No one with a castle yet, but that's also the nature of Stranded when you don't have very good stone piles. And you host with more ranges than farms. Hey, if you're the archer player, once you click all those techs, you don't need farms. You just need archers and arbalests. Arb's coming forward. Knights going down. Arb is picking off the Knights. X over here for Sitaux. Arb's taking out the Knights. Arbs will go for the Arbs in the back. So Knight plus Arb against Arb. This feels like Liereyy has the not just the numbers, but the micro and the pathing. All of those Knights not even taking an engagement, trying to get to the top of the hill. Oh, they're just gonna melt. 4 armor Castle Age upgrades on them will not stand up to Imperial Age Arbalests. Knights will all go down. Down they go. The Arbalests start being picked off too. And a castle goes up for Mihai. We can admire the new Mayans architecture on the castle. Liereyy scores. He has 31 fishing ships still. Look at all the docks. He's even adding fish traps. Look at the docks from Liereyy around the edge of the map. Taking all of the fish. At the same time, a raid from Hearttt getting Cavaliers into Sitaux's eco. Liereyy doesn't need farms. He has fish. Herb's moving forward. Maybe looking to pick off Vills. Picking off a Knight. House post. Hello, Emu. How you doing, Emu? So Vills on the gold being massacred. And this feels like good win for Liereyy now. As they look to tie the setup, we even have Bodkin Arrow for Hearttt that'll help him defend a bit more. Against all these raids, as Sitaux's looking to raid. Their team wall was breached in the middle a bit. But now they're on Georgian healing Cavaliers. Plus fully upgraded Chinese Arbalests. Sitaux has almost no army. GG soon. I think it's going to be GG soon. I'll try to get maybe some type of push from Mihai. But Lierey's sending a ton of wood to Hearttt. Now the Arb player who has their army and is just kind of going to be chilling in the back, not taking the direct fights, not taking losses, is free to sling the Cav player. And this should be a good fight. Maybe the GG fight. Heartt's looking to clear everything here. castle can shoot the cavaliers, but the Arabs will just be shot in the back. Mihai not going to try to garrison and run them. She's going to lose everything, and there is the GG from Mihai. Hearttt Liereyy tie it up. GG from Sitaux. And that is 241 kills for Liereyy as the Chinese. Liereyy going water, booming smoothly as the Chinese, getting crossbows in time, getting his imp upgrades, and oh, what a smooth game from Liereyy. GG. Alright. Hello there, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. They've been really making a claim as the hybrid civ. I think depends on the map, and I think definitely on the Nineville start. It's toast still a million years from Imperial Age, just no chance with Castle Age Knights. Yep. Exactly. So, let's see, that is 1-1. And we're potentially not even halfway through the stream. I've been streaming for 5 hours. These have been some rather long games. And what were those civs again? Chinese and Georgians against Maya and Berbers. Enjoying playing the games and the map selections are varied and enjoyable? Nice. I hope you've been enjoying the community event too. I really like all the interest we had in the community event, and I'm glad that we did kind of combine the signups with the main event. The other thing I'm enjoying is the YouTube streams. We have 200 viewers on YouTube as well. So while the Twitch viewers feel like maybe they're a bit down today because everyone else, T90, Dave, and Memb are all streaming, compared to the other days when it was mostly just me and Memb, I think we're doing great on YouTube, considering that. Yeah, hi YouTube. I have 200 plus on YouTube. When yesterday we were at like 300, I think is great. Yeah, hi YouTube everyone. YouTube's great. We're not like T90's YouTube. T90 always says his YouTube smells. Nah, this YouTube's great. We're all friendly here. What people have told me is that YouTube is great because you can pause the video, go to like 1.5x speed, and then catch up. And you don't have to pause and come back later and miss stuff. Knight of the Lonely Web. Saying hi to Twitch and GMAT. YouTube represent. Yeah, the YouTube chat isn't as active. I think some people are even watching on YouTube and chatting in Twitch, so you can double dip. Sulk saying hi to YouTube. Sound like a chipmunk with the fast speed? Actually, whenever I watch my YouTube videos, I have to watch them at fast speed. It's just like something about listening to my own voice is really awkward if I do it at normal speed, but if I go to fast speed, I'm fine. You missed a fight on Twitch, so you went to YouTube to rewind. Nice. Mr. Fluffy Bunny does it so intentionally so they sound like a chipmunk. Oh boy. Yeah, much easier on mobile. And it's better for the high quality. Yep, because we are on 4K on YouTube. It requires putting a fan on my router, but we do it. That's why I appreciate all the donations for the tournament. 50% of those donations will go towards helping the prize pool. So they all are absolutely much appreciated. The rest go for making me, or helping me get coffee and keep my internet running. There's someone who put 19 fans on your face right now. That'd be a lot of fans. I should get some type of like fan sponsorship. Oh, the map's gonna be Zawal. The map will be Zawal. Lovely. The clown map. Where's Bazzi when we need him? I am really hoping that this does go all 5 games, so that means we will see islands. pretty sure there won't be any clowning here? You don't think there'll be clowning? What, are we gonna have a double boom again? The Britons have got to be used on Zawal. You are correct. They are Britons and Lithuanians against Persians and Vietnamese. Ozzy was summoned. Zawal summons its creator. YouTube chat not as active because they're 1/4 the viewers. Depends on the day. Today we're almost at parity. It's been like 250 to 200. What's my favorite map of these? I've really been liking Arena. I'm an Arena fan. It's Islands. Why? Because no one's played Islands yet. That's why. Every single water map has been Sumatra. At least we've seen Islands drafted. We still need to see Regicide Fortress, Islands, and Mediterranean. Oh, lucky number, you like Hamburger? Well, Hamburger, I think, was the best game of the tournament so far earlier. And here we go. And the colors. Why are the colors like that? It should be blue and red. So, welcome to Zawal. To the south, we'll have Liereyy as the green Vietnamese and Hearttt as the blue Persians. To the north, we'll have Sitaux as the red Lithuanians and Mihai as the yellow Britons. The map will be Zawal. Thanks to Bazi for designing this wonderful contribution to the AoE2 map scripting scene. This has been one of the best maps that we've had since DE came out. And what's going to happen here? Britons and Lithuanians, each side has 3 relics on it. So not too difficult for the Lithuanians to get at least +3 attack for their knight and latest lines. The Britons will have great range on the longbows late game. Suppose you could also go for a castle drop in longbows right away. The Vietnamese feel like late game, maybe they have Rattan Archers to counter Britons. They have Imp Skirms to counter Britons. Persians probably don't want to go Imp Skirm without Bracer, though. Persians, could they go War Elephant against the Lithuanians? Would those win against Lechai? That would be fun. Back in time for Zawal. Hello, Dabooz. Hamburger is amazing. A lot of possibilities. That's what I've seen too. We've seen the Vil fighting from Barles brought to the map. Last year, Finland had a lot of interesting transport shipping. Or last year and year and a half ago, whenever the last Carto was, a year and a half ago. Britons are awful versus Persians and Vietnamese. You think so? I feel like Britons 1v1 against Vietnamese actually can favor Britons as long as they push early enough. If they can get longbows fighting Rattan Archers before the armor comes in, the longbows actually win. It's really just late game when the armor comes in from the blacksmith that the Rattans, I think, really get scary. Now, see a subscription? Nope, I prefer to use the free version. I'm not a fan of the subscription model. Yeah, I feel like late game against Imp Skirm Britons fall off. Siege Towers incoming? Ooh, that could always be fun. I don't know about Siege Towers, though, but they could be fun. Persians can have... They can have Imp Skirm, yes. The thing that Persians do not have will be Bracer. So Liereyy as the Vietnamese can very well give Imp Skirm to the Persians. The Turks don't get it because they only have feudal skirms, but the Persians can get it. They will not have Bracer. Werewolf is actually insane. One of the most powerful techs you can get. So Fast Amp from the Britons might still be a play. Ibex being pushed in from Mihai. I will send some Vils forward, And Mihai in feudal, is he gonna tower rush the wall? Now you cannot attack the wall with the villagers. And if you right click the wall, you repair the wall for free. But you can tower rush and go through, and we have seen this played before. You can tower rush and then maybe we'll have feudal scouts from Sitaux as he's adding in a barracks. So there we go, clowning around already. Is Mihai, as he does go for the tower. And I absolutely know that Mihai knows you cannot attack with the villagers, because I had a show match between him and freaking Andy on a different version of this map once, where he tried to attack the wall with villagers and it didn't work. So I know he's aware of this. Yeah, Bozzy, we have seen this before. Slam and ACCM tried it out, the tower rush to open the wall strategy. If you bring the other scout forward, I don't know why you wouldn't, because you're cleaning a wolf, you can get 2 scouts attacking the wall with tower fire behind it. It actually goes down pretty quickly. So... archery range from Mihai. Look, put archers in the tower. Vills would go forward. Maybe he'll go for another tower. Not on stone, though. Britain's not really a tower rushing save, but they do have the great archers. Is the wall in fog of war? It is not revealed. It's not revealed, which is great, because if someone were to attack here and go through either side, neither player would be aware of it, unless they actually do outposts and scout. Here he's expecting it. He is walling. Well, this is how the wall works. One wall is not enough, so you make a second wall. One wall is not enough. You see Mihai even starting up his wall, but he looks like he's going to curve around and kind of leaves the toe out to dry. This does, however, give access to the relics. Capture Age. Castle Age on the way. Man, they're 5 hours into the stream. And this might even just be the midpoint game in case we have the Silver League final or semifinals going all 5 games. So house goes down, Vil comes forward to fight. Scouts go down. Vil trying to make the houses will be faced down by the scouts. And the scouts are there, they pick a Vil. Scouts and archers are in, though. There's Lithuanian bonus caps at 4. 4 relics for +4 attack. So scouts and archers breaking in. Another tower going up for Hearttt. And the archers here will lose some HP. No fletching. But Liereyy up to Castle Age. Heartt still trying to defend. Heartt not near clicking up. He did the market, but I don't see any military buildings from him, just Vil so far. Losing the scout even, we're both players. Is Liereyy up to castle? Anyone slinging? Heartt slinging Liereyy. Okay, Heartt could be slinging Liereyy here. Feudal sling, so highly taxed. Heartt, as the Persians, will have a great eco for slinging. You're buying stone, doing it for an extra TC. Then for a castle. Okay, castle will force this army away of Castle Age and gold shaft or gold mining, not shaft mining, just normal gold mining on the way for Sitaux. So he's clicking up. Didn't invest too much into scouts, just 33 Vils. There's the sling. Heartt slinging Liereyy again. Persian sling. This feels old school. This feels like what Cab would do for Rhea in that hypothetical Tyrants matchup. The defensive castle from Liereyy. Castle Age on the way from both Sitaux and from Mihai. So, Rat and Archer is likely on the way. Mihai gonna have to figure out how to use the Britain's range once he gets up. Persian 13 pop drush into Persian sling. I remember Tato going for those super fast drushes too. Persians with a plus 50 food and plus 50 would essentially do the Lithuanian early drush, but back in AOC. So Rat and Archers here to defend. Problem with Rat and Archers though, they start with only 4 Pierce Armor, and you need the upgrades to max them out. Britons will have 5 attack. If they have Bodkin, there's no Pierce Armor. Then that's 2 damage. Longbows come out, they have 1 more attack, would do 3 damage. And with Bodkin to get up to 4, I think. Yeah, it'll be 8 attack versus 4 armor. Alright, still slinging Liereyy. Mihai up to castle. And Ratton's picking off the Cav. Nice attack for the Rattons. Forward workshop from Mihai. He's looking to keep the aggression up. And Baron, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream and that you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the raid.
Ready.
So Bowsaw and Heavy Plow coming in for Sitaux. And Sitau's going to be booming 1, 2, 3 TCs in the back. And Mihai can boom behind his push too. Second TC for him. Cheap Britain's TC is nice. And an X in the middle from Hearttt. What is this? Gate. Doesn't gate anything. He's going to do a preemptive watchtower on the gold. And Spectura, hello. And not going to get the tower up in time.
Yay.
Or he will if Mihai is there. Maybe he's just going to use the tower as a debate to get the crossbows in position for the Rat and Archers. Having an amazing day. Hope the quarterfinals are giving you good games. Oh, the games have been amazing, Baron. Absolutely amazing. And thank you for the raid and for the support.
Yay. Mandatum.
And also for all the puppy photos.
Ready.
Saw he has a new tire toy that he's been, or that she is the puppy a girl? No, that she is a new tire toy that has been chewed on.
Yay.
Rattons are funny to watch. And well, while this is happening, oh look at these monks! Look at these monks going for a bit of a heist. That'll be now 1, 2 more relics for Sitaux. Handcart on the way. Puppy is a girl. All right, nice. And well, with the heist, at least 1 more relic. We'll give 4 to Sitaux. You might want to back them up just in case they're breached so he doesn't lose them. But he's prepared for the relics. He's scouted that, so 4 relics easy. Hello, Mouse Puddles. Liereyy, like any archer unit, look good.
Ready.
You probably make the what is it called? The Xianbei Raiders look good. Oh, no, now I need to think of how to pronounce it without having the word in front of me. That was hard. So castle going up for Liereyy. We'll be able to shoot through the walls and try to raid. Don't go that far. I bet he could even make the war chariots look good. But he played them once in Warlords, and they didn't look that good. And yep, still slinging. Hearttt still slinging Liereyy. Still feudal slinging Liereyy. Imp. Bloodlines on the way for Sitaux. As Lithuanians, he's getting ready to spam knights to try to stop this. Knights, maybe Lechai can get a castle up. It doesn't quite have the stone access for a castle right now. A stone there, maybe it will be a castle in Lechai. Sling feels too broken. Well, we'll see what Trebs can do. I've seen slings attempted on this map, and I've also seen slings heavily punished on this map. And outposts forward, all the better to see the buildings with. Rounds are a good unit to sling towards. I guess that's true. Elite Ratton and Bracer on the way. In no position to punish the sling. And we'll see, we'll have Foraging and Husbandry on the way. Bracer and Chem will take a lot of knights to kill them. That's true, with Bracer and Chem will take a lot of knights. But knights at least ignore armor. So if they can maybe try to pick your villas as reinforcements. If Louis out of position. Not gonna go there. Ooh, we'll pick some villas from Hearttt that are out of position. Treb comes forward for Liereyy. And Knights pick that off. Knights pick that off. Knights pick off the vills. And suddenly that's pushed. We have a forward castle from Liereyy, though. Defensive castle from Sitaux. Sitaux needs to get up if he's going to engage in a Treb war. You would leave and tag. Alright, well, Hearttt Liereyy with the score lead right now. And Rat and Archers are insane. Just gonna go for vills. They're quick walled in. And will this be a doubt castle? Will this be a doubt castle? It is a doubt castle. It is a doubt castle. Well, Sitaux needs to send more. He needs to send more vills. But these Rat and Archers are doing work. Here, that will go up. 82%. They have Thumb Ring on the Archers? He does not have Thumb Ring yet. No. A Thumb Ring. Unless he means Sitaux, who also doesn't have Thumb Ring. And where are the Rattans going to go? They don't care too much about TC fire. You need to make sure they protect the Trebs. The castle will help with that too. They have chemistry, all the stuff that's not displayed up there I asked about. No chemistry. TC goes down. Trebs will go for the next castle. And, I mean, is there any military presence forward? A couple of knights for Sitaux, that's it. Liereyy has a huge score lead, and they're going to call the GG. As the Sling does it, Tag losing their home map. And if they pick their next home map, that means we get islands. That means we get islands, baby. And Liereyy beasting with the Sling. I have seen Slings on the wall before, but I've also seen them fail. One of my favorites was Italian Sling Goths. So, GG. I'll swap over to the other scene. Maybe on islands. Not sure if I've seen that in a while. I know. 50% tax is just very hard. It is a very hard tax. If it were 30%, and especially in AOC, where we still had that feudal age... Sling research, what's it called? Coinage. Then I think it'd be a different situation. And hello, Grebo. Oh, GG, Liereyy indeed is an absolute beast. Play same civs every game, so there's still a few that you haven't seen. How much does premium subscription to Captures cost? So personally, I don't use the premium subscription because I much prefer using the free one, and I don't like the subscription model. It is $5 a month, which I think is kind of ridiculous for a game that cost $20 and was $15 if you had already owned the HD edition. So I much prefer stick to the free version. She's just crazy. You believe in tag. Freya believes in tag. They're gonna make the comeback now. They're gonna make the comeback. We have some belief. That's what they need, some belief. And Grebo660, thank you again for the follow. And again, Baron, thank you and all of your lovely viewers, including your puppy, for the raid. You believe? Hello, mycologist. You gotta believe. That's what I learned as a Mets fan. You gotta believe. Okay, they're in the lobby. I'm gonna hope that this gives me time, as I've been staying hydrated. I also need to run to the bathroom in between the games. Thank you, Rotanamod5812 for the follow. Alright, what did I miss? Did they pick the game? They launched, and we are in. I'm back just in time. Here we go. And what is this map? They did it. We're actually playing Islands. Did I say Mets fan? I am a Mets fan. Hello, Evan. Yeah, the Islands. I need to double check that the map isn't bugged. Okay, give me a second. Everyone should have 2 golds, 2 stones, and a berries. Okay, we're good. We're good. I should maybe require a path for the deer. That could be a nice thing for Islands. Require a path like 2 or something. Does the Silver League match with T90 and Dark have a set start time just after this? Just after this. They've already played and we're casting the Rex. Originally, the Silver League was supposed to be on Wednesday, but not played in time, so we're casting the Rex. So Islands, let me just say, I put a lot of work into making sure that this is balanced, and these 2 central islands here has 1 island out on the side. DE always has 3 central islands. I wanted it to be a lot more random like AOC, but I also needed it to be equal, so players will have islands between them in a way that is balanced. Won't always be the same. Sometimes it's 3 in the middle. Sometimes it's 2 on the outsides between the teams and 1 in the middle. Sometimes it's like a 1 in the middle, 1 on the outside, and then, or like 1 on the outside, and then each team shares an island. Lots of different configurations, all rotating around. And I'm happy about it. Lots of trigonometry used. And this is the first time we've seen islands in the Gold League. It was played once in Silver. Fedex and Monoz had a set where they played it. And the berries were missing, and I had to do a lot of debugging to find out that there is an invisible object near a house that blocked unit placement that the berries happened to spawn on top of and got blocked. And I moved the berries far enough away so that doesn't happen, and they always spawn now. Is T90 still casting? I don't know if T90... Maybe T90 will cast the Rex of his own games. that would be really funny. So Hearttt pushing the deer into the TC. Bills will shoot the deer and take it. And we'll have Loom on the way for Liereyy. Loom on the way. And then Loom also on the way for Hearttt. How many transport ships will we see in Feudal Age? So how many archery ranges will we see on the neutral islands? Ha ha ha, I get the joke out of the way. Anyway, the thing I like about islands as a water map is that you have lots of different possibilities. We have more aggressive forward docks for Hearttt and Liereyy, but then more defensive back docks for Mihai and Sitaux. But I think this also opens up the possibility for landings. I can also see this played as a landing map, and that's exactly what we're going to have for Sitaux. He's going to add in a transport, and tell me the transport isn't stuck. It just has a Vil by it. Okay. So, yeah, you can... When I've played this on the ladder, I have been sad because I don't get to micro galleys, and instead I just get landed. So Sitaux going to make a transport, start sailing around the very outside. By the fact they have their docks in the back, that's going to let them have a bit more freedom to transport while still protecting their fish and not needing to go as heavy onto the galleys. Or he just watches Dave's cast him and streams the reactions. That would be cute. Alright, let me just check my pings. The Discord ping and the admin discussion. Yo confirmed they messed up the positions on Jungle Rumble. Oh boy. So Miguel's speculation that the Jungle Rumble positions were messed up earlier is confirmed. Oh boy. Well, it's the quarterfinals. I think they've had more than enough time to test the maps. And, ooh, not a second dock there for Mihai. Mihai docking very far in the back. Oh, fishing ship scouting from Liereyy. He will see the docks in the back. So wanting to know where to send his initial galleys. And it should be galleys from everyone. So Italians, Malians, Dravidians, Vikings. So Dravidians, Vikings. This is the biggest dock at discount you could get. Oh, did Sitaux just land a neutral island? Sitaux, he lately landed the neutral island. He did it. Sitaux, it's He didn't build archery ranges there, at least, but he landed it. He landed it. He did it. T90 is vindicated. Look. His chat's probably going crazy. But he finds the right island. Put an archery range on. Immediately he's scattered, though. Immediately scattered by Hearttt. And Hearttt, who had been going aggressively into the galleys, is he going to bring the galleys back and try to snipe this off? Well, immediately a barracks for Hearttt. And this is what the landing does. It gives you a nice timing to get your range up and get your units out first. So in the back, Mihai's job is just going to be to defend with the galleys. Tall task against a Liereyy player who's going to be very aggressive on the water. But now Hearttt can wall this off, work to defend the gold, and does have another gold he can retreat to if he wants to. Picking Malians for a pure water map is crazy. Well, in the late game, Malians, while they have a great start, will not have Bracer. So they're going to have a horrible water tech tree, and they also lack Galleon, right? They lack something else. So they lack Galleon, they lack Bracer, so they have to go Fast Fire. And that's Fast Fire that doesn't have Shipwright. So, not the best fires. A couple of archers being trained for Sitaux, but Heartt's just gonna go Skirm. Where are the Vils? Where'd the Vils go? They're in the transport. Maybe doing fletching. Xing everywhere. One fire found by Hearttt. He has galleys around the back. And Liereyy not able to push into Mihai yet. Mihai still has to defend the fish and be wary of galleys that are running around the back. Archers on the gold, being disruptive there for Sitaux. Indeed, the landing being useful, and because he got the building up first, the barracks will force some reaction, and then a bit of a later range and later skirm production. How many docks is Mihai on? 1, 2, 3 dock galley production as the Italians, but he is against 1, 2, 3 dock galley production from the Vikings, and Vikings that will have the galley discount. The advantage for the Italians is their age timing, and with some 4 galleys from Hearttt, that might be tricky for Mihai to keep the numbers up. So double landing is archery range on the other island for Sitaux. Liereyy has done an outpost, and does he see it? No, he doesn't see it. Needs some town watch. But Liereyy, aware this could be an option, has already walled himself up. So Liereyy shouldn't be taking damage from this. Liereyy has reacted to this about as perfectly as he could, scouting for it, outposting for it, doing everything he can to pay attention to the landing. And now fishing ship's going to go down for Hearttt and Liereyy. Mihai still defending with his galleys. So the double landing, scout coming over to the transport ship as Sitaux is being cleaned up here. Sitaux is being cleaned up. He's been on a neutral island, he's been on Heartt's island, now he's on Lierey's island. And maybe not enough room for this. Maybe you just have to go pure galleys? We'll see. More galleys on the way from Mihai. Still trying to defend the fishing ships. And he does have a good 7 fishing ships of his own. As the Italians, he is up first. He's been on every island. Yeah, they haven't scouted the 2 of the middle islands, though. And now this one scout and archer getting in on Liereyy. Does Liereyy have loom? He does have loom. Now, as Mihai, maybe landing on someone could be a play. You get to the castle age, like you drop a castle and go Genoese crossbows. I still think hard to make that work. Yeah, you need maybe the Spanish for conquistadors, then you could make it work. So X in the back, nothing there though, nothing there. Scout going to try to pick off some skirms. And at that, he will get 1 maybe? Yes, he does, in the mid-range. Ooh, started out of the mid-range, then entered it. So as long as the skirm starts, he can continue. And Sitaux still hoovering around in the back of Heartt's base. At least Hearttt, mildly annoyed, had to do a tower, invest into a lot of walls. And Liereyy is up, but now you are right, Mihai needs to do a lot of heavy lifting with his timing. And Bosaw, Town Watch, Bodkin, Careening, War Galley all clicked. And he's going to need to take an amazing fight against Liereyy, who can just run away and not take the fight. Here we can get back. Mihai's still 5 fishing ships. So he's kept his own fish alive, but hasn't kept the fish alive for Sitaux. And is Sitaux slinging now? Is Sitaux slinging Mihai? A bit. That'll be ballistics and war galley. So maybe that was the plan, a sling strat, where he'd go archers, try to be disruptive, and then sling. He has to be careful about over chopping now. I need to move to one of those wood lines for another lumber camp soon. I have a skirm here from Hearttt, who also has transported. So Hearttt transporting skirms to Lierey's island. Just to try to help defend him. Okay, archers on the wood line. Wait for the overchop maybe. Now he's just going to go for it. Yeah, oh, there's a hole. There's already a hole. 3 archers should be able to do damage here. Go for the weak Vil. There he goes. None of the other Vil's weak yet, but Liereyy has not noticed this. Liereyy is engaged in an intense galley micro against Mihai on the water, and now he's going to lose a Vil as he has to go Vil fight the archers. 1 archer goes down. Try to stay in the mid-range of the skirm. And the archer's just gonna run away now. And now, ooh, what is that? Hearttt has transported. He is now on Sitaux Island. It's Sitaux has to react with walls. Sitaux has to wall everything. His Hearttt is just about up. And what is Mihai gonna do? Mihai's gonna add in a third TC, so Mihai booming. And I mean, it's only a 3 difference between the teams. So score difference might be just due to water. But in terms of villager difference, it's actually good for tag. And they're getting a surround. They're getting a surround on Lierey's war galleys. And all of a sudden, Liereyy facing Mihai when Mihai has ballistics. And is Liereyy gonna lose everything here? I think he is. I think he is. And what a great fight from Mihai. Now on the water, 4 galleys for Hearttt. Hasn't invested as much. And Lierey's still a few war galleys at home. Taking not the best fight. Vikings could always go longboats, and that is what Hearttt is going to do, add in longboats. Still on Sitaux's base, maybe the war galleys can come clean that up. So Skirm's still trying to be annoying. Oh, they'll pick a Vil. Vil's tasking to the back of the wood line. Need to go find another wood line that's safe, like over there. Oh, tower gonna deal with Heartt's army though, so sloppy from Hearttt to stand under the tower. Yeah, very sloppy there. With fletching, the tower hits them. Meanwhile, over here, a couple archers still running around. Monk defense from Liereyy. A scout got a Vil, but then went down. Good spot for divers in 1,000 years. And Bosaw on the way for Hearttt. And a couple of monks want a conversion. Let's see if the archers scare away one monk, but both get converted, one archer goes down. Or one gets converted, one goes down. Both cleared. And then, what do we have? Hearttt doing a landing on Mihai's island now. Okay, the landing's getting crazy. Every island has had a landing on it now. And that's why I went with landing, or with landings. With islands, I figured the landings would get crazy. And now Mihai on the water. Where are the longboats? 11 of them. They're going forward. They're going to go down by the landing and maybe try to support the landing. A knight is out, but a monk defense from Mihai. On the back, Vil forcing the scout away. Archer's going for the outpost. 11 longboats is no joke. That is not. Where did they all go? Oh, over here. Going to try to pick off war galleys, maybe. They could probably win that fight. And go over to the fish. And fishing ship's going down. Archer and Skirm going down. War galley is hitting the house. There's more fishing ships for Hearttt. A really far away from his dock. He's going to try to add in more docks. And what is those? Those war galleys. Looks like they're almost walling on the water. It's not a war galleys from Mihai. And at the front, Mihai did scout this. So stable, workshop, monastery. With the war galleys there helping to clean the monk, this should go down pretty quickly. As long as the Vil is taken. And I think the Vil is taken. Looks like an attempted quick wall. And this not accomplishing much. This landing still not accomplishing much. Yeah, the non-conversion there was clutch. And Mihai and Sitaux with the score lead. Mihai with a huge lead in score. He's got 73 Vils too. And he's on the water. And he's up to the Imperial Age. Mihai up to Imp. That's cheaper Italian Imp. Looking to push this set through Game 5. Scout running around, getting hit by TC fire, hit by galley fire. And the TC now under war galley fire. There is nothing to defend that TC. And this is looking great for Mihai. Looking really great for Mihai now. As all he needs to do is get up and then make some condottieri and he's fine. Mihai 1v2 with Imp. I think he can, especially maybe if Sitaux wants to sling. Because, yeah, Sitau's still slinging him. Hearttt losing galleys, they can't fight Mihai on the water. Yeah, Sitaux is full sling. Sling up to Imp. Xing here, more X's. Mangonel and a couple of monks coming from Liereyy. I don't think that should be able to do too much. Maybe we have Devotion already. We have Devotion in... Check that, yeah, for me. Or no, wait, never mind. Never mind, I checked careening. No, never mind. Devotion could still be an option for him with the monks. No heresy, though, for the Italians. While expensive redemption could also be a play. So Imp also for Hearttt. And where are all the ships? 27 ships from Mihai. I'm gonna fall back. Probably needs to help clear this. Oh, and longboat's going to hit Vils. Yeah, the good thing there was no transport ship out there, but they're gonna hit them. They want to maybe repair the fires? The Vils have to run to the inland. The monk goes down. Sitau's still slinging Mihai. Shipwright on the way. Fast fire ship and bracer on the way. So he's not going to land. He's just going to try to take water and take water 1v2. As Imperial Age is on the way both for Hearttt and for Liereyy. Careening on the way for Hearttt. Italians, though, with Shipwright are going to be scary. Built a 1v2 in a water map. Well, he's going to have the fast fires. Tricky thing against the fast fires, though, just all these longboats. Hearttt to 1v2 on islands? Maybe. He's ahead in score. Is Drydock No, because he's not Imp. For the Italians player... no, it's not. Ships moving faster is not in. I can tell that would probably be useful here in catching longboats. Galleon's going for the docks. Galleon's picked off. That's a good number of longboats now for Hearttt. He can micro down the fires with impunity. And now we have war galleys coming into this little bay, camping as they take out the rest of the ships from Hearttt. I mean, the rest of the ships from Liereyy. Liereyy up to Imp, though. As Javidians, can we see Thericidai? Longboat plus Thericidai? Probably not against the fires. Mihai doing condottieri. Where are they? They're on his own island, though. Just needs to transport the ship them over. That's Lierey's transport. Maybe clear this stuff. There's the dry dock you wanted. Where are these ships in clearing the fish? He needs to be active in clearing the fish. Sitau's still slinging him. They've not managed to land Sitaux yet. Looking for you, Temos could do anything. And feudal barracks produce condottieri? You have to be Imp to be condottieri. Or to produce them. So, regardless of whether or not Mihai was Imp, Hearttt, or had the, this is not a unique deck, just a bonus. Hearttt would not be able to make them until Hearttt also is Imp. Or Hearttt himself is Imp, even if he's there first. You can make him. Finals tomorrow, semifinals tomorrow, finals Sunday. Looks like Mihai might do this. Longboat's going for the fires. And still patrolling. If Hearttt and Liereyy win, it's because the longboats can be OP. Microed back from the fires. Fire's going down. We'll have a front castle from Hearttt. That's a castle defensive, not claiming a middle island, not applying pressure. And fast fire is now from Liereyy. So Liereyy versus Mihai, fast fire. Mihai with the armor. And Sitaux going up. Sitaux going up. He's on 76 vills. He's not actually that far behind Liereyy in terms of vill count. Liereyy pushing back. And now with that castle there, it's going to be much harder for Mihai to secure the water in front of Heartt's base. Aren't caravels super good against... Caravels are awful against fires. The only thing caravels are good against is longboats. But that's a Portuguese unit. There are no Portuguese in this game. Dravidians have the Theristidae, which also are, I think, better against galleons than longboats. So, castle drop here, and soon it's going to be Treb time. Man, if Mihai can completely kill Liereyy, I mean, he's going to castle his island, he's going to castle his other gold. Where does he go for gold now? He's almost out of gold in the back. We have a knight there already. And Mihai, remember, Mihai has the score lead for a reason. His teammate will be up to castle, heated shot on the way, chemistry, plate mail armor on the way. Oh, is he gonna have a doubt castle? Oh, Bills going down to the castle. And vill counts overall better for tag. And fight against the longboats now. Fight against the longboats. That's a lot of longboats, but even more war galleys. 30 to 16. And Sitaux up to castle. Hearttt now trying to sling Panic Stone to Liereyy so he can do his own castle. Lierey's going to have to engage into a Treb war here. But he'll be behind in production. Double castle Treb production now. And defensive castle on Liereyy. No more pressure here, even though that stable still is on the island. Lots of ships just sailing to the deaths. Looks like we're going to go to another... It looks like we're going to go to another game, number 5. So the timing on the schedule completely and utterly off from what I had estimated. He hasn't lost water. How much wood left on Mihai's island? Still a good bit of wood. Still is a couple of wood lines that are basically untouched. Also, there's a tiny bit of wood on the neutral islands too, if you want that. That's more Viking longboats. 35 now. This is 31. 31 galleons. Token joining with fast fire. That would be nice if you could join in over here. And speaking of that, he is up. So you can speed through instead of skipping the Mihai performance. And Mihai beasting. And longboats pushing this back. Devotion on the way. The Trebs are out, and the Trebs are going for the castle. There's Arson and Imperial Age on the way for Sitaux. Arson. Now, Mihai needs to be careful about repairing his Trebs. Also, cannon galleons on the water. Cannon galleons on the water. As we have more galleons for Mihai, but they will force the cannon galleons back. Maybe some fills need to repair that Treb. TC going down for Mihai. Maybe all the Trebs should just focus that. There's one Treb over here awkwardly. And the repairs come in maybe a bit late. This is Dravidians. Landing on Hearttt. Oh, look at that. Barracks for Condottieri from Sitaux. Molly and Condottieri. Oh, these things have so much pierce armor. These things have so much pierce armor. They're not going to care that there's a castle near them. Also, let's admire that Viking castle for a moment. Hello there. Haven't seen you too often. So Ram will go down. Condottieri could maybe destroy the castle. Melee mode. So 4 Trebs now from Liereyy. That castle's still alive. TC going down for Mihai. They'll have to run. Treb's getting Treb shots. Kondo Carl, yeah, the Molly and Kondo Carl. They have 7 Pierce Armor, if I recall. They take no damage from arrows. That's usually 1 damage minimum shot. I think the castle has stronger projectiles, though. So bombard cannon out. Is repairing the Trebs. Oh, and the Trebs splatter a bombard cannon. Nicely done, nicely done. Meanwhile, some longboats still going down to Mihai. And Galleon's gonna take out docks. Elite longboat. How often do we see elite longboats? So they have more attack, but galleys have more movement speed and more range. It shoots 3 arrows. And Liereyy gonna call it. Liereyy gonna call it, as he cannot hold against the Treb push. He's losing his base. He can't hold up against the Condottiero raids. Down here we had more Trebs. And they've done it. It's 2-2. And we're gonna have a second game 5 of the day. 6 hours in. This is a long stream. This is why I originally only wanted 2 sets of the day, but we gotta get the Silver League casted at some point, and that's gonna be tonight. GG. Whew. And right away, they're getting to the next lobby. Let's go tag. That was the other team. This is Tag Smiley. Okay, so a crazy day with another game 5 on the way. And let me make sure I have everything updated on both scoreboards. So we finally saw Islands, and honestly, that was a good game of Islands. That was a... What was that for tag? A win on Zawal. Or no, loss on Zawal. Win on Islands. And then Hamburger. Oh gosh, Hamburger is the final map. Can I check off the civs for... What were the civs for Zawal? I have that right in front of me. Lithuanians and Britons. Alright, I can do this one first. Malians, Italians. Vikings, Dravidians. Oh, also, very first 2 picks, Vikings, Dravidians for that map. Liona Sickles, thank you for the follow. And then that was... Ooh, won that one. Yeah, Vietnamese and Persians for Zawal. Vietnamese and Persians against Lithuanians and Britons. There. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Oof. Casting for 6 hours is exhausting. And they're in the lobby still. In the lobby. I mean, I'm gonna refill my water while they're there. Remember, chat, stay hydrated if you're casting for 6 hours. Drink your coffee. I already had my coffee. Hungry. Can't have too many coffees because then I get more. I can get migraines from that, so I got to be extra careful. Alright, and here we go. Where do we at? We need, it's hamburger, we need red versus blue on the scoreboard. Alright, Wish Captures just did that. And let's go already. We have a Vil fight incoming. Loom on the way for Sitaux with the Eagle Warrior. It'll be Inca and Koreans against Japanese and Poles. Poles the tower rushing civ, Japanese the water civ. Inca and Koreans both tower rushing civs. And Sitaux, he's not going to stop at the wall off. No, he's going to keep going forward, and he wants to Vil fight. No loom for Hearttt. Hearttt needs loom. Eagle gets a poke on the Vil. Vils will take the hill, turn around. And that could be a lamed boar. Hearttt aware, he's going to take it. Hearttt placed a lumber camp but didn't finish it. On the other side, Liereyy did get a wall off, no problem there. He has a nice and peaceful lumber camp, both players chopping wood next to each other. Ah, my hand cramping on the mouse. Wall, ooh, wall that in, that could be nasty. Spent a lot of wood on that already. Probably still get enough back to build another one, but you don't want to lose all that wood. Vil's fighting the Eagles. Vil's fighting each other. Low HP Eagle, 1 HP running away. All the Vils fighting each other. Scouts coming in. Vil gonna go down. Scout goes down, but Vil goes down too. Yellow versus green scouts. Mihai versus Liereyy. Hearttt maybe pushing this back. Going to finish his lumber camp with a weak Vil. And he's looking maybe to get the wall up here. Sitaux keeping a sneak Vil on this side. But Hearttt will be chasing. Hearttt also not going to stop and wall. He's just going to keep going. He will keep on going. Sitaux wants a lumber camp now. But Hearttt says, no thank you. You Vil fought me. I'm going to Vil fight you. Could maybe kill the deer. I thought I'd keep the deer farther from the berries. But maybe I didn't. Hamburger resources are bugged enough. If I ever do this map again, I will redo the resource generation. Yeah, the Liereyy is the Japanese. Not only a good trushing save with Yasama as a possibility, and a good water save with the fish boom, but also the cheaper lumber camps means if he does get trushed, he can just keep moving the lumber camps around, move the drop sites. It's a good Dark Age bonus too. We'll get some HP bars on all these Vils. They go to fight each other and chase each other around. Feudal Age for Liereyy and Mihai, the non-Vil fighting players. Weak Vil trying to be blocked. That Vil should just attack, I think. And 2 HP, she will make it away. Weak Vil there also for Hearttt. And this scrum, low HP Vil's running, low HP Vil's running. And everyone running their Vils. How much is the Poles? In Dark Age, 0. 0. It's in Feudal Age where it happens. They used to have 5% in Dark Age, I think, but it's changed now. It doesn't start until Feudal. And Lons, hello Jake on YouTube. So Heartt's fine to Vil fight as long as he eventually can get Feudal. But the bad thing for Hearttt is he didn't dock behind this. So Sitaux having docked, as long as his fishing ships are alive, we're docking now, he can get the fishing ships out. We will be in an advantageous position. Unless he somehow brutally wins the Vil fight. But 1-0 Eco KD in favor of Hearttt so far. He's going to look to wall in the lumber camp. I mean, he could wall that in and let Liereyy tower it. That could be a play. Kind of early game is probably the reason they changed it to 0. Yes. That's why it was changed. There was that player before the Berbers' move speed was nerfed who would pick Berbers every single game in Vil fight. Still on his way up, he's got no food bank. He is not on his way up. doing fishing ships, and somehow, some way, Hearttt is on his way up. He's been taking the ibexes and taking the berries. He'll have this walled. And once the Vills start healing, then he does better in this fight. More Vills on their way forward, still a hole behind the gate. Try to wall that. Big Vill fight by the hills. Scout coming over from Mihai. This Vill is dead. Okay, Scout's taking the small hill. Still might have thrown this game already. He's Forever Dark Age and not even winning the Vill fight. Well, Sitaux at least still have fish, right? At least still have fish, but now it's Feudal Age for Hearttt. And the next thing for Hearttt, now that his Vills regen, is to do Wheelbarrow, so the Vills move faster. So Feudal Age Scout for Mihai, but Sitaux Forever Dark. You're right, and Hearttt, by taking the Ibexes, having the full Vark, has done a great job of getting up, doesn't even need fishing ships. Those are just Lierey's docks. So Hearttt without docking has gotten up faster than Sitaux has with docking. It's 4 fishing ships now, so over time it'll pair for Sitaux. He needs to pair from the Vill fight right now, as he is not going to win a Vill fight against the Poles with that regen. Sitaux trying to wall him off. Maybe if he can take the numbers he could win. Well, low HP Vills there for Sitaux. Feels like Sitaux just losing the Vill fight. More Vills forward for Hearttt. On the water, that's a lot of galleys for Mihai. 8 galleys to 6. 8 to 7. And Liereyy having to fall back, wait for more galleys. Doesn't want to fight with that numbers disadvantage. Bill's still pushing in the middle, trying to push the Vills off of the food and off of the berries. That'll make it even harder for Sitaux to go up. He's lost 5, but there he goes, he clicks up. Vills can't get too close, otherwise the TC will kill them. Bill's fighting on the lumber camp, and Tower there, well, not able to wall him in, but does get the tower up. And Tower is disrupting over here. Liereyy very easily able to move, though. Sitaux, so long in the Dark Age. Are there any military buildings here for Hearttt? No, just Vills. Vills more forward on their way. Oh, mining. Yeah, like just have a barracks in a range. Okay, lots of quick walling, that's all for naught. He is down in Vills, he's disrupting everything. Those healing Vills, so annoying to deal with. You like 1 damage to them and then they heal. And more weak Vills going down. Meanwhile on the water, I guess we have a bit of a stalemate over here. Liereyy has retreated his fishing ships. In terms of numbers, it's 14 to 13. So pretty close fight on the water. Free fish for the other 2 players, though. I think Sitaux's fish and Heartt's lack of fish is probably the big difference here. That'll account for that eco difference. Raising point, you're calling the GG already. You're calling an early GG. Sitaux gonna lose another Vill here. Let's look at the eco KD. 2 to 9, 2 to 9 against 8 to 2. Hearttt. Masterminding the Vill fight here. And that'll be another set of walls going up. And a tower, he's going for a forward tower. Okay, that needs to be constructed, but this will be on the berries. Stoville's coming over. Well, we have Castle Age for Mihai. Don't count this team out if Mihai's up to the Castle Age. X here in the middle and on the tower. Is Mihai on wood? Yes, he is right here. Maybe soon not to be, though. Let's see, that tower will just range the wood line with fletching, it ranged a lot more. But he can push the Vils away here. Nope, gets a kill. Yeah, this is not in range. This is Hearttt Liereyy. Apparently this is Heart. So he maybe needs to destroy that to get in. He's walling the Vils in so he can attack the tower. Walling the tower. And okay, here comes another stream of villagers. Here comes another stream of villagers from Sitaux, desperate to knock down this tower. Gates being constructed, that Vil has nowhere to run. Inside the tower, she can be surrounded. I was running Castle Age on the way for Liereyy. Liereyy and Heartt with the top scorer. And how far behind is he going to be to Mihai? We have Bodkin on the way, War Galley on the way. As well then, and fish versus no fish. Okay, Doc goes down. Galley's still going back and forth, but Lierey's going to retreat in the face of Bodkin and look to get his own Bodkin in War Galley. As meanwhile, Sitaux still fighting with Vils all over the mainland. Doing what he can. 11 losses, though. The tower going up for Sitaux. What will that hit? Might need fletching to be able to hit more. And Vil's still around, another tower in the middle. Vil's coming to Vil fight Sitaux, sending a larger village to fight that. Heartt trying to delete it and run, but Sitaux gonna block his escape route. And those Vils might be trapped, but that gate does not have much HP on it. That's a tower, tower, and more Vils from Mihai coming over. Mihai wants to fight with Vils. It's been a bit too stubborn with towers and nothing forward. Well, it might work, as we're not going to have a tower there for Mihai, and he's not going to finish it. Go tower. And tower being rushed by all of Sitaux's Vils. All of them. Some of Heartt's Vils going to try to repair. Tower versus tower right at the base of each other. Weak Vils getting hit. Weak Vil there can garrison if there's more HP, as there is. Vils all repairing. More Vils on the way. Still repairing. Vils stabbing it. Stabbing the tower. This is what the devs envisioned back in the 90s. Pure Vil fights. Meanwhile, Liereyy may be taking a slight lead on the water. 29 War Galleys to 23. So definitely a slight lead for Liereyy. Ballistics on the way for Mihai. This is Hamburger. This is Vil fighting Hamburger. Yeah, exactly. Sitaux's in feudal. Limbao. Yeah, Lim in for Sitaux. So many towers to deal with. At least he's keeping this one up and repairing it well. Get some HP off those Vils with this attack on the gate. See if they heal in the tower. Put this down. Does Heartt have the most Vils because, well, he's in feudal age. Thus he is more than the people who clicked up the castle age. And he doesn't because Liereyy has the most. Liereyy and Mihai all have more, and Sitaux's at the lowest efficiency. And Sitaux's on the outside wood. Yes, Sitaux on the outside wood. Does have a transport ship. He did get to the outside wood. He get to the outside wood. Okay, tower's still up in the middle. They trade tower shots. Careening on the way from Mihai. With careening, he might look to engage on the water against Sitaux. We clear him off the fish. Oh, wait, never mind. They're the same team. I'm I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking that was Dogao. No, I mean, from the previous game. I get my teams confused. Ah, yeah. So Liereyy, moving forward on the ships, moving forward. I'm thinking, oh, he's gonna push forward and kill the fish, but no, they're on the same team. Oh man, we are what, 6 hours and 8 minutes in. We have Imp on the way for Liereyy, and more towers going up for Hearttt. So Hearttt, he's being as disruptive as he can be to Sitaux, and it's working. Sitaux has a few fishing ships left, and Hearttt, not even fishing this game, has somehow used not fishing to his advantage. I was gonna try to trap a Vil by the dock there. Sitaux gets the wall up though. Can do one more. Oh, it's not his palisade though. Not his palisade. And the Vil's gonna get the first hit. The dock goes up though. And Liereyy Imp is crazy. This almost does look like a Yo-Lix game, right? And Liereyy Imp. Castle going down. Hearttt has slung Liereyy a bit to go Imp. At a sling here and there. It hasn't been like a consistent sling though. A few times here and there. Maybe he'll swap to sling now. Since no reason for Hearttt to go castle if Liereyy could go Imp. Imp and end it, as they might hold on with Imp, and right now Liereyy doesn't want to take a big fight. Using the market, as they see Liereyy Imp, they GG. Maybe they might hold on. I mean, it is an elimination game. They can hold on as long as they want to. And there's Imp. Bracer for the War Galleys. Bracer on the way, and they have one more fight left in them, maybe. They try to fight, but it's 31 to 37. Liereyy already has the numbers. And with a Bracer, he should win. Yeah, just gonna take it on the water. Do all the fancy micro he can, but Lierey's gonna do that too to dodge projectiles. Your CBA micro. Going back and forth. Yeah, Liereyy pushes chemistry on the way too. They're adding fires. Well, Sitaux adding, both of them adding fires. The transport fire hybrid there. As the Vils from Hearttt still have towers all over the place. Another tower going up on the outside. And Mihai does make it to the outside at least to do a mining camp. But there are the GGs. And Hearttt and Liereyy will hold on and do it on Hamburger behind some impressive Vil fighting. And there's a tower back there. But the Vil fights do it. Hamburger, it's a Vil fight map. We have to care about the sides. GG, the towers were messy. And with just the slightest of advantages, Liereyy over Mihai on the water does it. They've done it. So what is the final KD? 40 to 20 for Liereyy, 30 to 13 for Hearttt. So not even like they took a really big fight there. It's just they had the eco set up in order to disrupt the enemy team as much as possible. Even sacrificing their own eco for it. Synchronized 714 up timings. And dang. Even tag for the next tournament now. As for this tournament, I'm afraid Tag's run is at an end. However, Hearttt and Liereyy will advance. So let's update the scoreboard and then look at the brackets. So I got some button pressing to do. So that's Hearttt and Liereyy taking it 3 to 2. For the maps, they do win on Hamburger. And for the civs, that is Japanese and Poles against Koreans and Inca. Now it's time. It is time for what I call the challenge bracket update. So ready for the brackets. Make sure I get these, and I can update this one live. So we saw... What was it? We saw earlier today LY over Barles and Dogao. They will now face Slam and ACCM. Here, Hearttt Liereyy 3-2 over tag. And they will face GLA. So this will be Hera in Doubt against Hearttt Liereyy, and then Slam and ACCM against Yo and Lix. And that will be tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow starting at 15 GMT. Sitaux has won RF before, but maybe he needs more practice as RF flank. I mean, to be fair, flank on Hamburger has turned out to be intense, and that might be a good Lix map going forward. So the journey continues. The big upset being MBL's team taking out Viper and Jordan. But wouldn't have been surprising to see Slam's team, Slam and ACCM, upset them too. That is a darn good 2v2 team, and I think they lost in a 5-game set to Viper Jordan last time. So we have Doubt and Hera against Hearttt Liereyy, then Slam and ACCM against Lix and Yo. Those will be coming up tomorrow. And for the rest of today, we also have a special treat coming up, because we still have the Silver League semifinals of Fedex and Monoz against Dark and T90. So that'll be coming up. We'll take a short break before that, but get ready, because that is going to be absolutely crazy as well. We've had 2 5-game sets today. Maybe we're going to do another one. So let's get this set up. This will be... Take the scoreboard. Now becomes semifinals. This becomes or Fedex and Monoz against Dark and T90. Great to watch. Both sets today were fantastic. I think so too. And I'm just gonna swap the logos over for the Silver League. Same thing over here, Silver League logo. There we go. Find the drafts. Mem, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you enjoyed the Gold League today. We have one more set we're casting. It's going to be the semifinals from the Silver League to determine who's going to face Vietnam in the Silver League finals. Such a chill tournament to watch. Even players are having fun. I hope so. I hope players are enjoying the maps and all the chaos that the maps are bringing. I need my admins to post the drafts. Oh, they posted them a while ago. Right, so here will be the drafts. Let me make sure. Oh gosh, they picked Canberra and Black Forest, then Arabia and Golden Lakes, the home maps, and Arena, the neutral map. Let me just make sure. I think that's right, but based on how I know the teams about the sides of the drafts, yes. Wonders C, Fedex and Monoz against Swag, Dark and T90. And I'll tell Petito 5-minute break, then next set. Let me update all of my titles. At T90 official and Dark versus, and at Dark AoE versus, does FedEx stream? I don't know if he has a Twitch. I'll try to tag everyone's channels. There we go. I need to update my YouTube title too. Update the YouTube title. There we are. So thank you for the raid. Thank you everyone who has been following the stream today. We are very close to 13,000 followers, as we're at 12,953. So, and if you follow now, you have a good chance of being the 13,000th. Thank you, official noob 998 for the follow. Do you think T90 got this? Let's go Wonders. I'm sure we're gonna have Wonders fans too. Fedex, of course, a chess grandmaster. I'm sure he will have some wonderful strategies planned. I have no chance to be 13,000th. You're already following. Alright, so we're 6 hours, 24 minutes into the stream. And we still have a set. Thank you, Vorvin, for all of the wonderful emotes from the raid. Let me know your predictions in the chat. Do you have a prediction? Now, will Dark and T90 do it? Will they do it? What will our viewership for the finals be if T90 makes it to the Silver League? Will that give us more viewers for the Silver League final than the Gold League final? I knew when Monoz, hello, Monoz reading the chat. Official noob, be nice to Monoz. Zone set. All right. So give me the Rex then. Post them in the casting info. Who won the last match? They're there? No, they're not there. The Rex are not there. Oh, there are no Rex there. There they are. Okay, let's grab these Rex, move them to the other folder, and get started. And the Rex channel. Alright, so you gotta put them in the casting information channel. That's where we see the casting stuff. Silver. Semifinals. Wonders versus Swag Game 1 on Arena. Let's go. And here we are. Get the team names and colors set up. So we Wonders C against Swag. Alright, listening to this tournament every night this week while coding. I love it. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Pavel, for the compliment in the YouTube chat. Alright, so it will be Arena. Arena with an I for proper 1,800 HP walls in the Dark Age. We will have to the north our swag team, T90 as the red Vietnamese, and Dark as the yellow Kumans. So a Kuman boomer on Arena. And then to the south, we will have Fedex as the green Gajars, and Monoz as the blue Koreans, as playing for Wonders C. This was a team, they just missed out on qualifying for the Gold League. Lost to Prisma and Nagwe 3-2 in their play-in set. And Wonders C is the number 1 overall seed in the Silver League. So we'll start with Monoz bringing that board in. So Koreans Gajars, you did see this Civ combo. I think, or was it Spanish Gajars? Something like that. It was Spanish Gajars, where the Gajars went for the ram push used against Vietnam by OS Plus very successfully. The Korean elephants, the Gajar elephants are very, very scary with all the bonus damage they have against buildings. So they will go right through the walls, and honestly, that could be a very dangerous counter to the Kuman's boom if you push with the Gajar elephants. Kumans are 2v2 arena are not going to work? I don't know, I think they can work. Let's go back and forth on this. I think they're better on the low HP wall version where you can tower rush behind the boom. And I play it the way I've seen Tato play them before. So arena, 7 relics. All around the middle, fairly evenly balanced, I'd say, looking at that mini-map. Players do have their back walls. They can choose to delete them if they want, although keeping them there for safety is also a good strategy. We did see in the first game of that Hearttt set, everyone using their back walls, every single player had to fall behind them at some point because of all the pushes. Humans are really easy to punish on Arena. I don't know about that. I feel like Kumans, if they just do Loom, they can scout anyone who goes forward and send their own Vills and Vill fight and stop the forward. But maybe different if your teammate is booming and not doing any scouts. And the other player does do scouts, but kind of not expecting Koreans to go scouts. Feudal Rams, there's no way they do Feudal Rams. Feudal Rams shouldn't work. I don't know, Anatov's secret sauce? What is Anatov's secret sauce? That's what I would say. You do like 2 outposts and you get ready to Vill fight, and then you wreck everything. And thank you, Mohaned12123 for the follow. Meta-Arm Siege Tower. Since Wonder Gajar's meta on Arena? Oh, they've always... Well, ever since they were added, they had that... Ever since they have been added, they have had an insane elephants push because their siege elephants get extra bonus damage, which means that they do more damage to buildings, so they'll break through your walls and level your TCs in no time. So Gajar Siege Elephant Rush in a team game definitely can work. Question then is, what would T90 do? He's going to do an archery range. He could siege tower archers, and Mono's deleting his back walls. He could be at risk of having hoovering archers hoover all around. Counter to the forward workshop elephants would be maybe the siege tower crossbows from T90. You can hit an unaware player who's maybe going scouts or trying to support. But it does look like we'll have Market Blacksmith. They're from Mono's. T90 gonna run his scout away from the camel. How are they pulling off these builds? Well, Fedex now slinging. Fedex slinging Monoz. So Fedex of the Gajaras will be slinging Monoz a tiny bit. That's how they're pulling it off with the sling. But only a market. We'll go for the feudal sling. And that is a very expensive sling at 50% tax. So horse collar on the way for T90. Is this set live? Nope, this is not live. They've played these as Rex, but we will cast the Rex. They were supposed to play on Wednesday, but this fell slightly behind scheduling. So they played these yesterday during the day, and we're casting the Rex. And then we'll be all caught up on silver and gold. Gold semifinals tomorrow, and then both finals on Sunday. How big of a sling is it? It's just a one-time sling, maybe. We'll see if he keeps slinging. Los Argentinos. We have some Argentina fans in the chat. And, ooh, maybe you might want to look away as Monoz just lost his scout. Have T90 and Fedex both running around with an anti-scout unit. That camel scout, though, will turn into a camel. Be kind of scary. Never seen 21 pop War Wagon. That's a 9-vil start plus a sling for you. They idle the TC a bit. Not really. That's 0 idle time for Monoz. There he is up, doing a defensive castle, and we'll get War Wagons out. Yeah, what could he afford if he didn't get sling? Probably not much. We'll see what Fedex goes for, though. Lumber camp, second layer of walls across the front. Mining camp on the gold. And the castle goes up. On the other side, a market for T90 is T90's walling. T90's walling, and the sling continues. Fedex sending 300 food, paying 148 in tax. That is an expensive sling. And yeah, I mean, the sling is allowing the Kumans to boom pretty freely. That's true. I have a war wagon coming forward, a few spears out doing spin moves for T90, dancing among the relics. As we'll have a market for T90, he's in feudal, doing wheelbarrow, doing a bit of feudal boom with the Vietnamese. He has a few archers that won't be useful against the war wagons. Wait for T90 to get pummeled to the ground. Ooh, that is vicious. T90 is actually casting himself. It would be great if they lost 03 and he's casting himself. If only islands are in the map pool while he's casting himself. So, scout cav for T90 running around. Should have pushed Kumans. I'm wondering if they still have options to do petards and push the Kuman player. But if they're not doing Gujar or Siege Ellie, what's going on? T90 up to the castle age, but a castle here from Monoz. Okay, so now Castle will break through the gate and put pressure on these buildings. Archers and skirms for T90 won't do anything against the war wagons. Would need to upgrade the skirms and probably get blacksmith upgrades on them beyond just elite skirm. It does feel like the push is slow. Like, maybe if it was a sling for the first castle being forward, and he were imping now, that'd be one thing. Scouting that gate, not doing any damage. And T90 will have the walls inside. Petard on the way. How many petards does it take to break through this? I guess you probably want to go for the market first. T90 wall behind the palisade. Comes a petard, so where are they going? Take 2 to get through the wall. Actually, yeah, 2 to get through the wall. And then another through the house. I wonder if you actually could have exploded the petard on the house diagonally and hit like both wall segments at the same time. So it won't take 2 to get through the wall, actually. Just 1 is the war wagons push in. Yeah, feudal walls, remember, this is arena, though. This is arena with an I and 1800 HP walls. Oh, and Dark slinging now. Dark gonna sling T90 a bit. Okay, Dark gonna do a Kuman boom into sling and have a much stronger sling than Fedex, but Fedex up to the castle age, so he could do coinage soon. And now that house almost going down, Petard does a lot of damage. Dark sending everything to T90. Orion's getting in. I go imp in this situation? I mean, no one's going imp. Fedex is going castle. I wonder if he'll keep slinging when he's castle. Here's T90's castle. So now the question is, do you go imp here? So maybe Dark's plan is slinging T90 imp, slinging for the Trebor, and then Dark can go imp himself. I was thinking Dark would just boom, click castle, and then he could just maybe swarm this with the knights. Workshopping castle for T90. Yeah, Fedex needs to get the Shrivam Riders in. He does have 2 stables at home. He does have a couple camels. This is where I wonder, could he just actually send the Vil forward? Could he have tried to get the stables in the middle?
Yeah.
And, ooh, castle. Castle going up for Monoz. T90 and Dark, much bigger eco so far, thanks in no small part to the Kuman Boom. And Monoz indecisive on whether or not he wants that castle. Turns out he does. Skirm's running away. It is 50% tax. You can see 240 paid 120. And, well, this is how the Kuman's wall, no stone walls, so just palisades. Stables in there. Our wagon's going for the gate. Is it normally? No, it's normally 30. And there's the Gujar Elephant. So Gujar Elephant will help push through the walls really quickly. Oh, nice garrison, ungarrison from the castle. Oh, needs his teammate. There you go. You can pop your elephants from one side to the other. And here's the push. Oh, that elephant does so much damage to the house. And Dark's not going to be able to keep this walled. Dark is not going to be able to keep this walled. On the other side, T90 is imp. Chemistry on the way, and the Treb is out. It's going to be double castle Trebs against 1 Treb from Monoz. Monoz is in, though, but there are a ton of skirms. War wagons just fight the skirms. Maybe not in the castle age if the skirms start getting imp upgrades. Shrivam Riders probably can, though. So Fedex needs a lot of Shrivam Riders forward. Will be supported by the war wagons. Hill's going for the elephant as another elephant comes forward. And that TC not fully garrisoned yet, but the war wagon's doing a lot of damage to Dark. Is T90 gonna lose his skirms though? He has cleaned the forward castle with those Trebs. Do this. There. So we'll have the gold forced off by the war wagons. So Dark in a lot of trouble here. Dark is dying. He has 81 vills, but none of them can really do anything. Shrivam Riders have to run around, and now the elephant's going to come for the TC. Scorpion's in too. And is that going to help against T90? T90 doing Vietnamese Cav Archers and Rattan Archers and Trebs. And with the sling stopped, T90's eco, because this is Dark's eco, but it's actually T90's eco is dying. Dark is still feudal. So, feudal and imp on one team. And if they ever could run down those trebs, they'd be okay. Dark down to 64 vills, trying to run in Palisade. And does T90 have enough eco for this? He has a lot of Rattan Archers. And Rattan Archers fight the War Wagons. Vill counts for both teams combined are the same. Oh man, we've got so many crazy games of Arena. As elephants are pushing through, scorpions pushing through. Elephants need to destroy more palisades to prevent the traffic jam. T90 in the back with some Rattan Archers. Elephants still getting through, scorpions there. And Vill's gonna go forward from Dark and hit the scorpions. Elephant going to hit a Vill. Shravamtra Riders trying to break through the house. They'll have to swap. Shravamtra Riders go for the Vills. And Dark now down 61 Vills. He has one TC left, very weak. One house will go down. Shravamtra Riders will get into the Vills on the back. Maybe they just need to turn and fight. A few Rattan Archers trying to clean them. That'll be rewalled. What happened with Dark? Gujar Elephants happened. Dark still sending wood to T90, paying that 50% tax. And now that is cleaned. At the same time, though, big push on T90 with the War Wagons. These things 5 Pierce Armor, so they don't take much arrow fire damage. And T90 and Dark sharing the gold on the front. They still have a 1k score lead. Is Dark able to do anything useful, though? He's still at 60 Vills if he can sling. He's trying to rebuild his TCs to get his farms back. And he has recovered his base, double palisade gate, where they had broken in. That'll be a Doubt Castle from T90, denied at the front of his base. Their Rattan Archer is very tanky against the War Wagons, but all in all, it's 40 HP to 150. I mean, not a Doubt Castle, T90 going back to it. No mining camp for T90 on that gold. No mining camp for T90 on the gold. They're walking all the way to this one. That is a long walk. He's giving his Vills some exercise. And another elephant push. Get into Dark's base. Scorpions behind it. A few Shravamtra Riders behind it too. And T90 only 50 Vills. T90 the fewest Vills in the game. Monoz Fedex booming behind this. And Shravamtra Riders going down just to the sheer number of Rattan Archers. War Wagons for Monos feel like they're kind of just buying time for Fedex to do his Gujar push. TC will probably get a Scorpion, but that'll be another TC going down for Dark. Dark just can't catch a break here with all those elephants. Shravamtra Riders on their way. Dark's gonna have to migrate. He's gonna have to run to T90's base. And he'll lose another TC here, no question. And then he'll be down to 0 TCs. Shravamtra Riders giving chase, taking an archer, more coming over. More wanting to hoover. Scorpions will pick off 3 Vills in that mining camp. Bill's trying to wall. Shravamtra Riders getting in. Oh, Dark didn't run far enough. Shravamtra Riders will get in. Manages something of a quick wall, but lots of Vills go down. Just run that way and get to some Vills. They'll probably garrison then. Over here. Oh, what is this? Is that a petard I just saw? Oh no, it's a cannon and some trebs. What building is this? The Rattans are now moving in on Monos. And how do War Wagons work against Rattans? I think it's always an it depends situation. The fact that there's only one castle very far forward for Monos now probably is not too good for the equation. Hello. Armor on YouTube. I mean, there are lots of Rattans now. Need some Shravamshriders to clear that. All the Shravamshriders and elephants are busy clearing dark. It's gonna have to be Fedex who carries then. And I fear that the Vietnamese are better late game Civ. As the Rattan archers will kill some Vils there, and now 76 Vils for Monoz, but 91 Vils for Fedex. I mean, 9176, that's 168 Vils to 122. They're really down in eco. The Rattan archer is able to dominate Monoz, and the difference here is just the trebuchets. The trebuchet distance that they can't close, and especially when they're protected by the Rathas. So box formation. Oh, when I say Rathas, I meant Rattans. And Fedex to Imp. So Monoz needs to sling. Dark's still slinging T90. Fedex still trying to go through the walls and get to Dark. He's almost gotten through. So pay attention to Shravamshriders. He's through now with that elephant. And then elephant blocking the Shravamshriders. He needs to ram through another hole. Meanwhile, Mono's dying too, but dying slowly as the Koreans he can die slowly with guard towers. Rattan archer is finding the fleeing Vils. Monoz will at least flee successfully, get a few Vils out. On the humanity. And now the elephant will take out Dark's next TC, but Dark has a safe TC all the way on the side. And this TC will go down. Vils will be chased by the Shravamshriders. Not much going to be left here. So 55 Vils for Monoz. I mean, 55 Vils for Dark, 73 for Monoz. And Monoz is rebooming. He's in the back of Fedex's base. So 2 bases have been wiped out completely. That goes down. Okay, Shravamshriders fighting villagers. Getting some more kills. 46 Vils for Dark. And down here, the Rattan archers continue to push into Fedex. What do Gurjara Scorpions look like? Heavy Scorpion, no Siege Engineers. Okay, if he goes Imp where he is, and Elite Shravamshrider just clicked. And armor for the Shravamshriders too, and with that he should probably be able to jump the Rattan archers with all the Shravamshriders. Has a critical mass. Critical mass against Elite Shravamshriders, where there are 40 of them. That's what in my day we call the full control group. Now that goes up to 60 though. It's 44 Rattans. These more Shravamshriders needs that armor. And will we be able to loop around? Meanwhile, still the Rattan archers finishing off what's left of Monoz in this quarter. Monoz has so many Vils that are just being torn apart. Okay, but here come the Shravamshriders though. The Elite Shravamshriders. T90 trying to micro, has some DE pathing on his side. Rattan's just running away. He's mixing in Halbs. He has 87 Vils and the person slinging him is dead. I don't know if he can mix them in. I don't know if he can afford that. Even Korean towers don't do anything against the Rattans. Even Shravamshriders, elite ones, seemingly don't do anything against them. T90 just losing everything here. Wonder C with more Vils now. But, nah, Fedex, damn. I mean, they're now Mono's Castle Dark Feudal still. Somehow those Rattans don't go down to... Shouldn't these counter Rattans? Shouldn't these 12 attack counter them somehow? Only 45? And they're getting a nice surround. Hands are huge. Here come Scorpions and Shravamp Fighters. And those Ratans just keep fighting. They just keep fighting. And the key for this team, I think, is that Dark is still alive, much more than Monoz is. And they also still have Dark's base, and that's for farming space. Monoz can come back, but he's not going to have any space for farms. He's not going to be able to do a food unit. Fedex also doesn't have the most attack upgrades, it's true. And Monoz and Fedex going to call it. I think Monoz is too far behind. And T90 and Dark are going to do it. They'll take game 1. They will do it as he's going for Halbs. Alright, T90 with the lead. Okay, 240 kills, 148 losses for T90. Dark had 19 kills, but that doesn't matter because he slung 17k res. T90 received 12,000. There you go. It is a win for swag. What's the skill difference between T90 and Dark? I don't actually know exactly. I would think that T90 is probably the better player. I don't exactly know for sure. And let's see, what were those saves to update? There we are. Maps Arena. Won by Swag. I'll put it red for the 2. They're on the right side of the overlay. And for the civs, that was Kumans and Vietnamese against Gajars and Koreans. Did I say the wrong thing earlier? I might also be talking nonsense after I'm streaming for 7 hours. Dark's definitely the higher rated player than T90 is what I meant to say. That is what I meant to say if I said something different. And I was told Dark approached T90 about playing together for this. But Dark is definitely the better player at this point. So game 2 will be Black Forest. Black Forest. And here we go. Alright. Dark is better. Dark is he's like 2k5-ish, T90 probably like 2k3. So Dark and T90, they will be to the west. We've seen them play Black Forest before. Portuguese and Goths, what a combo. Against Berbers and Mongols for Fedex and Monoz. Immediately we're going to have a wall-off fight. Seems like a fairly even generation. Both teams have one forward pond. And Fedex sending the Vills forward to fight Dark's scout. Loom for Dark. Loom for Fedex. Berbers with the faster moving Vills for getting the forward walls. And we'll have 2 Boars taken right away from Dark. Fedex will content himself with the forward walls, probably do a lumber camp up forward. Now, T90 getting walls up, having a Vill forward. Wants to do some labing, maybe. Northwest of Dark can be a hiding spot. Yeah, just have a couple of golds and a relic in it. The relics to it in the passages may be a bit more advantageous for T90 and Dark than 1, 2, 3, and 2 for each team. So Ville's attacking the palisade. T90 has to repair. Yeah, 2 neutral golds back there is nice, but at the same time, we have a neutral gold in the back here for Fedex too, along with the boars that are in the back, so he doesn't need to worry about taking them as early. Also, maybe a bit of an easier cut to this wood line with the way he's walled. He wants to take those neutral resources eventually. Both teams kind of with a short trade line. And both maybe options to chop to get a faster trade. Alright, so we're going to have a diagonal gate for Monoz. And that's going to help him get through the wall. From T90. T90 will repair that. The other vills will attack the gate. Monoz will repair. A lot of wood to repair the gate compared to the wall. But he can succeed in doing it. Vietnam archers are amazing, that they are. So more repairs on the walls, the vills attack the gate. And, oh, what is this? What is this in the back? T90 has managed successfully to Alcatraz his vill into a safety little pen. As on the other side, looks like Dark has broken through the walls. Dark has broken through the walls himself and will be a vill fighting against Fedex. Fedex not noticing that until too late, and now the vills come pouring in. And Fedex going to lose a vill to one of Dark's vills, but a bear chases that down. And this is low. That vill attacking back. And Fedex trying to Alcatraz the vill. Oh, but the bear gets the diagonal hit. And the vill goes down. And now Fedex, though, pushing forward. One last boar taken from Dark. And Fedex will get the wall up again. So over here... I looked at the blue and thought that was a pond for a second. Fedex walling the dock villager. This prevents the second dock from growing up and prevents repairs. And Vill's still fighting. As walls were deleted here due to the diagonal gate, T90 still running around. And, oh, Barry's in the eco. T90 finding his way into the eco of Monoz. Village on the way for Dark. He'll be our first player up. What is T90 doing with all these vills? He's losing them. He's chasing with a lot of vills. Where are they going? They could loop around the back and surprise Fedex with a sneak attack, maybe. And the vill. Oh, that's the trapped vill. Still. T90 losing vills. Feels like he doesn't quite know what to do with the vill fight situation, though. Feels like he doesn't quite know where to send the vills or have a clear objective for them. As the bear will be chasing down the vills. Everyone hitting their other vills as the vills try to run. We'll have a palisade gate going up for Monoz. There it goes. House by it. I was gonna put... well, he's chasing T90 all around. Not gonna let a sneak... Oh, he's gonna let the sneak run into two bears. Okay, Fedex has to be aware there's a sneak here, though. Fedex will lure in his boars. Hopefully be safe there for him. And T90 with little Alcatrazes all over the place. So he will be up. Mono's just looking up now. And, oh, what? Dark. Dark with a forward bill has docked Fedex's pond. Okay, Dark fishing here. Or, wait. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, that is Fedex's Ville trapped by gate. I was gonna say Dark's Ville is out there, but no, it's Fedex's Ville trapped by Dark's gate. Dark has docked this pond. And Dark kind of has access all around the map now. T90 still walling in that Ville. T90 up to Feudal. Bill coming out from Monoz. Feudal on the way for everyone now. And also, we had 286 viewers on YouTube. This is great. Oh, T90 trapped the Vil, trapped the Vil. Oh, if he had tapped that Palisade and trapped Monoz's Vil there, oh, that would have been perfect. So there we are. Feudal for everyone. Monoz a few seconds away from being up. Let's see what buildings we have. More Vil fights in the back. That could be T90 losing a Vil, trying to do 3 Alcatrazes at once. Yeah, that's the building foundation. Let's get HP on all the foundations. He'll be doing an archery range. So I'm trying to be annoying with that Vil. And maybe, yep, he's paying attention, knows that he needs to repair. His awareness of all the situations has been really important the first couple games. Now we'll just have a stone wall for Monoz. Maybe just gonna stone wall us in. It's gonna keep a relic and 2 gold outside of their base. Outpost for T90, as he's doing an archery range in a back passage. Where is the first archer? With an archer, he can fight the Vils. These 2 Vils of his are very low HP. The Monoz will have this walled off. T90 wants to go for a gate. And can he get it in? He could over here. And Vil wants to go through the wall. Not much HP on. He's getting close. Comes an archer. The front. Even galleys on the pond for dark. And that tower, that's a panic tower on the pond. That is a panic tower. If only there were a demo. If only there were a demo, dark. Oh. Pirates can't hit the Vils in the back. That tower will go up. Galley, and they're fighting the tower. Meanwhile, T90 is still trying to keep his Alcatraz quick walls there. Castle Age on the way for Fedex. He'll be the first one up. Fedex will be the first one up. Oh, and 300 plus on YouTube. Thank you. We're almost at same number as Twitch as we are on YouTube with 300 each. I hope you all enjoy watching T90. As now Monoz has managed to get a Vil forward. How did he get there? I don't. There's so much happening on BF 2v2. He's there and he's docking T90's pawn. They had a pause on 14 earlier. And Fletching on the way for T90, Castle Age on the way for Dark. He'll be there after Fedex, though. Archer's not fully walled out yet. There are holes in these walls all over the place. Monoz was not able to close them. Monoz, though, however, doing a lot of damage to T90's base. T90 does have Loon, but it's still archers hoovering around. 5 archers will be very deadly. Archers getting on the wood. They'll have to collect and stand there for a bit. Docville's being archered down. Mono's doing so much damage with these archers. More Ville's heading back to the TC. See, does T90 know to garrison? He doesn't know to garrison the weak Vils. And the archers keep running around. They will. We'll find some of Dark's archers. But make quick work of them. Alright, alright. Construction on the side there from Monoz still. Lots of gates all over the place here. Dark can't engage on that dock with the tower there. Castle Age is on the way. See what he does in the Castle Age, if it's just booming or adding in aggression. With 6 vills on gold, it's probably just adding in aggression. And we'll see this level as, or this pond as the fire ship comes forward. Leads the palisade. This is gonna expose the Vill. Just can't fight under the tower. You need galleys to be able to shoot inland and deal with the scorpions somewhat. So, dock up, 2 archers still. Stable here from Dark, so we can commit to knights. An important gate to keep the archers out. Archers probably could hit that bill. But if that gate's there, knights can just run this way. There's a demo going for the scorpions, gets 1, gets HP off the second, and then gets a demo on the fires. 2 nice demos from Dark. And gets the scorpion. Now there's a knight in on the gold. And this is a problem for Dark. And crossbows in too. 3 group of crossbows getting the gold. And oh, that's a lot of dead vills. It's a lot of dead vills. More archers in the back for T90. Yeah, this is crazy. As T90 has lost his pond. And do we still have a forward from... If we do, I don't see it. I thought there was something else that was a bit more forward. Especially from FedEx, but I guess not. Yes, it's just all up here. Now, double ranges, T90 has to clear them. If you're in the Castle Age, you can pump Elite Skirm, that'd be one thing. And, that Vill gonna wall. Okay, Mono's trying to get back. So T90 with this sneak in the back. Just continuing to try to find ways to do damage with it. Group up with Dark. And take out units. I have... Let's see, he goes through that house. We go through here. And just like... He'll wrap back around and connect to himself if he wants to. He'll have the entire passage in the back to go for. Go through here and then try to get to the pond where Dark already has some control. Add in a couple of knights, pick out off a monk and a couple of villagers, and then maybe just keep pushing. Crossbows and knight still around in the back. Houses going up on the edge. T90 trying to fend off the dock. Some crossbow support from Dark will take out the fire galley. And the fire galley taking out the fish, so Mono's no longer fishing T90's pond. And T90 up to castle, Mono's up to castle too. So they're both up, Mono's just a bit faster. And this pond feels like it's being secured now from FedEx. There's so much going on. As FedEx still has this gold forward, Dark is mining that. And then T90 microing skirms inside of Mono's base. As Mono's is up, but we'll lose skirms before the upgrades. Scouts outward to deal with skirms. And immediately it's going to be a 3 TC boom, so second and third TC is being added in from Monos on those wood lines. How come he's in Silver League? Because he teamed with T90. That is why. And Mangonel shot on the Scorpions gets 1. Gets 1. And gets another potentially. So Knight fighting over here. Scorpions take out or attack the Knights. Mangonel goes for the TC. And he buying stone, FedEx selling wood. And Mangonel pushed down the middle from Dark, trying to keep that open. Dark taking a good score lead now. And I mean, kind of a double team situation here. T90 from the back, Dark from the back too, but Dark also from the front. Docks and with Mangonels. Pressuring Fedex. We have Castle going up for T90. With the front quite a bit as he looks to clean the dock with some fire galleys. And Bowsaw on the way, considering his eco upgrades. But Dark the one about whom I'm most interested. As look at that score. Look at his Vil count, 72 Vils. He's been booming behind this push. Mangonel's going for the blacksmith. Green siege. Oh, he has a siege tower. What's he gonna do with a siege tower there, Fedex? Where are you gonna go? Is that a misclick? That has to be a misclick. Yeah, you can't use it. His teammate has Cav. So I mean, trying to take out the range. But conversions targeted on the knight. Here comes the siege tower. Here comes the siege tower. One Mangonel goes down. What will the monks do? Portuguese, they can do redemption. So monks trying to defend themselves. Fedex still desperate with the Mangonels. 83 Vils for Dark. Redemption and Sanctity on the way. Nice Mangonel hit, but the Mangonel goes down. Siege tower, really, yeah. Oh man, the siege tower is just gonna chill there. Oh, okay, over here, those two ranges have a castle dropped on them. T90 castling at the front to defend himself. And Fedex is gonna call the GG. Too many knights in his base. The siege tower not enough to help him. And this reverse plus forward pressure is gonna get to him. And swag, T90 and Dark up 2-0. Impressive so far. This game is looking like a Fever Nightmare chaos everywhere. I feel like all of these maps end up becoming Fever Nightmares everywhere. So 46 kills for Dark. Better eco for Dark too. Oh boy. Right. Whew. I'm exhausted. It's been 7 hours, 15 minutes. I can feel it. Kind of satisfying seeing T90 presents well so far. Yeah, definitely. Well, that's 2-0 for Dark and T90. Playing a tricky game of Black Forest. Next game for Wonders will be the Sudden Death Canberra map. That was Portuguese. And was that Portuguese and Italians against Berbers? And Mongols or Portuguese Goths, sorry, not Italians, Goths. Right next to each other and click the wrong one. Wait a minute. Where is that? So wait, where's that Civ on their draft? Wait a second. Wait a second. They played Berbers that game, right? Did they pick them? Hold on a second. We gotta do some admin. Wait, let me restart that rec. Am I going crazy? They played Berbers for Fedex, right? Yeah, Fedex is Berbers. Berbers, Mongols, Portuguese, and Goths. But then we swap back out to the draft. And they're not on that side of the draft, are they? I'm not just like going blind 7 hours in. Oh, I have it scrolled out already. I have it scrolled out. That's why I can't see it. Okay. There we are. I clicked it already. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? That's why I have chat to help me. That's why I have chat to help me this far in. There we are. And hello, Hadio. Alright, so next rec will be Canberra. Looks like they're picking their next home map. So Canberra, bound to be an exciting map. There we go. Alright, so thanks for sticking with me 7 hours and 17 minutes in. So I can get 50 cc's of a good nap. I need that. So we will have Dark as the Byzantines, he'll be to the south. T90 as the Dravidians, he'll be to the west. Monoz as the Bengalis, he'll be to the north. And Fedex as the Wu, he'll be to the east. So Bengalis and Wu, very water-focused civs, same with Byzantines, Dravidians. So if you win the water, then get Dromans as the Byzantines, then you can very easily win the game. Long day with good matches. A long day indeed. Reminded to hydrate. If I hydrate, then I gotta run to the bathroom more. Oh, you're correct, Uncle Chips. Let me drink some water. So water, perfect for a map such as Canberra, where there is water. And T90, look at the skills to hold the gate open with the sheep and push in the deer. And he, as the Dravidians, is going to dock at home. Okay, so dock counts as a house for the Dravidians, for everyone on their team. Same thing will be true for Dark. So neither of them going for a dock block right away. T90 goes for the home dock, and we'll have a dock up here for Dark, walling the villain to be safe. And Griefist, thank you very much for the follow. We are closing in on 13,000 followers, 12,956 right now. On Twitch, so thank you very much. Deer grazing on the grass. And is this just going to be a water fight, I imagine? We probably have maybe Dark going for fires, and T90 going for galleys. And then we could maybe have same thing, maybe one fire, one galleys from the Wu and the Bengalis, or they could both go galleys, or both go fires. One of the meanest maps ever. One of the, well, it is sudden death. Almost unforgiving maps, you could say. As Feudal Age is on the way for Fedex, he'll be up first as the Wu, and maybe we'll be going, well, he didn't dock. Neither of these players docked. Anyone go demos? Pure demos? You could see demos, maybe not as the main composition, though. Dark leaving his base for a better wood line, not taking the wood at the back. Maybe leaving the wood at the back in case he's pushed and wants a thicker wood. He's pushed on one of the sides. Everyone else going directly for the wood at the back of their base. Dark, maybe with another strategy, goes for the wood that's also towards the inside, towards his teammate, so not going to lose anything by deleting there. Pure demo is the Gabriel play. So there is the dock now from Fedex. He will be going double dock. And Mono's not up. Fedex up first for double docks. And then the question is just fires or galleys. Fedex is indeed a chess grandmaster, so I'm sure he has a wonderful strategy cooked up for this. Sudden death, so you lose your TC, you're out. You have 1 TC and you can't build more. So if you're booming, it's got to be a 1 TC boom, and he will open for fire galleys. You're very close to the fishing ships, so fire galleys here make perfect sense. However, you could try to just amass a lot of galleys and then out-micro the Byzantines once you get fletching. What gets really scary is if the Byzantines win the water and then get Dromans. I said that as Haranara is saying in the chat. So I said the first thing you think about Byzantines is fast imp Dromans. Fire galleys to win the water into Dromans. You could also push on land. Gian Swordsman for Fedex, though, could maybe be countered by Cataphracts from Dark. That would be a sight to behold. We didn't see that in our first Byzantines Woo. But maybe we can see it now. T90 going forward with 3 militia and 2 villagers. He's going to try to teach Monoz a lesson with his new men-at-arms. And maybe go for a tower rush out here. Monoz will have 1 golden stone forward, 1 golden stone in the back. There's a range from T90. And it's going to be Men-at-Arms Archers. Okay, not even a tower. Men-at-Arms Archers. Applying pressure and might catch Monoz off guard if he's going purely for the fast castle. Loom on the way, and he'll have to wall up. Loom on the way and walling up. So, fishing ships forward for T90, trying to get to the middle. And third dock for Fedex, and he's just going... Now he's going demos. He wanted demos, he's doing them. So 3 docks for Dark. Fedex at least with a production advantage. He's going to try to destroy the fishing ships from T90. And Castle Age on the way from Monoz as he goes for a fast castle. T90 going to try to go through the market as he puts down a tower, but Monoz will react with a counter tower. Counter tower from him. And if T90 can tower outside, what are the ranges? He's got a tower right at the edge of that? Ooh, let's see. I mean, he could tower over here and just try to break through this part of the wall, but stone wall's up now for Monoz. So he's not looking to be pressured. He could attack the gate and maybe go from the outside somehow. Tower over here and maybe hit a lot of the inside. Maybe that's too fancy and too cute. So fires for Fedex coming forward. If you have galleys and feudal with fletching, you should be able to hit the TCs pretty consistently. So fletching on the way for T90 for his archers. As Monoz goes up as the Bengalis, he's not on stone, so it's not like he's going to do a castle in Rathas. But he is on gold, and what is he going to swap that gold to? Maybe monks? Could go maybe monk. Yeah, Men-at-Arms, he's going to go through the palisade and go through the gate, maybe go around the stone walls, like I said. And there's Castle Age for Monoz. And in the middle, it's Byzantine fires now. More demos in the docks. Fedex needing to get back a bit. He did pick off a couple of fires, has some of his own fires out. Demo coming from the rear. If you bring the fires down the narrow passage, you make them really vulnerable to demos. But no one fishing right now. I think we got some creative situations in 2v2 too. I haven't seen the tower rush yet. I still have no idea what the meta is. And does he have careening? Check that. 'Cause he can't get that in feudal. Where's the dock? Naval. Nope, no careening yet. There's a demo. He's just loading more demos into the docks. A couple of good demos could clear the fires. This could have been a map for the siege elephants, and it feels like Dark as the Byzantines is winning the water. That's what Byzantines can do, and T90 winning the tower fight, actually. Winning the tower fight. Archers in the tower, maybe, yep, for less idle time. Men-at-Arms coming over. And you could even see a transport ship. Yeah, a transport ship coming for the Men-at-Arms and the Scout. We're going to get inside and move them over here. Monoz will be walling up. Transport ship forward, defended by a fire. Okay. Transport ship, more garrison capacity. Archers on the way. He's going to bypass this. Could also maybe just go straight to Fedex. Let's see. He's just moving a couple of villas and an archer over. And he might tower there, but continue to break through here with the Men-at-Arms. Going for the market. And no one able to go to the next stage yet, other than Monoz, who's already up. And Monoz... Oh, wait, Monoz! I was completely looking at the wrong side of the map. He came to the opposite side of the map. He's fighting T90 at home, but he came to the opposite side. There we go. He did a workshop in a monastery. I was looking for him to do something at home. No, he's doing it aggressive. He's going for double mangonels and an elephant, attacking the TC of Dark. Now, Dark as the Byzantines has a bit of extra HP on the TC. Well, he'll have to fight with vills and towers. That's his only option. Mangonels too far back. That tower won't deter them, I think. Maybe he needs Bodkin? Okay, Fletching and Bodkin. Maybe he'll be okay, but he needs to loom. The elephant is scary too. Okay, Monoz is fighting over here on the water. That is a ton of fires from everyone. Feels like Dark maybe has a slight advantage here, but if he has to invest into fires, Monoz can push him. And T90 only in the feudal age, he's not going to be pressuring the TC anytime soon. He's just going to be pressuring the market, maybe breaking in. He has to go up for another age. He doesn't have the resources yet to do that, to pressure the TC. Here the TC under mangonel pressure, moving to the outside of the tower range. That's 3 mangonels, a 4th mangonel on the way. 4th mangonel on the way. Monoz hitting that. And a couple of archers for T90, they got in through that wall. Scouts coming over, though. Scouts coming over from T90, and he could clear all the mangonels. He went scouts. There are monks here. The mangonels need good attack grounds. One attack ground almost hits. And doesn't hit. He clears one of his own mangonels. Oh no, Monoz. Titanic. Destroying his own mangonels. Another goes down to the scouts. And they all 4 go down. That TC. Less than half HP. He's going to lose a 5th mangonel. And Monoz had so many mangonels, but no spears to protect them. He had gone monks. But now T90 clears everything. Very good scout charge from T90. He clears absolutely everything. And just 1 elephant left he can take down. And meanwhile on the water, Fedex on the back foot. I think he has more ships there though. Trying to escape those demos. That could be a good demo. And that was a very good demo. 1 more demo could be nice. Gets the fire there. And meanwhile, the archer's running under the TC. That was blinking. I was scared for a second. Archers and men-at-arms here under a tower, under a TC. So Fedex will clear those. I mean, so Monoz will clear those. Men-at-arms have to get back, so the scouts running around here. You even got the forward Vil. Got the elephant. So the scouts doing everything T90 could have dreamed of there. And demo is going to be a hot commodity now with all the fires that are out. Dark trying to get the demo to explode on only 1 fire. So, Dravidians for T90 still, and he's about to go up. Fedex feels like maybe he's winning the water, though. Maybe winning the water. Dravidians... If they go long swords, maybe that could be a counter to the Wu Jian swordsman. And Castle Age on the way for T90. So Monoz tried to go for the elephant push. Didn't quite have the power it wanted. Bengalis. Did I say it was the Gujaras earlier? Gujaras we saw the early push in the first game. He's Bengalis. Doesn't have the same bonus attack that the Gujaras have. So still a good push. But that TC... Dark not repairing it, also not rewalling. Those are 2 risks. And good if he was a full-time player. I mean, I could say that for anyone. If they went full-time, they'd certainly improve a lot. Okay, there's a demo, they'll trade. And Dark up to the next stage too. Dark is up. Look at all these red dots everywhere. What are these outposts? T90 acting like he's MBL, going for the outpost rush. I know he wants a vision, but that's a lot of outposts. And houses will go down to scouts, or at least be attacked by scouts that the Vils have to repair. Scouts could maybe try to clean these buildings. There's a relic in one of them, so that's good at least for Monoz. Monoz is really on the back foot. Only 31 Vils. Doesn't have a fishing economy. Fedex has just been fighting on the water, and fighting somewhat evenly, but it feels like Byzantines, all in all, just a losing battle. A few galleys from T90 now. That's the Dravidians. This has 1, 2, 3, 4 docks. He wants to see everything. See everything. I have to make it so... looks like your chat can see it, right? A workshop filled with 4 elephants. A 5th elephant on the way, and this will be their last push. They're gonna need Fedex to get some spears forward, though. And Fedex is sending everyone. He's sending all of his villagers. Let's go. YOLO. It's 35 villagers forward. His TC is not under attack. Wait, he's got more than 35 Vils there. He's got 49 Vils that are going forward, and they're going to escort the elephants to the TC and do everything they can to take out the TC. Dark never repaired it. And here T90 sees the villagers, and what are they thinking now? T90 doesn't have an immediate way to hit this TC. Yeah, the walls didn't go up, but or palisade walls at least. And here come the elephants. Maybe ungarrisoning just a tad too early. Another one on the way. And the Vill's there from Fedex. As Dark will go for a castle. Dark will go for a castle, but enough elephants there. Maybe the elephants could help get the castle. The Vills need to be forward, though, so that they can hit the scouts. Don't want to leave the scouts unattended attacking the elephants. And this will be 6 siege elephants. Should be enough to destroy a castle if it's not repaired properly, but if it is repaired, that could last for a while. Now, big Vil fight underneath this castle. Fedex sending absolutely everything to fight the scouts now, but while he's fighting the scouts, the Vils are hitting the elephants. No monks to heal. Vils can't repair this. Rams might even be better as they could repair. And the elephants are gonna go down. Not much HP left for them. Only 3 elephants, 2 elephants. The castle takes a lot of damage, but it's a Byzantine castle, 6,200 HP, and some repairs on the way already. And there are the GGs as T90 and Dark sweep their way to the final. He did repair the TC eventually. The castle comes in clutch. They went for it all. Dark with 52 kills. T90 with the best eco. And they do it. They do it. The scouts from T90, if there were maybe some spears here defending the elephants, that would have been one thing, but the scouts picked all of them off in that initial push from Monoz. Oh boy. And Fedex and Monoz were the #1 seed in the Silver League. So T90 and Dark will move on. And Smiley, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream filled with smiles, as we are all smiles here. As T90 and Dark do it. He'll advance to the finals. Oof, wow. That was one heck of a day of casting. But what do we have here? That is 3-0 for T90 and Dark. And Wonders gets swept. Looking at the civs, that was Byzantines and Dravidians winning against Bengalis and Wu. Whew, you had a wonderful stream with casting cartographers too. Well, I'm glad you had a wonderful stream. Hope it was filled with smiles. Well, thank you, T90, for the shout out. And Akai Neko, thank you for the follow. So let's look at the bracket. Cartographers. Semifinals bracket preview. I'll go over the brackets for a moment, I think. So thank you, Chapuro and Mr. Crazy Monkey, for the follows. And I'm going to bring up the brackets. We'll look first at the Silver League bracket, so I can give T90 his placement there. Are you ready? If you're coming from T90's bracket, get ready for something else. We'll transition over here. Hope you are enjoying your stream. I am enjoying it a lot, Smiley. I'm enjoying it so much. Thank you for the raid. Just adding an extra smile to my face after 7.5 hours of casting. So that is 0 to 3. And Swag will advance to the finals. The finals will be Sunday at 15 GMT. And they actually will be the higher seed against Vietnam. So T90 and Dark against Quang Tri and Say My Name. Great job, long day. Thank you, Smiley. Always lovely to have you around. Thank you, Gaffer Unplugged, for the follow. You're enjoying this stream too. Thank you, Miles Explicit. GG's. So, and also Disaster. Let me read the YouTube comments too. GG's, Steven, Bulk, and John. Also, YouTube viewers, that was amazing. I think we hit 300 for that set too. So YouTube viewership has been great, and I'm glad I've been doing the dual streams. So now let me maybe go over to the other bracket as I preview the Gold League. Preview the Gold League. We'll preview this. So, after the past 2 days of quarterfinals, we now move into the best of 7 semifinals. This will be Doubt and Hera against Hearttt Liereyy. And then Slam and ACCM against Yo and Licks. Let me know, chat. Do you have predictions for either set? Give me your prediction. Best of 7. Which of these teams make it to the finals? I don't even know what to think about this. Sitaux and Mihai certainly put up a good fight against Hearttt Liereyy. You think LY and GL finals is Doubt versus Slam? Slam and ACCM have looked really impressive. I mean, Yo and Licks, I don't know how prepared they are. They messed up the colors on Jungle Rumble. GL versus MYI. I have a feeling it might be Hera and Doubt against Slam and ACCM. Hearttt Liereyy against LY. Slam and ACCM. I don't think Slam and ACCM surprised. Thank you, Corby, for the follow. I think MBL's team surprised by upsetting Viper. I mean, they were the higher seed, but I don't know how much I trust the seeding based on the team game rating. They were the higher seed, but going into it, my Insanity, I mean, very impressed. Kneecap Sebastian is a darn good team that they won against. Then MBL Sorokuma, pretty good too. They'll face Licks and Yo. Sam has been on 2v2 teams with both Hera and Doubt. Ooh, that's true. Oof. Anyway, let me go back to the overlay. Let me see. That'll probably be it for today, because 7.5 hours is long enough. We'll be back tomorrow at 15 GMT. Let me see. Who else is streaming Age of Empires? Whom we could raid. Oh, and tomorrow there's going to be a giveaway. Tomorrow there will be a giveaway. Because we're going to give away Asia Mythology Retold. I have 2 keys for that. I'll do one giveaway Saturday, one on Sunday. So if you follow the stream, I'll have a giveaway to enter. You distinctly remember being very impressed with Slam, ACCM, and Doubt. Those are 3 very impressive gentlemen, I gotta say. Thank you, Iman PUBG, for the follow. Ooh, we'll definitely hit 13k tomorrow. We're at 12,964. 15k still is a stretch goal, but maybe if we sell out with giveaways and plugs, we can do it. So I think we can raid Kita. So, China had the best 2v2 team in the past. Yo and Licks are scary. They have won 2v2 tournaments together. But tomorrow will be all gold, 2 best of 7s, starting at 15 GMT. We'll give away Age of Mythology too. So, for now, I should end the YouTube stream. Goodbye on YouTube. So you would love to see GL versus Hearttt, or I'd love to see LY versus Hearttt Liereyy, but you doubt it's going to happen. GL A to finals, Forbidden Crystal Internet. Doubt wins, says Datakind. TY for stream on YouTube. I'll stream on YouTube for the rest of this. Hera Yo finals rematch. Ooh, after the rematch of Warlords, could have that. One unusual thing will happen. Hera will lose or Doubt will win. Maybe both win. Cheering for me tomorrow. Well, thank you, Mr. Moonstruck. I'm going to end on YouTube. See you tomorrow on YouTube.